Late at night, an explosion shattered the upper floor of a building, leaving several agents injured. After securing the target, he requested immediate support, but the command center hesitated and searched for another solution. Suddenly, 3 students recognized their instructor's situation and rushed to the control room in shock. Determination replaced fear as they refused to give up and prepared themselves for action. Meanwhile, the wounded instructor encouraged them to keep moving forward. With the mission complete and his life fading away, the veteran agent accepted his fate. A gentle singing voice reached his ears, while darkness slowly surrounded his fading consciousness. He opened his eyes and found himself reborn as an infant, unable to understand the situation. Memories of his former life returned, reminding him of years spent as a secret agent. Although death had claimed him, a new life had already begun in a completely different world. Upon opening his eyes, the reborn child noticed 2 unfamiliar maids caring for him with gentle expressions. As they spoke nearby, he realized he could barely understand their words because of his infant body. Soon, a surprising detail caught his attention when he noticed the maid possessed real cat ears and a tail. Curiosity replaced confusion while he carefully observed her movements and reactions from his crib. Moments later, the beastkin maid tried communicating through simple gestures. While observing the beastkin maid, the reborn child noticed a strange flame floating above her hand. Confusion quickly turned into curiosity as he examined the fire and questioned how such a phenomenon was possible. Meanwhile, the 2 maids reacted proudly to their successful demonstration. Piece by piece, he connected the evidence, including real cat ears and flames appearing from thin air. He finally accepted the truth that this world was completely different from the Earth he once knew. Several years passed after his reincarnation, and the young boy spent his days training under strict routines while a maid named Noelle faithfully accompanied him. By the age of 4, he had grown stronger and faster than most children around him. Noelle struggled to keep up with his demanding pace during training sessions. Meanwhile, he learned more about his energetic beastkin companion, and her hard-working nature. Exhaustion finally overwhelmed Noelle after only part of the training. Sirius learned more about Irina, the silver-haired maid who had cared for him since infancy. Meanwhile, Demas, the mansion's cook, often looked after Noelle whenever her boundless energy got the better of her. Together, those 3 formed the small household where Sirius spent his early years. However, one question continued to trouble him because nobody ever mentioned his parents. He turned his attention to studying magic, eager to understand the rules of this new world. During his magic lessons, Sirius learned that the world's powers were divided into 4 elemental attributes. When his own affinity was examined, the result revealed a rare achromatic attribute, unlike the common elements. Many people considered such an affinity useless, causing others to view him as lacking magical talent. Irina and Noelle stayed beside him and offered their unwavering support. Rather than giving in to despair, Sirius listened quietly and resolved to find another path forward. Encouraged by Irina and Noelle, Sirius learned that his achromatic affinity could still use several unique forms of magic. He headed outside and prepared to test his abilities through practical training. Following the principles of magic, he gathered the energy within his body. Carefully, he activated a spell known as Impact and directed it toward the target. Moments later, a powerful blast struck the mark, proving that his affinity was far from useless. After several attempts, Sirius successfully improved his control over magic, watching from nearby. Noelle admired his progress and found it hard to believe someone so young could master magic so quickly. Sirius thanked her for teaching him the basics and supporting his studies. Hearing the praise, Noelle became excited while Irina arrived and suggested taking a short break. Later, the small household gathered together, and Sirius quietly appreciated the peaceful life he had found in this world. For 4 peaceful years, Sirius enjoyed a comfortable life, while Irina, Noelle, and Demas cared for him like family. Just as he reflected on those happy days, Noelle called for him from outside the mansion. After hearing that fresh pie was ready, he decided to join the others without delay, running toward the group. Sirius appreciated the warmth surrounding his daily life. Several days later, however, the quiet routine changed when Noelle and Demas left for town. He suddenly found Irina collapsed on the floor and immediately rushed to her side. Concern filled his mind when he discovered she was burning with a high fever and barely conscious. Acting quickly, he carried her to a bedroom and made sure she could rest comfortably. After giving her medicine, he remained nearby until her condition gradually improved. Sirius learned that her illness was a common disease, and that treatment was already available in the mansion. Although Irina had medicine available, Sirius remained uneasy after seeing how weak she looked in bed. Meanwhile, Irina reassured him that everything would improve once Noelle and Demas returned from town. Unable to ignore his concern, he promised to stay by her side and look after her until then. Hearing his words, Irina smiled warmly and entrusted herself to his care. Later, Sirius searched the mansion for medical books, hoping to learn more about her condition. Sirius finally found detailed information about Aquos disease and its treatment. However, his relief quickly vanished after learning that the illness could become fatal if not treated within half a day. Remembering Irina's reassuring words, he realized she had underestimated the danger of her condition. Soon afterward, he discovered that Noel and Damus would not return until the following afternoon. He immediately began preparing his own plan to save Irina before time ran out. After studying the medical book, Sirius remembered a river behind the mansion where the required herb could be found. Without hesitation, he grabbed a lantern and rushed outside, determined to save Irina before her condition worsened. Sirius moved through the forest and searched for a familiar landmark. Soon, the sound of flowing water guided him to a nearby river, confirming he was on the right path. A sudden presence caught his attention, causing him to stop and carefully observe the area. From the information he remembered, the figures ahead were goblins with strength beyond ordinary children. Despite their limited intelligence, their danger was clear, leaving Sirius to consider his next move cautiously. He decided to strike first and prepared an ambush from his hiding place. Careful timing allowed him to approach unnoticed, while the goblins remained focused elsewhere. Before the creature could react, he rushed forward and closed the distance in an instant. A precise attack landed directly on the goblin, showing skill far beyond his young appearance. However, the commotion drew nearby goblins, turning a quick assault into a larger confrontation. Sirius continued his assault and drove his blade into another goblin before it could defend itself. Blood spilled as the creature collapsed, leaving only one opponent standing in the clearing. Breathing steadily, he watched the remaining goblin approach while measuring its movements. Unfortunately, the previous strikes had cost him his weapon, and his injured hand limited his options. A fallen blade nearby changed the situation, allowing Sirius to arm himself and prepare for the final exchange. The last goblin charged forward and tried to seize the source of Sirius's magic before he could react. Its attack continued relentlessly, yet the spell Sirius attempted to cast produced no useful result. Frustration grew as he recalled the overwhelming power similar techniques should have possessed in his previous life. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation gathered around his hand, forming into a concentrated force. Sirius released the energy and blasted the goblin away, finally ending the battle. After the battle ended, Sirius stared at his hand and tried to understand the strange power he had unleashed. Rather than dwell on it, he gathered the aqua grass and hurried back, hoping it could help Irina recover. Soon afterward, he prepared the medicine and brought it to the bedridden girl. As Irina slowly regained consciousness, Sirius stayed nearby and ensured she drank the remedy. He quietly watched over her condition and waited for signs of improvement. Exhaustion finally caught up with Sirius, yet he remained beside Irina's bed to watch over her recovery. A gentle touch woke him from his fatigue, and he was relieved to see Irina sitting up once again. Memories of his efforts reached her clearly, prompting a heartfelt moment between the two. Concern quickly replaced relief as Irina noticed the injuries and blood left behind from his struggle. Sirius quietly avoided explaining the dangerous battle he had faced alone. After Irina recovered, Sirius decided it was time to reveal a secret he could no longer keep hidden. Gathering everyone together, he explained that a strange dream had followed him every day since childhood. According to his account, the dream showed the complete life of a man who was not himself. More than simple memories, the experiences felt real, as though he had personally lived through them. Those memories explained his unusual knowledge, allowing him to read quickly. Once his explanation ended, Sirius credited the mysterious dreams for helping him save Irina's life. Silence filled the room as he waited for everyone's response, uncertain whether they would accept his story. Before anyone else could speak, Irina suddenly rose from her seat and approached him. Without hesitation, believing his words because they explained abilities no ordinary child possessed. Her support eased the tension, while the others began considering the truth behind Sirius's unusual knowledge and actions. Family accepted his explanation, and even found proof of it in the skills he displayed every day. Relief gradually replaced his anxiety as he realized no one viewed him as a monster or an outsider. Entire household pledged their loyalty and promised to remain by his side. Their trust moved Sirius deeply, and he sincerely thanked them for believing in him despite the unbelievable truth, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their lives together. Several years later, Sirius had grown stronger, and spent his days training while preparing to become an adventurer. During a quiet lunch break, his detection magic picked up two people fleeing from a monster. Without wasting time, he abandoned his meal and rushed toward the source at full speed. A charging boar-like beast cornered its targets, but Sirius intercepted it before it could strike. His intervention arrived just in time, allowing the frightened pair to escape immediate danger. Sirius arrived at the scene and discovered two exhausted beastkin children, with the older one protecting the younger despite her injuries. Sirius noticed a wolf girl tightly holding her younger brother in the forest. Seeing him approach, she became startled and remained cautious while keeping the boy close to her side. He reassured her through his actions and showed that he meant no harm. Gradually, her guard lowered as he praised her efforts and recognized her devotion to her brother. Feeling relieved, the wolf girl finally relaxed while Sirius promised to handle the situation and ensure their safety. After calming the two exhausted wolf children, Sirius decided to bring them to a safer place. Back at the mansion, he considered their future and wished to help them become independent. Meanwhile, Irina suggested teaching them proper servant skills and knowledge. Rather than treating them as servants, Sirius explained that he wanted them to have better opportunities. Hearing his answer, Irina quietly reflected on his kindness and felt deeply moved by his decision. Once their wounds had healed, the wolf siblings sat together and prepared to meet their new caretakers. Sirius introduced everyone in the household, while Amelia expressed gratitude for the help they had received. After learning Rias's name, the siblings listened as Sirius explained the paths available to them. One option allowed them to leave and choose their own future. Alternatively, Sirius offered to teach them the skills and strength needed to survive and grow. After hearing Sirius's offer, Amelia decided that she and Rias would stay and follow him. Motivated by his words, she expressed her desire to become stronger and protect her younger brother. In response, the siblings entrusted themselves to Sirius and accepted his guidance. Meanwhile, Sirius looked forward to raising them and helping them grow into capable individuals. Later he used magic to aid their recovery, allowing the children to rest comfortably while adapting to their new home. While recovering, Amelia was asked about the scar on her shoulder, causing her expression to change. Suddenly, she panicked and tried to hide the mark, unwilling to let anyone see it. Tears followed as painful memories resurfaced, and she revealed that the scar was left by her mother. Patiently, Sirius listened while Amelia explained that the mark once symbolized her mother's love. She recalled the tragic day her mother sacrificed herself to save her children from monsters. Sirius explained that Amelia's mother had sacrificed her life because protecting her children meant more than anything else. Gently, he helped Amelia understand that the scar remained as proof of her mother's deep love through tears. She accepted those words and promised to become stronger in the future. After seeing her regain confidence, Sirius quietly stepped back and watched from a distance. Meanwhile, realized he was caring for the wolf girl like a parent guiding a child. After offering guidance for Amelia's future, Sirius encouraged her to focus on training and personal growth. The next morning, Amelia thanked him and promised to become as strong as her mother. Meanwhile, Rias noticed the changes in his sister and felt restless, without understanding the reason. Soon, Amelia discovered that Rius had disappeared and hurriedly sought Sirius's help. Together, they followed the trail he had left behind and began searching the surrounding area. Following the trail, Amelia finally found Rius alone in the forest under the night sky. To her shock, Rius transformed into a wolf and warned everyone to stay away from him. Moments later, he revealed that silver wolves who transformed were considered cursed among their kind. Despite his fears, Sirius dismissed the accusation and refused to abandon him. Instead, Sirius challenged Rias to a duel, offering him a chance to prove his own path forward. The duel began, but Sirius quickly exposed the flaws in Rias's attacks and movements. After being overwhelmed, Rias admitted that he feared bringing misfortune to Amelia if he remained by her side. Rather than accepting that belief, Sirius declared that Rias was his disciple and rejected the tribe's judgment. Hearing those words, Amelia ran forward and embraced her brother through tears. At last, Rios apologized for trying to leave, while the siblings reconciled under Sirius's watch. After the duel ended, Sirius reminded Rios about the promise he had made if he lost. Without hesitation, Rios agreed to return to the mansion and stay with everyone. Back home, the atmosphere quickly became lighter as the siblings reunited peacefully. Overcome with relief, Amelia thanked Sirius for helping her remain together with her brother. Later, Sirius explained that Rias's actions came from concern, encouraging Amelia to share any future worries openly. After overcoming her doubts, Amelia realized she had found a new purpose in life and looked towards Sirius with admiration. Gathering her courage, she suddenly embraced him, leaving Sirius completely surprised by the gesture. In that moment, her gratitude and devotion deepened into feelings far stronger than before. Amelia's admiration gradually grew into love, though Sirius remained unaware of it. Several days later, life at the mansion continued peacefully as everyone gathered together once again. One evening, Emilia gathered everyone together to perform the traditional silver moon vow beneath the moonlight. Standing before the moon, the wolf siblings prepared to declare the promise they had chosen. With solemn expressions, Emilia and Rias formally introduced themselves as members of the Silverian family together. They swore to follow Sirius as their master for the rest of their lives. After hearing their pledge, Sirius accepted their vow, and the ceremony ended with joy and celebration. Sirius welcomed Emilia and Rius as they began new lives together. During training, Emilia unleashed an air slash and focused on controlling her power with greater precision. Rias followed with a shockwave attack, demonstrating the progress he had made through constant practice. Sirius evaluated the results and noted that both disciples had grown stronger in different ways. Meanwhile, Emilia's appearance became more mature, reflecting the steady passage of time since the vow at Silver Moon. Not only had Rius improved his combat abilities, but his physique had also developed. Emilia and Rius chatted happily while Sirius observed how well the siblings had grown together. At the same time, preparations for a journey beyond the mansion continued to move forward steadily. Later, Sirius proposed a picnic as a chance for everyone to relax before future travels. Excitement quickly spread through the group as plans were made and lunch preparations began. Irina decided to remain behind and watch the house, allowing the others to enjoy the outing without worry. Sirius offered to carry her during the picnic, so she would not have to struggle alone. Touched by his concern, she finally accepted the kindness after initially refusing to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the others prepared food and supplies, while Sirius hoped the outing would help Irina relax and recover. Responsibility for the group was organized so everything would proceed smoothly. Soon afterward, they arrived at a peaceful field, ready to enjoy the long-awaited picnic together. After arriving at the picnic spot, the group noticed there was still time before lunch. Soon, Sirius introduced a simple game using a round object, while the others tried to guess its purpose. Carefully, he demonstrated the basic movements and explained how the game should begin. Without warning, one powerful hit sent the object flying far beyond expectations. Watching the result, the group reacted instinctively, while Sirius quietly reflected on the habits formed through years of training. Sirius showed Emilia how to throw and return the disc properly, allowing her to catch it with ease. Another participant repeatedly asked for a turn, but Sirius encouraged everyone to play together instead. Before long, the group became absorbed in the activity until Sirius reminded them that lunch would soon begin. Once the meal was prepared, everyone gathered under the tree. Laughter filled the peaceful field as the picnic carried on, creating another warm memory for the group. After lunch, Sirius rested beneath the tree while Irina quietly watched over him. Looking around, she reflected on how much their family had grown and felt grateful for the people gathered together. As petals drifted through the air, Irina hoped more peaceful days like this would await them in the future. Soon afterward, Sirius left briefly, while Irina remained behind with a gentle smile. She remembered the past and realized how much Sirius had matured since they first met. While watching the others enjoy themselves, Irina quietly reflected on her place within the growing family, nearby. She smiled gently beneath the tree, feeling content as the peaceful picnic continued. Sirius noticed a girl clutching her head and complaining of pain. Soon after, a maid rushed over in panic and urgently called for Sirius. The situation appeared to be getting worse. Meanwhile, Irina's troubled expression revealed that something serious was affecting her. Inside the room, she lay weakly in bed as several people gathered around, worried by her condition, unable to find a solution. The group turned to Sirius, hoping his knowledge could help Irina recover. After regaining consciousness, Irina calmly asked Sirius about her condition while the others watched with concern. She requested that the results be shared openly so everyone could understand the situation. Sirius revealed the harsh diagnosis, explaining that her remaining time was extremely limited. Shock spread through the room, leaving the group silent as they struggled to accept the news. Despite their grief, preparations began immediately for the difficult days ahead. Half a month passed, and Irina spent her days confined to bed as her condition gradually worsened. Her weakness, she welcomed Sirius warmly and accepted the meal he brought for her. After checking on her, Sirius revealed that he had something important to discuss. Soon afterward, Irina appeared healthy again, surprising everyone who had worried about her. To celebrate the unexpected recovery, the group gathered around a breakfast prepared by Irina herself. Irina quietly declined to eat and reassured everyone despite her worsening condition. As the meal continued, the others enjoyed the food while noticing her unusual behavior. Setting down her cup, Irina gathered everyone's attention and prepared to share an important matter. Without hesitation, she revealed that this would be the day of her death, leaving the room stunned. Silence followed the announcement until one companion finally sought an explanation for her sudden decision. Responding to the question, Irina explained that her healthy appearance was only temporary. The group then learned that the drug greatly increased physical ability but carried severe consequences after its effect ended. Even so, Irina accepted the cost, choosing to spend her remaining day living normally instead of staying in bed. Sirius encouraged everyone to enjoy the day together without regrets. Soon, laughter returned as the group shared precious moments, determined to treasure every second with Irina. Irina spent precious time with the children, enjoying their company and creating warm memories together. When evening arrived, she returned to her bed and thanked everyone for making her final day a joyful one. Although Irina accepted her fate, she assured the group that they would be fine after she was gone. Sirius, however, questioned her calm smile, unable to ignore the feelings hidden behind it. Determined to understand what Irina truly wanted before their time together ended. Unable to hide his emotions any longer, Sirius stayed beside Irina and listened to her final thoughts. He asked what role she believed she held within their family. Tears filled Irina's eyes as she answered that she was both a mother and a cherished family member to them. Next, hoping he would continue growing after her departure. Finally, Irina offered a few heartfelt words to the others, leaving them with memories they would never forget. Continuing her farewell, Irina encouraged her companions to face the future with confidence and not lose faith in themselves. Turning to Noelle, she expressed her affection and reminded her that her unique qualities were worth cherishing. Noelle promised to stay true to herself and carry those words forward. Irina then spoke with Amelia, who firmly declared that her devotion to Sirius would never change. Satisfied by that answer, Irina entrusted Amelia with supporting Sirius after she was gone. As her strength faded, Irina asked Sirius to stay close and hold her hand beside the bed. He fulfilled her final request and called her mother once more, just as she wished. A gentle smile appeared on Irina's face as she admitted that watching Sirius cry had always moved her deeply. Looking back on her life, she spoke of her happiness and the only regret she still carried. Irina expressed her gratitude and peacefully embraced her final moments, holding Sirius's hand, bringing comfort to both of them in her final moments. She quietly expressed that hearing his feelings was enough to leave her at peace. Irina's journey came to an end and her spirit awakened in a peaceful flower field. There, she was greeted by Arya, who warmly welcomed her and spoke proudly of Sirius's growth. Their reunion soon turned cheerful as they shared stories about Sirius and reflected on the life he had built. After their reunion, Sirius thanked Irina for everything she had done and finally expressed his gratitude. With no regrets remaining, Irina reflected on her life and quietly acknowledged the happiness she had found. Time moved forward, and peace returned to the kingdom after her passing. Meanwhile, Sirius continued traveling with his companions, guiding them through a bustling city. Excitement quickly spread among the group as they explored the streets, while Sirius calmly watched over them. While exploring Ariatsun, the group suddenly remembered the important objective that had brought them there. Sirius reflected on their purpose and prepared to focus on the task ahead. Soon afterward, they arrived at the academy gates, ready to begin the entrance examination. Sirius arrived at the academy with Amelia and Ryus, receiving their entrance passes before entering the grounds. At the registration desk, he completed the payment process and obtained a school guidebook. Around the campus, noble students and beastfolk gathered as preparations for enrollment continued. Meanwhile, the siblings examined the academy map while Sirius reviewed the pamphlet. An unfamiliar portrait inside the guidebook caught his attention, leading him to investigate further. Inside the principal's office, Sirius identified the person shown in the academy guidebook. A message soon arrived, informing the principal that the entrance ceremony was about to begin. Memories of previous years briefly crossed his mind as he prepared to leave. Without delay, Rodwell gathered his belongings and headed out of the room. Walking through the academy halls, he reflected on the examination process and wondered whether the students had shown their true abilities. Rodwell arrived late and secretly took the appearance of a teacher, assigned to evaluate the entrance examination. From the testing area, he observed applicants introducing themselves, while instructors prepared the assessments. Amelia presented her wind affinity, and Ryu stated his preference for swordsmanship, despite possessing fire magic. Soon afterward, Ryus was called forward to demonstrate his abilities before the examiners. Gathering flames around his fist, he unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the target and surprised Rodwell. Amelia stepped forward and released a precise wind spell, completing the test before the examiner realized what had happened. Moments later, both siblings successfully passed, leaving the teachers surprised by their performance. When asked about their background, they credited Sirius as the mentor who had raised and trained them. Soon, candidate number 156 was called, and Sirius calmly approached the examination area, questioning whether the ordinary-looking youth was truly connected to those remarkable siblings. Several examiners focused their attention on Sirius, curious about the calm boy connected to the talented siblings. Meanwhile, Alstro received permission to demonstrate his abilities first, without objection. Sirius stepped aside and allowed the noble candidate to take the stage. A powerful magical display followed, creating an impressive spectacle that earned attention from the audience. Sirius was called forward and placed his hand on the crystal, causing an unusual white light to appear. The strange white result drew ridicule from a noble student who immediately dismissed Sirius as untalented. Rather than reacting, Sirius calmly accepted the examiner's request to demonstrate his magic. Across the testing area, Rodwell watched with growing interest, eager to see what would happen next. A powerful shockwave burst from Sirius's spell, shattering the target and scattering debris across the field. Rodwell approached him and decided to ask a question about his unusual examination. He questioned Sirius about the siblings' remarkable abilities and learned their achievements came largely from their own effort. Sirius explained that he had trained himself, surprising Rodwell even further. After a respectful exchange, the two parted ways and agreed to meet again at the entrance ceremony. Left alone, Rodwell reflected on the encounter and developed a strong interest in Sirius. 3 days later, the examination results were posted, and the siblings eagerly searched for Sirius's name. Siblings noticed Sirius's name was missing and feared a mistake had occurred. Soon, a staff member confirmed that Sirius had been assigned to a different residence due to his registration details. Following the directions, the group headed through a forest path to find his assigned lodging. Upon arrival, they were stunned to discover a large mansion instead of an ordinary student dormitory. The document revealed special authorization for Sirius to stay there. Inside the old building, Sirius inspected the worn interior and learned it contained 5 rooms despite its neglected condition. Although the place required extensive cleaning, he accepted it without complaint and planned to restore it himself. Before the work began, an unexpected visitor arrived at the residence. The visitor turned out to be Rodwell, who had come to discuss Sirius's unusual housing assignment. Sirius chose to remain there, while Rodwell accepted responsibility for the administrative mistake. Rodwell acknowledged Sirius's decision to stay, though he remained concerned about the building's condition and location. Before leaving, he warned Sirius about Gregory's prejudice and advised him to be cautious around certain students. The discussion shifted to the mansion, and Sirius suggested giving the old residence a proper name. He remarked that Sirius's value exceeded that of any precious gemstone. Soon afterward, the siblings enthusiastically began cleaning Diamond Manor while Sirius officially remained its resident. Sirius encouraged Emilia and Rius to build friendships in the dorms, while continuing their growth independently. Both siblings accepted his advice and promised to do their best at the academy. As night fell, Sirius watched them leave, feeling slightly lonely yet hopeful for their future. At the academy's entrance ceremony, a respected speaker addressed the students and encouraged them to choose their own path within the school. Standing before the crowd, the elf urged everyone to pursue greater goals and follow the direction they truly believed in. Meanwhile, Sirius observed the speaker and recognized him as Rodwell. Sirius realized the familiar presence had belonged to Rodwell all along. Soon afterward, he concluded that Rodwell had altered not only his voice but also his appearance. While listening to the ceremony, Sirius realized he had successfully seen through the principal's disguise. Nearby, Emilia struggled to stay awake and nearly nodded off during the long speech. Later, she happily introduced a new friend named Reese, a girl with beautiful blue hair. Seeing Emilia's excitement, Sirius felt the academy had already fulfilled part of its purpose by helping her connect with others. Moments afterward, her enthusiasm became overwhelming, prompting a gentle reaction from those around her. After learning about Reese's roommate, Sirius noticed the energetic beastkin eagerly trying to wake Rius. Newcomer introduced himself as Rue, and immediately declared his desire to serve Rius. Watching the scene unfold, Sirius felt relieved that the students were getting along surprisingly well. Soon the department introductions began, and Gregory stepped forward to address the audience. Confidently promoting noble superiority, he boasted about his abilities and urged others to follow his example. As Gregory continued boasting about noble superiority, Rius grew irritated and openly questioned his attitude. Students headed toward their assigned classrooms, while Emilia wished she could remain with Sirius. Along the way, Sirius complimented Emilia's appearance in her school uniform, leaving her delighted by the praise. Later, the group noticed Reese was absent and learned she had been excused from attending school. Before they could discuss it further, Will, Sensei arrived and drew everyone's attention. Sirius learned that the repairs at the Diamond Manor were progressing smoothly and no longer required urgent attention. Although reassured, he explained that several traps remained active to protect the manor from possible intruders. Meanwhile, Rios, Emilia, and Ro discovered they had been assigned to the same class. Soon afterward, the trio entered their classroom and began looking around with excitement. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, they searched for seats and prepared for their first lesson together. After entering the classroom, Emilia was unexpectedly approached by a silver-haired student who sought her attention. Moments later, the young noble politely introduced himself while his attendants attempted to control the growing commotion. As tensions rose, Emilia calmly asked for his name, despite Rios's visible frustration with the situation. Rather than backing down, the noble demanded proper recognition before finally hearing Emilia introduce herself. Mark Holtia revealed his status and boldly requested that Emilia become his servant. Emilia rejected Mark's proposal and reaffirmed her loyalty to the master she had already chosen. Hearing this, Mark turned his attention to Sirius and tried to understand the person she respected so deeply. Meanwhile, Sirius remained calm as several students began wondering whether he was the rumored achromatic. Around the classroom, others discussed Mark's talent and unusual magical abilities while observing the exchange. Realizing the situation had gone far enough, Mark apologized for his attendants' behavior. Accepting Emilia's decision, Mark withdrew gracefully and expressed interest in proving himself through his own achievements. Soon afterward, Magana introduced himself as the homeroom teacher and began the class introductions. When her turn arrived, Emilia proudly introduced herself and openly declared her loyalty to Sirius. The unexpected statement stunned the classroom, while Sirius quietly realized she was avoiding discussion of her recent praise. Meanwhile, convinced that belonging to Sirius was something worth celebrating. As orientation came to an end, Ryuz eagerly looked for excitement, while Emilia hurried off to check on Reese before leaving. Sirius spoke with Mark, who welcomed the chance to have a normal conversation. During their walk, Sirius noticed that Mark's attendants were nowhere to be seen. In response, Mark explained their family background and his efforts to correct their misguided behavior. Rather than avoiding the subject, he openly criticized their conduct and accepted responsibility for addressing it. After parting with Mark, Sirius agreed to report any future problems involving the noble's attendants. Not long afterward, he encountered a group hiding nearby and calmly questioned their intentions. Their hostility quickly became apparent as they insulted others and boasted about forcing obedience through status. Unimpressed by their behavior, Sirius criticized their attitude and challenged them to prove themselves properly. A moment later, he demonstrated the gap between them, leaving the troublemakers completely speechless. One of the students suddenly attacked, hoping to catch Sirius off guard and regain some pride. Instead, Sirius vanished from sight and effortlessly restrained his opponent before the others could react. Defeated student stumbled back while his companions hesitated in confusion. Maintaining control of the situation, Sirius ordered a nearby student to cast a spell while he held the captive. A fire spell rushed forward, but Sirius calmly prepared to stop the attack and expose their lack of skill. The incoming fire spell struck its target, but the attack failed to achieve the result its caster expected. Thanks to the Academy uniform's magic resistance, the student escaped serious injury. Faced with overwhelming skill, the remaining troublemakers quickly lost their confidence and abandoned the confrontation. Mark sincerely apologized and explained that his attendants had been punished for their actions. Everyone returned to their normal routine, as Rios's growing circle of followers continued to expand. Sirius and his companions enjoyed lunch while discussing the meal's ingredients and flavor. As the food was examined more closely, Sirius analyzed the cooking method and considered how the recipe could be improved. Curious about her behavior, the others noticed she seemed unusually troubled. Concern for Reese grew, prompting a request for Sirius's advice. Her condition appeared serious enough to seek help. After moving to a quieter place, Reese apologized for the interruption. Seeking advice, Reese listened as Sirius suggested inviting Aniki after class and speaking privately about her concern. Relieved by the idea, she arranged a meeting at the library once lessons were over. Soon afterward, lunch ended and everyone returned to class for practical magic training. During the lesson, students practiced offensive spells, while an instructor demonstrated a powerful technique. Later, classmates discussed the results, praising the performance of several students. During magic practice, Emilia and Ryuz combined their techniques, creating a coordinated attack that impressed everyone watching. Excitement spread through the class as students praised their performance. Soon, attention shifted to Sirius when classmates questioned how his disciples had become so capable. While others admired their achievements, The siblings quietly discussed the demanding routine that shaped their growth. Sirius reflected on their progress, knowing their strength came from persistence and constant effort. After classes ended, Sirius and his companions arrived at the academy library. While Sirius went to meet Reese, Aniki remained behind and spent time reading with Rius among the shelves, leading them to analyze techniques and imagine possible improvements for future practice. As ideas were exchanged, Ryuz reflected on his studies and the habits that helped him continue learning. Before long, Reese arrived at the library and hurried over, apologizing for keeping Sirius waiting. At the library, Reese formally introduced herself, hoping to become better acquainted with Sirius's companions. She met Rius and Aniki, sharing her interests while learning more about their backgrounds. As the conversation continued, Reese listened carefully and grew more comfortable around the group. Observing from nearby, Sirius noticed how naturally she interacted with everyone. Later, a misunderstanding about Reese's noble status arose, prompting explanations that quickly eased the situation. While speaking with the group, Reese revealed how she unexpectedly learned of her noble heritage after her mother's passing. Soon afterward, everyone accompanied her toward Diamond Manor. Reese received a warm welcome and was introduced as an honored guest of the household. Inside the manor, she observed unfamiliar customs and enjoyed refreshments prepared by Sirius and his companions. Tasting the sweets for the first time, Reese was delighted by their texture and flavor. After finishing tea and desserts, Reese thanked everyone for their hospitality before turning the conversation toward her concerns. She revealed her goal of becoming a mage, capable of mastering all 4 elemental attributes. Sirius reviewed the nature of the 4 elements and their different characteristics. As the discussion continued, Reese described how her teacher discouraged pursuing multiple attributes at once. She remained determined because the insults directed at her mother hurt the most. Reese explained how her teacher treated her differently, offering support in private while criticizing her efforts after class. Determined to improve, she demonstrated her magic outdoors and eagerly followed every instruction she received. One by one, Reese successfully used different elemental spells, surprising those who watched her progress. However, repeated attempts to combine the elements ended in failure, leaving her frustrated and exhausted. After observing carefully, Sirius noticed something unusual and asked Reese whether she could see spirits. Surprised by Sirius's question, Reese admitted that seeing spirits had always seemed normal to her. To test a theory, Sirius asked her to request help directly from a fire spirit instead of forcing the spell. Moments later, a small flame appeared in her hand, proving the method had worked. Although everyone celebrated, Sirius remained cautious because the result was still far from her goal. Grateful for their support, Reese listened as the group suggested transferring into their class. Reese was relieved when Sirius and his companions explained that their support came from friendship, rather than her status or abilities. Sirius submitted a proposal regarding Reese's situation and requested the principal's consideration. Afterward, he waited for the school's response while another instructor reviewed the recommendation. Later that afternoon, Sirius was approached by a teacher who wished to discuss an important matter privately. Before leaving, while the teacher remarked on the strong friendship she had formed. Later, Sirius met with Magna and quickly realized the teacher had been observing Reese's situation for some time. Their discussion shifted to the proposed class transfer, with concerns raised about trust. In response, Sirius explained that his actions were motivated by a desire to help a friend overcome her difficulties. Magna then revealed an academy rule that allowed students to change classes through a formal challenge. Conversation turned toward using that system to resolve the matter fairly. Magna and Sirius exchanged playful remarks while considering ways to support Reese's transfer. Suddenly, drawing Sirius's attention to information hidden within them. Rather than focusing on the papers, Sirius steered the conversation toward the sweets Magna had enjoyed earlier. The unexpected topic shifted the mood, yet Magna quickly realized Sirius was avoiding the more serious matter. After expressing interest in obtaining more of the cakes, Magna returned to the main issue and prepared an important request. Transfer plan was approved, Reese's friends encouraged her, and everyone prepared to work hard together. The next day, Reese expressed her gratitude and looked forward to training alongside her new classmates. At the arena, Sirius and his companions reviewed the rules for the upcoming class battle. Sirius remained calm and reminded them not to underestimate anyone before the battle began. Soon, a group of delayed participants finally appeared. Their arrival caught Sirius's attention as he observed them from a distance. After approaching the newcomers, Sirius quickly analyzed their numbers, attendance, and equipment. Facing the opposing side, the group realized the match had become a 6-against-1 duel. Sirius discovered that the battle rules had been altered shortly before the event. Meanwhile, the noble students argued among themselves, showing little agreement despite their confidence and superior numbers. Sirius listened carefully and observed their behavior before making any judgment. Soon Ryuz and Emilia accepted Sirius's decision and stood firmly behind him without hesitation. With the matter settled, the draw battle finally began as both sides prepared to face the challenge ahead. Gregory entrusted the battle to Sirius and warned that the situation could become dangerous. Across the arena, the opposing side mocked Sirius's group and questioned their right to participate in the duel, meanwhile, identifying their strengths while preparing a strategy for the battle. Beside him, Ryuz and Emilia remained confident and fully committed to the plan Sirius had devised. At last, both teams stepped forward into the arena as the opening duel officially began. The armored attendants rushed forward while their master targeted Sirius from a distance. Without hesitation, Ryuz and Emilia stepped in front of Sirius and blocked every attempt to reach him. Soon, the siblings overwhelmed the attendants with superior speed and skill. From the sidelines, Sirius calmly observed the fight and confirmed that the battle was progressing exactly as expected. Meanwhile, Ryuz and Emilia maintained control of the battlefield, steadily forcing the attendants back while protecting Sirius. Seeing the battle stall, the opposing noble attempted to cast a powerful spell directly at Sirius. Before the attack could succeed, the spell backfired, leaving its caster shaken and frustrating his allies. Meanwhile, an attendant charged towards Sirius and tried to end the fight through close combat. Rather than retreating, Sirius countered with precise sword movements and easily controlled the exchange. Within moments, he exposed his opponent's weaknesses, gaining complete control of the duel. The attendant launched a reckless charge, convinced he could defeat Sirius through sheer force and determination. Sirius disarmed and subdued his opponent, ending the duel without difficulty. Around the arena, the defeated attendants collapsed one after another, leaving Sirius's side firmly in control. Refusing to accept defeat, the opposing noble unleashed a powerful wind spell to overwhelm the battlefield. Before the attack could spread further, Ryuz countered decisively and shattered the spell with a crushing strike. After breaking the enemy's spell, Ryuz proudly compared the attack to Sirius's training. Meanwhile, Emilia quickly pulled Ryuz back before his excitement could cause more trouble. Frustrated by the situation, the opposing leader challenged Sirius to a direct one-on-one duel. Sirius accepted the challenge, causing the match to shift away from the original group battle. Soon, both fighters faced each other in the arena, preparing for a decisive confrontation that would determine the outcome. As the duel continued, the opposing leader gathered a large amount of magical power. Moments later, a massive flaming lance surged across the arena, rather than retreating. Sirius released a precise counterattack and shattered the incoming spell in a single strike. Shock spread through the opposing side as the failed attack spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Gregory watched calmly from the sidelines, curious to see how Sirius would handle the worsening situation. A massive explosion erupted above the arena as Sirius vanished. Faced with a difficult choice, Sirius watched as the final exchange unfolded. The young mage remained standing while the defeated opponent struggled to recover. Sirius observed calmly, knowing the result reflected the consequences of Gregory's actions. Meanwhile, officials discussed an appropriate punishment. Their attention shifted from the match itself to the trouble Gregory had caused. At last, the winner was announced before the crowd. Calaris received the victory, bringing the contest to a decisive conclusion. Sirius reviewed the final exchange and explained why the last attack had failed to achieve its full effect. Careful analysis revealed that the spell's power had been spread out, reducing its piercing force but helping lessen the impact. Considering the battlefield conditions, the young mage realized that an earth shield could have absorbed much of the remaining damage. Impressed by the reasoning, Sirius recognized the effort behind the strategy. Soon afterward, shifting the atmosphere from analysis to celebration. As the gathering continued, Rhys suddenly stumbled forward and collided with the young mage. Relief spread through the group when everyone confirmed that no one had been hurt. Soon afterward, the others welcomed Rhys warmly and included her among their classmates. Hearing their sincere support, Rhys slowly realized she had already gained true friends. Rather than sadness, her emotions reflected gratitude for finally finding a place where she belonged. Rhys thanked Sirius, Emilia, and Ryuz, determined to express the gratitude she could no longer keep inside. Tears remained on her face, yet happiness replaced the uncertainty that had burdened her for so long. Soon after, she revealed her decision to join Calaris' class, surprising the others with her enthusiasm. Around her, the group celebrated the choice and welcomed her warmly. Finally, Rhys introduced herself as a healing mage and officially became the newest member of the class. With Rhys joining the group, the class welcomed its newest member, and looked forward to spending more time together. Later that day, Sirius arrived at a room where two senior students were already waiting for him. After taking a seat, he listened carefully and thanked them for the guidance they had provided. The discussion soon shifted to a matter they believed he should know. Meanwhile, creating a calm atmosphere before the important topic was revealed. During the review, the officials confirmed that Reese and Ulster had acted within the rules. Despite that conclusion, Sirius questioned whether the outcome had truly been fair. After considering the evidence, the Academy decided Reese would remain in her new class without further issues. Meanwhile, plans were made to inform the parents and address concerns before misunderstandings could spread. Attention then shifted to Gregory, whose actions were judged inappropriate and became the focus of further discussion. Sirius discussed Gregory's behavior and instructed his students to keep an eye on him while avoiding unnecessary trouble. Soon afterward, Emilia and Rius argued over a reward, each insisting on being recognized first by their master. Their playful dispute drew Reese's attention, leaving him amused as he watched the siblings compete. Later that evening, the class gathered to celebrate Reese's successful enrollment and shared a cheerful toast. Everyone enjoyed the meal while Reese settled comfortably into his new surroundings. Emilia happily enjoyed the meal while the others watched her eat with satisfaction. As the gathering continued, Reese noticed something unusual and realized Emilia's tail had disappeared. Embarrassment quickly overwhelmed her when the reason became clear. Seeing her distress, Sirius gently invited Emilia to sit beside him and calm down. Soon, she relaxed at his side, and the evening ended peacefully as the group continued enjoying their time together. Reese gathered his courage and approached Sirius with a request he had been considering for some time. A serious discussion soon began as Sirius encouraged him to speak openly about what was on his mind. To everyone's surprise, Reese asked to become Sirius's disciple and train under his guidance. He then explained his past struggles and his desire to continue growing despite his uncertainty. Inspired by those around him, Reese declared his wish to become stronger and help others. Sirius carefully explained the hardships that awaited a disciple, making sure Reese understood the challenges before making his decision. Without hesitation, Reese reaffirmed his determination, convincing Sirius that his resolve was genuine. Although the acceptance came with a warning about strict training, Reese eagerly embraced the opportunity to learn. Soon, forming a friendship that encouraged all three to improve together, training began immediately, and Reese pushed through each exercise while his new companions supported him from the sidelines. Reese pushed through her training and finally managed to stand, proving her determination and progress. Afterward, her friends celebrated the achievement while Sirius began planning the next stage of her training. After entering their second year, Emilia and Ryuz arrived at the classroom. Over time, their cheerful greetings became a familiar routine, while rumors spread about their close relationship with Sirius. Meanwhile, Sirius received attention from many students, and Mark joined him before class started. Mark reflected on a birthday celebration and the unusual custom of sharing cake with others. Soon afterward, the teacher announced that every student had graduated to the second year. As the second year began, students selected their specialties, while the academy prepared to open its famous labyrinth. Soon after, the teacher introduced the maze hidden beneath the school's northwest grounds. Labyrinth contained traps, golems, and a magical system built by a figure from the past. Beyond its challenges, valuable rewards awaited those who cleared it first. Meanwhile, excitement spread across the academy as many students hoped to leave their names in school history. Sirius and his companions formed a team and prepared to challenge the labyrinth together. While discussing the plan, the group considered recruiting another member, but Sirius showed little interest. Instead, he handed Mark a special medal that granted permission to enter the labyrinth. Soon afterward, the principal's unusual weakness for cake revealed clues about the labyrinth's creation. Hearing the details, Mark realized the special labyrinth was likely connected to a powerful magic circle. Half a month after the labyrinth opened, Sirius's group arrived and noticed many students gathering at the entrance. Before entering, they checked their equipment and confirmed that everything was ready. Each member reviewed their weapons and abilities, preparing for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, Sirius reminded the team to stay focused since participants would be separated inside. Despite the warning, Emilia's lively nature left her companions doubtful that she would remain quiet for long. At the labyrinth entrance, the group received pendants that could reveal their location and help rescuers reach them during emergencies. Although the pendants protected participants from traps, clearing the labyrinth still required skill and determination. Soon afterward, a student appeared carrying a special medal linked to a hidden labyrinth prepared by the principal. Rather than avoiding the danger, Sirius's team immediately accepted the challenge. Moments later, they stepped inside and advanced toward the glowing depths of the labyrinth. No sooner had the group entered than Amelia and Reese nearly triggered a trap, forcing everyone to stop and regroup. Sirius lined them up and reminded them to move carefully through the labyrinth. Drawing on his knowledge, he explained how to identify hidden traps by studying the floor and magical patterns. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the corridor, putting the team on alert. Several golems appeared, and Reese rushed forward to destroy their magical cores. Working together, the group defeated the first golems while Reese's magic helped finish the remaining enemies. Soon afterward, a much larger group of golems appeared deeper inside the labyrinth. Rather than retreating, the team prepared for battle and advanced, with confidence against the overwhelming numbers. Students gathered as news spread that Amelia and Ryus had advanced further than expected. Soon, two unfamiliar siblings appeared and recognized the pair immediately. After introducing themselves, the newcomers boldly issued a duel challenge. Meanwhile, the group learned that the challengers were dissatisfied with a previous defeat and wanted another chance. Confident in their abilities, the siblings proposed a rematch inside the labyrinth. Mocking laughter filled the room as the challengers boasted about surpassing Amelia and Ryus. Instead of reacting, the siblings turned to Sirius and waited for his judgment. After receiving his support, they confidently accepted the challenge and set the duel for later that day. Determination grew stronger, as both declared their wish to win through their own efforts without relying on their master. Moved by their resolve, while Sirius quietly approved of the decision from the sidelines. Sirius calmly observed the situation while learning more about the challenge facing his apprentices. Meanwhile, believing Amelia and Ryus possessed enough ability and experience to handle the contest. Rather than doubting them, Sirius viewed the match as a valuable opportunity for growth later. The discussion shifted to the labyrinth, where several unusual obstacles' attention then turned to the golems guarding the area, raising questions about whether their immense strength could become a serious danger. Sirius examined the magic circles and listened to an explanation about their origin. Suddenly, an urgent report interrupted the conversation and drew everyone's attention. According to new information, a suspicious group believed to be the Blood Dragons had appeared nearby. After hearing the report, Sirius began explaining the situation and instructed the staff to remain alert. The investigation revealed that the Blood Dragons were a notorious four-man criminal group responsible for numerous offenses across different regions. While advancing through the labyrinth, the group learned that the Blood Dragons were feared killers known for their brutality. Meanwhile, Amelia and her companions pressed forward, overcoming obstacles. Reyes noticed Amelia pushing herself beyond her limits while refusing to slow down. Soon afterward, the rival siblings appeared ahead, revealing that they had been waiting for the challengers, rather than ending the contest. The nobles proudly declared they had paused their advance to settle the duel. First, while preparing for the duel, the group noticed several suspicious figures moving through the labyrinth. Moments later, one hooded stranger stepped forward, revealing hostile intentions and demanding a reward from the startled adventurers. During the trial, a dark figure suddenly appeared and rushed toward the group, forcing everyone into alarm. The attacker seized Melrusa and prepared to carry out a cruel act before the others could react. Without hesitation, a girl struck back with a swift air shot, knocking the enemy away. Afterward, the group cautiously questioned the stranger while trying to understand his purpose. Meanwhile, the man revealed himself as a member of the Blood Dragons. The Blood Dragons revealed Gregory's plan and explained why they had remained hidden until now. Sirius's companions realized another dangerous scheme was already unfolding. While fear spread through the group, Reese struggled with the choice between escaping and staying behind. Determination soon overcame her fear, leading Reese to stand with her friends despite the danger. Together, they resolved to return to Sirius's side and prepare for the coming battle. Working together, the students launched a series of magic attacks, forcing the Blood Dragon member onto the defensive. Rather than retreating, the enemy mocked their efforts and brushed aside the incoming spell with confidence. Reese fired another attack, but the man endured the assault and remained standing. Amusement spread across his face as he pointed out their lack of battle experience. Intending to repay her attacks, while her companions rushed forward in alarm, the enemy lunged toward Reese, but Ryu stepped in without hesitation and took the attack himself. Rage erupted within him as he shielded his sister, forcing the attacker to retreat for a moment. Driven by fury, Ryus gathered nearby rocks and launched a powerful counterattack. Several strikes connected, sending him crashing across the arena and shaking the battlefield. Reyes refused to withdraw, while Reese desperately tried to keep him from fighting alone, struggled to stay conscious as memories surfaced, pushing him to endure. Despite his worsening condition, meanwhile, the Blood Dragons sensed a strange presence and quickly prepared for an unexpected threat. Sirius arrived and praised Ryus for holding out for so long. Relief spread among the group as Sirius checked on the injured students and took charge of the situation. Facing the enemies alone, he calmly declared his intent to fight and bring their plans to an end. Standing before the blood dragons, Sirius warned them that their actions would soon bring consequences. In an instant, he launched a counterattack, striking one enemy before the group could react. While stones rained across the battlefield, another opponent struggled to defend against the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Sirius calmly demonstrated his ability to control several techniques at once, while monitoring every threat. He overwhelmed the remaining enemies and seized complete control of the battle. After defeating several opponents, Sirius revealed that he was a teacher seeking justice for the children they'd harmed. Soon, a dragon-like warrior emerged and challenged him, forcing the battle into a new stage. Sirius acknowledged the enemy's strength and prepared for a serious fight. Moments later, the dragon charged forward, convinced that Sirius was hiding his true experience. Before the attack could succeed, Sirius slipped through the opening and caught his opponent off guard. Moving behind the dragon warrior, Sirius struck with precision and severed one of his arms in a single motion. Although the wound quickly regenerated, the enemy grew more interested in testing his strange opponent. Instead of advancing, Sirius lured him toward a narrow passage and patiently waited for the trap to close. Confident in his strength, the dragon rushed forward and seized Sirius before celebrating his success. Moments later, allowing Sirius to expose the weakness behind his regeneration. With the battle decided, Sirius destroyed the source of the dragon warrior's regeneration and stripped away his greatest advantage. Calmly watching the defeated enemy, he warned him not to collapse before answering for his crimes. Later, the injured students recovered while reflecting on the harsh battle and their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, Sirius checked on Reese and Amelia, pleased to see their spirits returning. As night approached, but Reese remained troubled by the secrets still surrounding Sirius. Following the incident, Sirius met with the principal and learned that Gregory had discovered his true identity before dying. Later, the principal asked him to explain the events that had unfolded during the crisis. Meanwhile, Sirius addressed the students, urging them to use their strength to protect others rather than harm them. In the end, he reflected on his purpose, reaffirming the values that continued to guide his life. The school prepared for the Ariaston Harvest Festival, a popular event filled with tournaments. Meanwhile, the approaching festival became a frequent topic as everyone enjoyed cakes. Sirius was asked about his plans and decided to spend the festival alongside his students. Hearing that the cakes could sell well, he quickly considered opening a temporary shop to earn extra money. Discussion shifted to pricing, and the value of a cake was estimated at about 8 gold coins. Sirius experimented with a magic stone, hoping to create original magic circles and develop a two-way communication spell. He explained that only trusted people would receive access to the invention. Later, his attention shifted toward selling a cake recipe to Galgan's store for practical use. Instead of sharing recipes alone, he preferred introducing tools and techniques he had developed. With Galgan's reputation and support, the plan seemed likely to spread without difficulty. Students asked to be included among the first users. Once Sirius completed his new creation, before leaving, he shared useful knowledge with them and felt satisfied seeing their friendship grow stronger over time. Later, the group finished their work and gathered together while waiting for Amelia and Reese to return. Soon after, Sirius learned that Reese had already left after receiving an unexpected summons. Amelia arrived and praised everyone's efforts, but a sudden disturbance immediately drew attention. After returning, Amelia apologized for the delay, while Sirius asked whether she knew anything about Reese's sudden departure. Unfortunately, though a letter seemed to have changed Reese's behavior noticeably. Concern spread among the group, yet they decided to remain patient instead of rushing to conclusions. Meanwhile, the mood lightened as the students gathered around Amelia and enjoyed the peaceful moment together. Everyone prepared to move on, leaving their worries behind while continuing their day in good spirits. Sirius visited Zach's shop to discuss cakes, and the merchant warmly welcomed him before guiding the group inside. She headed to the kitchen while Zach prepared to hear Sirius's proposal. Meanwhile, fresh coffee was served, giving Sirius a familiar taste that reminded him of his previous life. Attention gradually shifted toward the cake business they had come to discuss. However, unable to believe he would have the chance to meet the famous creator behind the cakes, Zach accepted the proposal enthusiastically and promised to arrange a meeting. As they left the shop, news spread that Princess Riefel would soon marry, adding excitement to the upcoming Harvest Festival. Meanwhile, Zach continued discussing ways to promote the cakes, hoping their popularity would expand even further. Later, the group returned home and casually talked about dinner while waiting for Reese to arrive. The conversation eventually turned serious as they began wondering what future awaited Reese after graduation. While discussing Reese's future, Sirius admitted he hoped she could continue traveling with the group after graduation. At the same time, he believed the final decision should belong to Reese. The conversation became lighter as everyone joked about staying together, though Sirius remained determined to support Reese. 2 days later, Reese finally returned home, bringing an end to the group's growing concerns. Moments afterward, and a worried woman rushed forward, urgently asking Reese to accompany her. Visitor revealed that a serious matter had forced her to seek Reese's help without delay. Sirius and the others listened carefully and promised their support before hearing the full story. Soon, the woman introduced herself as Faris Bardford and disclosed her true family background. The revelation stunned everyone when it became clear that her father was the king of Ariaston. Despite the shocking news, the group quickly accepted the situation and continued treating her as they always had. Sirius asked why she specifically wanted Reese to accompany her to the royal residence. Faceris explained that her sister Princess Rifle had fallen mysteriously ill and continued growing weaker each day. She revealed that Rifle had once saved her, making it impossible to ignore her suffering. Moved by her sincerity, Sirius and the others agreed to help after hearing the details. Soon afterward, a royal maid named Senia arrived and welcomed Reese back to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, the group met Melt, a knight who harshly questioned their presence and criticized Faris's decision. Senia introduced the visitors and explained that they might help Princess Rifle's condition. Faris firmly defended Sirius, insisting that he possessed the ability to save her sister. Although still doubtful, Senia persuaded Melt to set aside his suspicions and allow the guests to proceed. With permission finally granted, the group was escorted deeper into the palace toward Rifle's room. While heading toward Princess Rifle's chambers, Sirius and his companions walked through the palace under a calm atmosphere. A maid reminded the group to set aside any hostile intent before entering. Soon afterward, the maid informed the princess that Reese's friends from school had arrived and wished to meet her. Reese received a warm welcome from her older sister. As the sisters reunited, while curiosity grew over the companions who had accompanied her to the palace. After meeting Princess Rifle, Sirius introduced himself and presented Amelia and Rius as his companions. Curiosity arose when Rifle learned Sirius was younger than Reese despite guiding her growth and education. Sirius explained that Reese's achievements came from her own effort and determination. Meanwhile, while her sister reflected on Sirius's influence and reputation, later the group gathered beside the bed as Sirius prepared to examine the illness, using his unique magic. During the examination, Sirius discovered a foreign object hidden in the princess's arm and linked it to her illness. Doubt quickly spread through the room as one noble questioned his conclusion. To prove his claim, Sirius proposed removing the object despite the risks involved in the procedure. Unexpectedly, Amelia and Rius stepped forward, ready to support their master without hesitation. Reese also volunteered to help, strengthening everyone's determination. Rifle expressed gratitude for the friends who had gathered to support her recovery. Meanwhile, playful teasing filled the room as the group joked about growing feelings and future relationships. Without warning, a sleeping dart struck one of the companions, causing brief confusion before the situation was explained. Later, the atmosphere relaxed as trust deepened between Sirius and the royal sisters. At last, the operation succeeded, and the hidden object was removed from Rifle's arm. Once the object was removed, Sirius identified it as a magic stone and confirmed it had caused Rifle's suffering. While Rifle rested comfortably, Sirius considered how such a valuable item had ended up inside her arm. Sisters expressed their gratitude for saving Rifle and ending her long ordeal. Joy spread through the room as Reese celebrated the outcome, though teasing quickly followed. Later, attention shifted toward Reese as Sirius prepared to discuss her future. After noticing the situation, Sirius questioned why Reese's existence had been kept hidden for so long. Although concern spread among the group, Rifle calmly explained that Reese could be trusted with the truth. She then revealed that secrecy had protected Reese from political schemes and unwanted attention. Further discussion touched on succession and noble affairs, showing how dangerous public recognition could become. Sirius and Reese reached a better understanding, strengthening their friendship for the future. 3 days later, Sirius visited the mansion again after receiving a request from the recovered princess. A light-hearted exchange unfolded as Reese was gently sent out of the room. Once alone, Rifle brought up the magic stone and the investigation surrounding her illness. The inquiry revealed that a researcher had secretly embedded the stone after being misled about its effects. Although the culprit was found, Rifle suspected a larger conspiracy and believed someone else remained behind the incident. Sirius learned that a powerful noble had likely orchestrated the plot behind the assassination attempt. The suspect had already been arrested after evidence linking him to multiple crimes was discovered. Rather than showing sympathy, Sirius viewed the punishment as a fitting consequence for the conspiracy. Rifle then explained that she trusted Sirius because his actions had exposed the truth. Finally, she revealed her real purpose for the meeting and offered Sirius a position at her side after graduation. He politely declined the offer, explaining that he planned to travel after graduation with Emilia and Reyes. Rifle continued persuading him and even considered entrusting Reese to his care. Confident in his character and abilities, she expressed her desire to recruit him to help achieve her ambitions. Before Sirius could respond further, an attendant rushed into the room with urgent news. Conversation came to an abrupt halt as attention shifted toward a new problem involving Reese. Sirius immediately suspected the situation was far more serious than it appeared. Despite the political risks, he refused to ignore the matter and insisted on helping Reese. After discussing the situation with Rifle, Sirius decided to act as both her teacher and protector. Soon, the truth emerged that Reese had been taken away by order of a foreign king. Meanwhile, Reese was brought to a distant castle to be married into nobility. News of Reese's marriage shocked the group, and Ryus struggled to believe such a decision had been made. As more details surfaced, they learned Reese had taken her sister's place in a political arrangement at a distant castle. Recognizing the situation as a forced noble marriage, Sirius began preparing for a rescue mission. Meanwhile, Rifle hoped to hear Reese's true feelings before any irreversible choice was made. That night, the group finalized a plan to infiltrate the ceremony and bring Reese back. As a child, Fairy often read The Dragon Prince, a tale about a prince who rescued a princess with the help of a dragon and later married her. The story filled her with hope, and she believed a prince like that would one day appear in her life. Soon afterward, her mother passed away, and she was taken in by her father. Meeting him for the first time shattered the image she had imagined. Later, Fairy met her older sister, Real, and gradually found warmth among new companions. After making friends and enrolling in Elysian Academy, fate finally led her to the person she had long awaited. While discussing their reasons for becoming Sirius's apprentices, Ryu spoke of protecting his remaining family. At first she believed her goal was simply to become stronger, deep inside. However, another reason quietly guided her heart. Watching Sirius, Emilia, and Rias together, Fairy realized she wanted to stand beside them and share the same bond. Soon after, she officially became Sirius's apprentice. Training days began. Under Sirius's guidance, she gained knowledge, discipline, and experiences she could never learn in a classroom. Gradually, admiration turned into a stronger feeling, inspiring her to keep chasing the person she looked up to most. The day of the premarital ceremony finally arrived. Dressed for the occasion, Ferris quietly followed her partner toward the ceremony hall. Beside her stood Kula, a respected aristocrat whose gentle smile hid emotions that were difficult to read. Guests filled the hall as the couple entered. Applause echoed through the room while family members, nobles, and friends watched the ceremony begin. As speeches celebrated the union between their families, Ferreris remained silent. A heavy feeling lingered despite the festive atmosphere around her. Lavish decorations, elegant clothing, and endless food surrounded the celebration. Yet none of it brought her joy, and the world before her seemed to lose all color. Among the guests, Ferres suddenly spotted Emilia and Rius. Their unexpected appearance immediately caught her attention. A wave of relief washed over her as she realized they had truly come. For the first time that day, hope returned to her heart. Meanwhile, Kula formally introduced himself before the crowd, drawing everyone's focus to the ceremony. Despite seeing familiar faces, Phalaris struggled with guilt. She feared that any attempt to help her would place Sirius and the others in danger and turn them into targets. With that decision, she silently wished for the guests to enjoy the feast and not become involved because of her. During the celebration, Kula proudly presented a magnificent wedding cake, explaining that it had been specially prepared as a gift for the occasion. The realization stirred memories she had been trying to suppress throughout the ceremony. Thoughts of sharing a simple cake with Sirius, Emilia, Rius, and the others filled her mind. Compared to those cherished moments, the grand display before her felt meaningless. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her face. The future waiting beyond the ceremony was not the one she desired. Panic spread across the hall as urgent voices rang out, bringing the celebration to an abrupt halt. Realizing it was caused by a magic item, Ferris immediately sensed that something was wrong. At the same time, he revealed that the ceremony had been arranged by both her father and the king. His explanation failed to ease her doubts. Tears filled Ferris's eyes as she questioned the determination behind his decision and the true feelings hidden in his heart. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared and exposed the ceremony as a political arrangement. Faced with the accusation, Kula tried to defend his choice and his duty as heir. Nevertheless, the challenge forced him to confront emotions he had been unwilling to admit. The mysterious intruder challenged Kula's resolve, exposing the feelings he had tried to hide. Stepping forward, the hooded figure revealed himself as Sirius. Ignoring the tension around him, he offered his hand and declared his intention to take Ferris away. Rather than forcing a decision, Sirius explained that he had come at the request of her sister. Those simple words encouraged her to think about her own wishes instead of carrying everyone else's expectations. Moved by that support, she began to reconsider her choice. Meanwhile, Sirius calmly asked everyone else to leave, creating a chance for her to decide her future for herself. Through tears and a trembling smile, she reached for his hand and asked to stay with him and their friends. The moment their decision was made, a new problem emerged. Castle guards surrounded the area, sealing the exits. Without hesitation, Sirius abandoned any attempt at a careful escape. A loud crash echoed through the building as he created a path forward. Meanwhile, Emilia and Ryus stepped in to support the escape. Their sudden appearance drew Ferris's attention and strengthened her resolve. Leading the way, Sirius guided Ferris onto a high balcony. While others questioned his reckless plan, he calmly prepared the next step of their daring escape after escaping onto the balcony. Ferris quickly checked on Emilia and Ryus. Noticing her wedding dress, Emilia and Ryus praised how well it suited her. Their sincere compliments caught Ferris by surprise. Warmth spread through her heart as she listened. Although others had said similar things before, hearing it from her closest friends meant far more. With little time to waste, Sirius revealed his escape route. A cable stretched from the balcony toward the forest below, offering a way out of the castle. Before she could fully prepare herself, Sirius pulled her close and launched forward. The sudden descent left Ferris screaming as they sped through the night sky. Sirius carried Ferris safely into the forest below. Although the descent had frightened her, relief quickly replaced the fear once they reached the ground unharmed. Still trying to process everything that had happened, Ferris watched as Sirius immediately began planning their next move. To erase any traces of their escape, Sirius used magic to destroy evidence that could be linked back to them. The careful preparation left Ferris impressed. Soon afterward, Emilia, Ryus, and the others prepared to split up and head toward separate destinations. Sirius gave instructions while reminding everyone to stay alert. Their strange farewell left her puzzled, yet hopeful that they would reunite again soon. Carried in his arms through the forest, she wondered where their friends had gone. The situation reminded her of the fairy tale she had loved as a child. Although she felt embarrassed, being rescued by Sirius filled her with happiness rather than discomfort. Hearing her answer, Sirius continued forward without hesitation. Moments later, he left the ground and carried her high above the forest. Curious about their destination, she listened while Sirius guided her toward a hidden mansion beyond a nearby lake. The beautiful view spread out beneath them as they crossed the water. Watching the shining lake from above, Farkis could only stare in amazement. While flying through the night sky, Ferreris asked Sirius to remove his disguise. Now that they were far from danger, she wanted to see his real face again. Ferreris found it difficult to look away. His familiar smile stirred emotions she could no longer ignore. Words she had heard earlier echoed in her mind. For the first time, she seriously considered Sirius not as a mentor or father figure, but as a man. As those feelings became clearer, the answer she had been avoiding finally surfaced. The admiration she carried in her heart had grown into love. Even so, he was the one who had come for her, saved her, and stolen her heart. Under the moonlit sky, Ferris finally accepted her feelings, realizing Sirius had become the prince she had always sought. After arriving at the academy, Rhys remained unusually quiet as memories and emotions resurfaced. Noticing her reaction, a companion realized she was struggling to face someone important from her past. Moments later, Rhys finally met her older sister. Shock quickly turned into overwhelming relief as the reunion became real. Instead of celebrating immediately, her sister scolded her for acting recklessly and causing worry for so long. Reassured that Rhys was unharmed, she calmed down and welcomed her back safely, bringing their long separation to an emotional end. Relief spread across Rhys's face as she explained that Sirius had rescued her and kept her safe from harm. Hearing that explanation, Sirius reflected on Rhys's feelings, while the others watched their reunion with curiosity and amusement. Soon after, Emilia made an unusual request regarding Rhys's future. Rather than hesitating, Sirius accepted and trusted her intentions completely. Attention then shifted to security concerns. Reports from the castle were still pending, yet the area appeared calm enough for the moment. As the discussion seemed settled, Emilia comforted Reese affectionately. Just before everyone could move on, Reese suddenly called out, stopping the conversation. Emilia invited Sirius and the others to stay at her residence for the night, hoping to spend more time together after their reunion. While the invitation was accepted, Reese chose to remain outside and wait for the companions who had not arrived yet. Preparations quickly began as the household organized food and accommodations for the expected guests. Soon, everyone gathered around a large table, enjoying a peaceful moment while waiting for the remaining group. The sound seemed impossible given the distance. Yet the approaching figures were soon recognized as the companions they had been expecting. The remaining companions finally arrived at the mansion after a surprisingly fast journey. Their safe return brought relief to everyone waiting. Without delay, Reese rushed to greet Emilia and Reus, expressing heartfelt gratitude for everything they had done to help her. Soon afterward, Emilia thanked the travelers in return, acknowledging their efforts in bringing Reese home safely despite the hardships. Preparations concluded as a large meal was served. Laughter and praise filled the room while everyone enjoyed the feast together. As they admired the luxurious facilities, the peaceful atmosphere marked the end of a long and eventful day. While relaxing in the bath, the group discussed Reese's growing attachment and what it might mean for the future. Conversation continued. Sirius quietly realized that Reese's feelings had begun to change beyond simple admiration. Meanwhile, Ryu suggested addressing the matter carefully later, believing everyone involved deserved an honest discussion. Awkward silence followed before one of the men gathered the courage to speak about a lingering concern. Understanding the circumstances, Sirius accepted the apology, allowing the tension between them to finally fade. During the bath, one of the knights admitted his failure to protect the princess and expressed deep regret over the events that had unfolded. Sincere gratitude followed as he thanked Sirius and his companions for saving the person he valued most, while also apologizing for his earlier attitude. Eventually, the long day came to an end. Sirius drifted to sleep while waiting for Emilia and Reese to return. Morning arrived quietly, and both girls greeted him after waking up beside him. Only then did Sirius realize the situation. Surrounded by Emilia, Reese, and the sleeping Reus, he found himself at the center of an unexpectedly crowded bed. Sirius woke up to find Reese and Emilia sleeping beside him. Their explanation only left him more confused about how the situation had happened. Rather than showing embarrassment, the two girls appeared completely comfortable. Their growing bond with each other made the unusual scene seem natural to them. Meanwhile, Reus woke up more concerned about breakfast than the strange sleeping arrangement, drawing attention away from the awkward moment. Soon afterward, the group gathered for breakfast and prepared to discuss recent events in a calmer setting. The peaceful morning was interrupted when Emilia revealed that her father had unexpectedly returned to the castle, bringing news that demanded immediate attention. News of Emilia's father's arrival immediately changed the atmosphere. Before meeting him, Emilia asked Sirius to stay close to Reese in case problems arose. Although Sirius tried to reassure Reese, she remained uneasy. The unexpected visit from her father felt far more serious than a simple family discussion. Suddenly, a loud argument echoed through the mansion. Hearing Emilia's voice, the group quickly realized that something had gone wrong. Moments later, a servant arrived and summoned Reese and the others to the drawing room, assuring them that Emilia was unharmed. With Emilia clearly furious and her father waiting downstairs, Reese gathered her courage and headed toward the meeting. Escorted by a servant, Reese and her companions entered the room where Emilia waited, her displeasure still evident after the earlier confrontation. Soon afterward, the group finally met Emilia's father. Observing the visitors carefully, he began assessing the people connected to Reese's return. Sirius noticed a man with trimmed red hair and a sharp gaze, realizing he was connected to Fairy and her companions. Recognition quickly followed as he identified the man as Cardias Bardford, the King of Elysian and Reese's father. Soon after, the king revealed that everyone had been gathered to hear an important truth. A hidden scheme came to light when the royal wedding was exposed as a trap designed to capture corrupt nobles throughout Elysian. Further details confirmed the plan, as soldiers sealed the castle and prevented suspects from escaping, turning the entire marriage event into a successful undercover operation. Reese learned the ceremony had never been a real wedding. The entire event had been arranged to expose the Ebereth house and its allies. Cardias acknowledged her feelings and compared her determination to that of another child. At the same time, he noted that Sirius had acted without hesitation to protect her. That remark surprised the group, while Sirius quietly reflected on how quickly Cardias had understood the situation. Attention then shifted to Sirius's request regarding Reese, revealing that the king had already considered the matter. After weighing the circumstances, Cardias decided punishment was unnecessary, recognizing that Sirius's actions had disrupted a false ceremony rather than a genuine marriage. Cardias explained that punishing Sirius for helping Reese would be no different from misusing his royal authority. Meanwhile, Rhys accepted the explanation about the ceremony, but remained troubled by another question she could not ignore. Determined to settle the matter, she stepped forward and demanded that her father reveal his true feelings instead of avoiding the issue. The sudden challenge caught everyone off guard. Even Sirius paused as Rhys pressed her father for an honest answer. After a long hesitation, Cardias admitted his own regrets and blamed himself for past events, while Rhys listened carefully to the painful truth. Cardias admitted that Laura likely resented him for the choices he had made, and the weight of that belief stayed with him for years. Born as the eldest prince of Elysian, he was expected to inherit the throne, yet his heart was drawn toward adventure rather than royal duties. Instead of becoming king, Cardias entrusted the future of the kingdom to his younger brother, Arios, and set off to explore the world. Tragedy struck when news arrived that Arios had died before their promised reunion. Faced with that loss, Cardias returned home and accepted the crown, dedicating himself to protecting the kingdom his brother had cherished. While handling royal duties, Cardias received a letter from Laura. Its brief message carried a request that immediately stayed in his mind. The letter asked him to watch over her daughter. From that moment, Rhys became the person he could never ignore. Years later, Cardias confessed that Laura had raised Rhys alone after he left. Burdened by guilt, he admitted that he had failed both mother and daughter. Unable to hold back her emotions, Rhys struck him and released the anger she had carried for so long. Then Rhys revealed Laura's final words. Contrary to his fears, her mother had never hated him, leaving Cardias stunned by the truth, explaining that Laura had always spoken highly of Cardias and believed he was a man who would never break his promises. With tears in her eyes, Rhys asked the question that mattered most to her, wondering whether he was happy that she was his daughter. Cardias admitted that learning of Laura's death and Rhys's existence had once filled him with despair, yet he cherished her deeply. Relief finally replaced years of doubt. Rhys accepted his feelings, forgave him, and even encouraged him to call her by name. As the emotional reunion settled, the moment was interrupted by official duties, reminding everyone that the kingdom's affairs still awaited their attention. With the tension finally gone, the group joked about Cardias's injured face while discussing his recovery. The atmosphere felt far lighter than before. Soon afterward, an attendant excused himself and returned to the castle, leaving Cardias to enjoy a brief moment of peace. Curiosity then turned toward Laura. Rhys eagerly agreed to share more stories, while the others watched the reunion with quiet happiness. Sirius hoped father and daughter would make up for the years they had lost and build new memories together. To keep the cheerful mood going, the group decided to bake a cake together, bringing the heartfelt day to a warm and joyful close. Later, the group relaxed in a bathhouse, where Cardias thanked Sirius for everything he had done for Rhys. Sirius explained that his goal had always been to help Rhys reunite with her family while continuing to grow stronger through her own efforts. The discussion then shifted to Rhys herself. Cardias praised her kindness and dedication, recognizing how hard she worked in every aspect of her life. Hearing that, Sirius promised to keep protecting her. Even so, Cardias worried about the hardships Rhys had endured while living as a commoner. Concerns soon turned into overprotectiveness as Cardias began imagining Rhys's future, prompting Sirius to reassure him that her training. With the incident resolved, the fake engagement ceremony finally came to an end. Rhys's identity remained secret, allowing her to return to a normal student life. Meanwhile, the corrupt nobles involved in the scheme were punished. Many lost their titles and were expelled from Elysian. Before long, everyday life resumed. Rhys moved into Diamond Manor alongside Amelia and Ryus, bringing a new sense of energy to the household. The once quiet manor became livelier as Sirius watched his 3 students grow closer and spend more time together. Soon after, a new chapter began when the Elysian Harvest Festival opened, filling the city with excitement and drawing everyone toward another adventure. The Harvest Festival quickly drew large crowds, forcing Sirius and his students to stay close together as they explored the busy streets. While walking through the market, Sirius spotted 2 former agents from the ceremony. The pair appeared to be enjoying the festival while pretending to be an engaged couple. Deciding not to interrupt them, the group quietly moved on and left the couple to enjoy their day. Soon afterward, Rhys became distracted by the many food stalls and eagerly searched for something delicious to try. Proud of the gift, Rhys hurried over to show Sirius, while her father stood nearby with a satisfied smile. Sirius noticed Rhys spending meaningful time with her father, and quietly reflected on how much their relationship had changed. Moments later, Rhys happily enjoyed the gifts she received, showing that the day had become a treasured memory for her. 3 years after entering the academy, a student returned and openly challenged a colorless classmate to a duel, drawing attention from those nearby. Sirius's beastkin disciples stepped forward and blocked the challenger, determined to protect their master's side. Meanwhile, a brief break with desserts gave the group time to relax, though the tension from earlier had not completely faded. Soon after, concern shifted toward unusual activity around the school grounds, prompting the students to investigate more carefully. Their suspicions deepened as signs of prejudice against Beastkin appeared, revealing that Gregory's influence might still be affecting many students. While investigating the issue, Sirius learned that complaints about Beastkin students were increasing, making the situation at the academy harder to ignore. Further inquiry revealed that Gregory's hatred stemmed from human supremacist beliefs, influencing others to share the same prejudice. At the same time, the deeper cause of his resentment was uncovered, tracing back to a tragedy involving his family. Recognizing the academy's responsibility, Magat-sensei entrusted Sirius with handling matters during the next 2 days. Despite the serious mission ahead, a light-hearted request for extra cake reminded everyone to enjoy the journey. While preparing for the trip, Sirius focused on creating a new magic tool, though repeated failures slowed his progress. Nearby, his students gathered for a break and watched with curiosity as the project finally began to take shape. After testing the device, the group successfully established long-distance communication, proving that Sirius's idea worked as intended. Excitement quickly spread among the students, and one of them became especially eager to stay close to Sirius. Later, the gathering ended on a cheerful note. As everyone relaxed and reflected on the day, the successful experiment left the group in high spirits. Although the project had ended in failure, the students remained optimistic and continued supporting his efforts. Meanwhile, the Academy's research into magical energy advanced rapidly, transforming magic into a force capable of influencing large-scale conflicts. Without warning, armed intruders stormed the school and seized control of the area, forcing everyone to remain where they stood. Soon after, the attackers declared their loyalty to Gregory and revealed that the Academy had become their target. Rather than panic, Sirius stepped forward and urged the students to stay calm, choosing to understand the situation before taking action. Standing before the students, Gregory's follower announced a plan to remove every beastkin from Elysian and rebuild the nation under human rule alone. Instead of reacting with fear, Sirius calmly raised his hand and interrupted the speech with an unexpected request, catching everyone off guard. As the captors mocked him, Sirius slowly approached while pretending to struggle, carefully positioning himself for a counterattack. In a sudden burst of movement, he struck without hesitation and brought down one of the enemies before they could react. Chaos spread across the room as the remaining attackers rushed forward, turning the standoff into an open battle. The attackers' confidence vanished when Sirius's students revealed they were never true hostages, leaving their enemies visibly shocked. Attention then shifted to a wounded teacher, whose body showed signs of poisoning, raising concerns about the extent of the attack. During the search, the students discovered a poisoned needle along with an antidote, providing a crucial clue about the enemy's methods. Rather than giving in to panic, the group organized themselves and decided to listen carefully before making their next move. Looking beyond the academy, they spotted enormous golems approaching through the smoke, revealing that the crisis had only just begun. From the window, the students noticed people outside breaking free from their slave collars. Their hope faded when the attackers revealed a powerful barrier surrounding the academy, trapping everyone inside and blocking any escape. Further discussion uncovered an even worse problem. Once activated, the barrier would remain for an entire day, and no ordinary magic could disable it. Growing impatient, Sirius pressured one of the captives for answers, exposing how little the attackers actually understood about the larger plan. Eventually, the prisoner admitted that the revolution was backed by nobles and mercenaries, but only a single powerful figure appeared to be directing the operation. With no way to escape the barrier, Sirius assigned tasks to his companions. Without hesitation, the students accepted their roles and prepared for the coming battle. Sirius instructed everyone to gather allies and avoid unnecessary confrontations, while collecting information throughout the academy. To the group's surprise, Sirius announced that he would investigate the barrier alone, believing the mission would be easier without additional companions. Although the others wanted to accompany him, Sirius reminded them that they were already strong enough to handle the situation on their own. Rather than feeling discouraged, the students strengthened their resolve, determined to become reliable partners capable of supporting Sirius in future battles. Encouraged by Sirius's decision, the students regained confidence and prepared themselves for the challenges waiting ahead. Sirius entered the arena, determined to push himself further and continue growing stronger. Without warning, stone golems surrounded the students, forcing them into a dangerous trial as a mysterious figure welcomed them. Meanwhile, clues revealed that the mastermind might be Lord Gloria, a noble linked to wealth, gained through conflict and slavery. Soon, The enemy exposed his plan and threatened everyone wearing enslavement collars, demanding total surrender. Instead of yielding, the culprit confidently claimed control over the collars, showing that the crisis had been orchestrated from the beginning. At the start of the battle, the students charged forward together and launched an attack against the golems, blocking their path. Meanwhile, a captive girl resisted her controller's orders and refused to cooperate despite the pressure placed on her. Suddenly, another student struck the enemy from behind, creating an opening while the others prepared their next move. Taking advantage of the confusion, the group subdued the collar holder and began searching for a way to release the captives. Sirius arrived to take control of the situation, as new information revealed that another attacker was still nearby. While the arena remained in chaos, Rius volunteered to confront the mercenary mage as his sister focused on protecting the others. Moments later, he rushed forward and launched the first strike, testing the enemy's strength in direct combat, rather than backing down. The mercenary introduced himself and quickly realized that Rius was one of Sirius's disciples. As the fight intensified, both sides exchanged attacks and the opponent became increasingly excited by Rius's skill and determination. Despite avoiding a dangerous blow, Rius learned that the mercenary coated his weapons with poison, turning the duel into an even greater challenge. During the duel, the mercenary questioned Rius about the master he admired so deeply, and tried to learn more about him soon after. He attempted to lure Rius to his side by portraying Sirius as a dangerous person with hidden motives. Even when hearing suspicious details about Sirius's actions, Rius refused to doubt the man who had guided him. With unwavering conviction, he declared his loyalty and resolved to follow Sirius no matter what others claimed. Realizing persuasion had failed, the mercenary revealed his next move and signaled his scattered allies to return to the arena. As reinforcements arrived, the golems suddenly grew larger, placing the students in an even more dangerous situation. Meanwhile, the mercenary pressed his attack and exploited Rius's frustration, forcing him onto the defensive. Just as the battle seemed lost, a giant golem collapsed from a precise strike, launched from somewhere beyond the arena. To Rios's surprise, his missing sword landed nearby, giving him a chance to continue the fight. He realized the weapon had been delivered on Sirius's orders, renewing his confidence and reminding him of his master's faith in him. After receiving his sword, Rius regained his confidence and charged forward, determined to defeat the mercenary. With renewed strength, he unleashed a powerful strike that forced his opponent to block head-on. Although the attack failed to end the battle, it damaged the mercenary's weapon and proved Rius had become much stronger. Rather than retreating, the mercenary revealed a hidden medicine and warned that time was no longer on Rius's side. Moments later, he consumed the stolen drug and declared himself unbeatable, raising the stakes of the duel once again. As the duel continued, the mercenary's enhanced speed pushed Rius back and forced him to defend against a relentless assault. Meanwhile, Rius realized the battle was slipping away and understood that a prolonged fight would only favor his opponent, rather than mocking him. The mercenary praised Rius's swordsmanship, while criticizing his obsession with victory above all else. At the same time, he claimed that reality would always crush those chasing the title of the strongest through sheer determination. Then Rius remembered Sirius's teachings, abandoned his fixation on strength alone, and struck with renewed conviction, turning the momentum of the battle. Drawing on Sirius's teachings, Rius used an aerial technique to evade danger and launch a decisive counterattack. Moments later, the mercenary collapsed, bringing their intense duel to an end. As the dust settled, Rius sensed Sirius's approval, and realized he had overcome the challenge through his own growth. Without wasting time, he turned toward the remaining enemies, ready to help his companions and continue the battle. Encouraged by Sirius's trust, Emilia strengthened her resolve and accepted the role of supporting her companions. Filled with confidence, she rushed into battle and unleashed a powerful air attack against approaching enemies. Soon after, a fierce beast charged forward, but Emilia blocked its advance and struck back with precise wind magic. Meanwhile, several golems surrounded her from all sides, creating a dangerous situation that threatened to overwhelm her. Remembering Sirius's guidance, she stayed calm as water magic surged forth, breaking through the obstacle and turning the battle in her favor. Standing side by side, Emilia and Rius renewed their determination, drawing strength from Sirius's teachings and their own growth. Elsewhere, Gregory refused to give up and called more students to join his side, hoping to turn the battle around. As attacks flew across the battlefield, Emilia realized she was no longer fighting alone and gathered courage from the support around her. Unexpectedly, a massive armored golem appeared, forcing everyone to focus on the new threat. Before anyone could react further, Gregory revealed his true purpose and announced that he had come to capture them, shocking the students with his sudden betrayal. Gregory calmly revealed himself and warned everyone to prepare for what was about to happen. Descending the stairs, he praised Amelia's efforts before taking responsibility for the confrontation himself. Questions quickly arose as the students demanded an explanation, unable to understand why he had appeared there. Rather than avoiding the issue, Gregory exposed their failed deception and urged the opposing side to surrender peacefully. Soon afterward, he revealed the truth behind his hatred, explaining that beastfolk were responsible for his father's death and declaring that he could never forgive them. Gregory's past was finally revealed as Sirius explained that his father's death resulted from his own cruelty and crimes, not from blind hatred alone. Hearing the truth, Gregory refused to accept it, but Sirius firmly pointed out that the tragedy had been the consequence of his father's actions. Despite carrying a burden he never wanted, Sirius remained determined and encouraged the students to continue resisting. Moments later, powerful attacks rained down toward him, yet he stood calmly at the center of the battlefield without showing fear. Sirius prepared to demonstrate a lesson that would reveal the difference between true strength and simple power. Raising his hand, Sirius activated a unique spell that summoned multiple elemental forces around the battlefield. Instead of overpowering the attacks directly, he matched and neutralized every incoming spell with perfect control. Before Gregory could react, the battle shifted completely as Sirius launched a devastating ice attack that ended the exchange. Faced with overwhelming strength, Gregory and his followers quickly lost their confidence and chose to surrender. Turning to the students, Sirius used the outcome as a lesson, showing how blind hatred and reckless violence could lead a person down the wrong path. After the battle ended, Sirius questioned Gregory about the collars controlling the students, but the answer revealed that the key was no longer available. Suddenly, a strange disturbance spread through the area, causing Sirius and the others to become alert once again. Analyzing the magical energy around him, Sirius quickly identified the source and realized a new threat was approaching. Before anyone could relax, Gregory and Goria disappeared, prompting Amelia and the others to launch a search immediately. Meanwhile, Sirius predicted their next move and concluded that the escape would not last long, as the deployed golems were already closing in on their targets. While pursuing the fugitives, the group encountered a mysterious swordsman who blocked their path and refused to reveal his identity. Without hesitation, the stranger analyzed their movements and exposed the flaws in their attacks, demonstrating overwhelming experience. Meanwhile, Gregory attempted to negotiate and offered wealth in exchange for safe passage, knowing they stood little chance of victory. Rather than accepting the proposal, the swordsman uncovered their deception and revealed that he had already anticipated their hidden plan. Moments later, a powerful strike landed directly on him, yet he remained standing and counterattacked, leaving his opponents stunned by his resilience. A smile appeared on the swordsman's face as the battle intensified, and he seemed to enjoy testing himself against capable opponents. Meanwhile, Gregory's attempts to cast spells failed repeatedly, because the stranger effortlessly predicted and interrupted every move. Growing frustrated, Gregory launched a direct attack, convinced he had finally found an opening in his opponent's defense. Instead, the mysterious fighter neutralized the threat and even destroyed the summoned rock golems, leaving Gregory running out of options. With desperation taking over, Gregory committed everything to a final strike, believing the clash would decide the outcome once and for all. Refusing to surrender, Gregory revealed a hidden chain weapon and launched another attack, hoping to trap his opponent at last. However, the swordsman remained calm and easily adapted, drawing on years of experience gained through countless dangerous battles. A swift movement brought the fight to an end as he slipped past Gregory's defense and gained complete control of the situation. Rather than mocking his enemy, the victor acknowledged Gregory's effort and recognized the hard work that had made him strong. With defeat unavoidable, Gregory accepted reality and requested one final battle before the effects of his medicine disappeared. The mysterious swordsman finally revealed his disappointment, explaining that Gregory's beliefs had always been dangerously naive. Confused by the accusation, Gregory demanded an explanation, while the stranger prepared to expose the truth behind his pursuit. Instead of listening, Gregory lashed out in anger and attempted another attack, blaming others for the chaos surrounding him. Once the assault failed, fear replaced his confidence as he desperately tried to understand why he had become the target. At last, the swordsman revealed his reason. Gregory's actions a year earlier had nearly cost the lives of his precious students, and he had never forgotten that debt. Facing his opponent one last time, the swordsman calmly declared that Gregory would soon face the consequences of his actions. Instead of accepting defeat, Gregory rejected the warning and launched a desperate attack with everything he had left. At that moment, he signaled his ally to strike from behind, hoping to create an opening through a surprise assault. Consumed by hatred and desperation, Gregory abandoned all restraint and focused solely on killing his enemy. The plan failed instantly. A single counterattack ended the battle, leaving Gregory defeated, while silence fell over the battlefield. After defeating Gregory, the swordsman revealed how he had won and warned the others to keep their distance. Meanwhile, fear spread through Gregory's remaining allies as the victor calmly embraced the reputation that followed him. Finally, the survivors fled in panic, while the swordsman departed without hesitation, leaving the battlefield behind as the conflict came to an end. 2 days after the Revolution incident, the school remained closed. At the Diamond Manor, Sirius spent the free time watching his students play frisbee together. While Amelia and Ryu's competed to catch the disc, Reese stayed on the sidelines and doubted she could keep up with them. Encouragement from the others gradually changed her mind. Seeing Amelia make another catch, Reese decided she should give the game a try. With new determination, Reese joined the match. Competition quickly grew as all three rushed after the flying disc without wanting to lose. After the game, attention shifted to food. Thinking about Sirius's desserts, Reese eagerly considered which cake she wanted to eat. Following the frisbee game, the group agreed that the next activity would be Reese's cake party. Preparations soon began in the kitchen. Ingredients were gathered, and the students decided not to let Sirius's pie go to waste. As the desserts were served, Emilia eagerly took the chance to personally feed Sirius and enjoy the celebration. Meanwhile, another student reminded Sirius about a promised reward and moved closer while he was occupied with the food. The gathering turned chaotic as the students competed for his attention while he struggled to eat in peace. Reese reflected on the warm feeling she had experienced. Watching Amelia's actions made her realize why being close to Sirius felt comforting. Meanwhile, Sirius noticed the growing attention from his students. Despite trying to remain calm, he found their affection increasingly difficult to ignore. Later, Amelia openly accepted her feelings and spoke about a future with Sirius. Reese listened quietly, knowing she would need to face her own emotions before long. Not willing to fall behind, Rios joined the competition for Sirius's attention and boldly pushed forward. Situation could become even more chaotic. An unexpected visitor arrived at the manor, drawing everyone's focus toward a new matter. As the guests settled in, a large fruitcake captured everyone's attention. During the gathering, Reese's older sister unexpectedly arrived at the manor and joined the group. Soon, the students gathered around the table. Although some servants hesitated, they were encouraged to sit and enjoy the meal together. While the cake was being shared, Amelia eagerly stayed close to Sirius. Observing the scene, Reese's sister quietly compared her sister's behavior with Amelia's confidence. After tasting the dessert, Reese became completely absorbed in its flavor. Her excitement over the cake quickly drew attention from those nearby. Meanwhile, Reese's sister teased her about Sirius and imagined a future connection between their families. Her sister then revealed that Melt had come to the manor on official business, and that she had simply followed along. As the conversation shifted, Melt explained that the visit was not related to the cake party. Despite his efforts to stop Riefel, she had insisted on coming with him. Following the recent Revolution incident, the family planned to conduct interviews with everyone involved. Since no other rooms were available, the group arranged a temporary space for the investigation. Sirius reviewed the documents while the interviews continued. What seemed like a simple inquiry soon turned into a lengthy process that exhausted everyone involved. As the discussion continued, Riefel assured everyone that the investigation would not expose any sensitive matters. At once, Amelia and Ryuz firmly defended their teacher. Neither of them could accept the idea that Sirius might be connected to anything improper. Hearing their reactions, Riefel clarified her position. The conversation soon relaxed as the group realized there was little reason for concern. Later, an older relative arrived during a short break. His appearance shifted attention away from the investigation and toward family matters. The noble title connected to the incident had been revoked, and each student would soon return home to describe the events personally. With the investigation finally over, the guests prepared to leave. Before departing, one of them accepted an offer to take home a piece of cheesecake. Reese, Riefel, and Ryuz fiercely protected their shares while urging others to choose different desserts. Sunken. The playful argument grew so loud that the exhausted adults stepped in. A simple solution was proposed to settle the dispute once and for all. By the end of the day, the cake party concluded on a cheerful note. Laughter filled the manor as everyone celebrated. Instead, Emilia arrived to claim the reward she had been waiting for, creating a new challenge just as the previous one had ended. That evening, Emilia's bold actions shocked everyone. While Sirius struggled to respond, the manor remained far from peaceful. On a day without school, Sirius and his companions headed to the Adventurers Guild after turning 15. Inside the guild, they completed the registration forms and prepared for the entrance evaluation. Soon afterward, Emilia was called first, as the staff began checking each applicant's magic attribute. While the others revealed ordinary results, Sirius placed his hand on the crystal and released an overwhelming amount of magic power. Instantly, the crystal cracked under the pressure, leaving the crowd astonished and further proving why Sirius was regarded as an exceptional master. The guild staff explained that Sirius's overwhelming magic power had caused the crystal to break. After the surprise settled, the group was directed to the training grounds for the combat assessment. There, Reed introduced himself as the examiner and announced that he wanted to evaluate their abilities beyond raw magical strength. One by one, the applicants demonstrated their skills. Emilia passed with wind magic and knife techniques. Ryu's impressed with swordsmanship. While reviewing their results, Reed noticed an unfamiliar martial art listed by Reese and asked about it. Using a simple demonstration, Reese showed how the technique redirected an opponent's force, leaving Reed intrigued by the unusual fighting style. After reviewing the results, Reed approached Sirius and requested a mock battle to measure the strength behind the magic that had shattered the crystal. Once the match began, Reed rushed forward confidently, while the others watched from the sidelines. Rather than retreating in panic, Sirius quickly analyzed the attack and moved into position before Reed could gain control of the fight. Within moments, he reversed the situation and pinned the examiner down with a precise technique, leaving Reed unable to escape. Shortly afterward, the group received their guild cards and officially became registered adventurers. After receiving their guild cards, the group learned how to activate them and use them as proof of their identity within the Adventurers Guild. Next, the staff explained the guild ranking system, showing how adventurers advanced by completing requests and taking on greater responsibilities. Before they departed, an additional warning was given about newly registered adventurers who had recently gone missing under mysterious circumstances. Despite the troubling news, the group thanked the staff for the advice and left the guild with renewed determination. Several days later, their journey brought them to the Stationary Tree Inn, where the next stage of their adventure quietly began. After settling into the inn, the group thanked the owner for the room and spent some time away from Sirius, who had chosen to be on his own. Although Emilia missed him deeply, she understood that Sirius occasionally needed space and respected his decision. The conversation quickly turned playful, and the others teased Emilia about her attachment to their teacher. Soon afterward, they discussed using their future earnings to buy a gift as a token of gratitude for Sirius's constant guidance. To make the plan more efficient, the group agreed to split up and accept 2 different requests from the guild. While discussing the upcoming missions, Emilia openly admitted that she never wanted to be separated from Sirius again, leaving the others amused by her sincerity. After choosing a request, Emilia assigned Ryus the task of locating a goblin nest and eliminating the threat despite the modest reward. Meanwhile, Reese gathered information from the guild and learned that previous adventurers had failed to defeat the monsters in the area. Rather than being discouraged, Emilia concluded that the reports only reflected weaker encounters, and confidently judged the mission manageable. With their plans settled, the group prepared supplies, shared a meal, and set off to confront the goblins without hesitation. Before leaving, the group reviewed another request involving crystal flowers and a dangerous creature known as the Jara snake that lived near Jiao Lake. Despite warnings about acting recklessly, they confidently planned to gather the flowers while dealing with the monster if necessary. Upon arriving at Jiao Lake, Reese began collecting the required flowers, hoping to increase the reward by bringing back extra specimens. As they moved deeper into the area, an uneasy feeling spread through the surroundings, causing the 2 girls to stay close together. Suddenly, the calm atmosphere shattered when the massive Jawara snake burst from the water and lunged directly toward them. As the Jawara snake attacked, Emilia and Reese reacted immediately and prepared to counter the monster's sudden assault. During the battle, thoughts of Sirius's cooking crossed their minds, and they began viewing the creature as both a threat and a valuable source of food. Working together, the pair launched a combined attack that struck the snake directly and brought the fight to an end. With the mission complete, they returned safely to the inn and informed the owner of their successful trip. After selling their rewards and materials, the girls earned far more money than expected. As evening approached, Ryus returned to the inn safely and reunited with Emilia and Reese, who had also completed their assignment. While comparing rewards, both sides were surprised by how much money they had earned during a single day of adventuring. Curious about his mission, Emilia pressed Ryus for every detail of what had happened after they separated. Along the way, Ryus encountered a noble family whose younger daughter had been abducted by a goblin group, prompting him to step in and help. After refusing the family's reward, he continued toward the goblin nest, unaware that an unexpected discovery was waiting inside. While recounting his mission, Ryus explained that he had rescued 2 abducted girls during his assault on the goblin nest. Rather than worrying about rewards or praise, he handed over all the money he had earned and left its management to Emilia. With their earnings combined, the group discussed buying a gift and hurried back, hoping to make Sirius happy. On the way home, several strangers stopped them and showed unusual interest in the newly registered adventurers. Moments later, the men revealed their true intentions, offering a suspicious job opportunity, while secretly viewing the group as easy targets to exploit. Recalling the guild's warning, Emilia quickly realized the strangers were the criminals responsible for abducting and selling rookie adventurers into slavery. Instead of backing down, the group stood their ground as the traffickers mocked their backgrounds and underestimated their abilities. The confrontation erupted immediately, with Ryus, Emilia, and Reese coordinating their attacks to overwhelm the criminals before they could react. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, the men were knocked down and lost any chance of controlling the situation. Within moments, the hunters became the hunted, and the young adventurers advanced confidently under the moonlit sky after turning the tables on their enemies. After capturing the criminals, the group reported the incident and received thanks for helping resolve another case before it could grow worse. With the danger behind them, thoughts quickly shifted toward dinner as everyone realized how late it had become. Laughter filled the night while they headed home together, eager to relax after an eventful day. Their cheerful mood faded when they arrived and found Sirius waiting for them at the entrance with a serious expression. Anyone could celebrate. Sirius demanded an explanation for their actions, leaving the apprentices frozen under his gaze. After listening to their explanation, Sirius reassured his students and reminded them that they could not remain by his side forever. Although the words were difficult to accept, the group reflected on how their lives had changed since finding a place where they truly belonged. Under the night sky, they returned home together and shared a peaceful moment, grateful to be reunited with Sirius once again. With graduation approaching, the academy assigned final tests that every student had to pass. Soon, the students faced their challenges. Emilia maintained a powerful tornado. Ryus cut through a metal golem. Meanwhile, Mark launched flame lance after flame lance, showing the results of his constant training and effort. Despite his progress, controlling several spells at once remained difficult, leaving him uncertain about the outcome. After further evaluation, the task became harder, requiring 5 flame lances and 5 precise hits, pushing Mark to surpass his limits. Following Sirius's advice, Mark focused on creating a clear image of each target before casting his spell. Repeated practice helped him improve his control. Soon, several flame lances flew from his hand and struck different targets across the field with greater accuracy. After witnessing the result, Sirius praised the progress and reminded him that steady training remained the key to growth. Later, Mark asked about Sirius's graduation assignment and learned that it had not yet been revealed. While waiting, Sirius observed the achievements of his friends and quietly recognized that Mark's dedication made him stand out even more. While discussing graduation assignments, Mark learned that his students had earned respected nicknames, yet Sirius remained without one. Before the conversation could continue, a younger student rushed over with urgent news and asked for help. Shock spread through the group after they heard that Ryus had attacked an underclassman and damaged part of the school building. Without wasting time, Sirius headed toward the principal's office to find out what had happened. Upon arriving, he found Ryus facing another student. Tension filled the room as a heated accusation revealed that a deeper conflict had already begun. After entering the office, Sirius found an angry student glaring at Ryus while the others waited for an explanation. Rather than making assumptions, Sirius listened as everyone gathered to discuss the incident. Soon, he asked Ryus to describe what had happened before the confrontation began. According to Ryus, the student had interrupted training and tried to recruit him as a personal servant, but the offer was rejected immediately. Instead of accepting the refusal, the student lashed out in frustration and mocked Sirius, revealing that jealousy and resentment were the true causes of the conflict. As the discussion continued, Ryus explained that the insult had angered him because it was directed at Sirius, someone he deeply respected. Meanwhile, Sirius reflected on the situation and realized that his students always reacted strongly whenever hostility was aimed at him. Rather than praising their actions, he apologized for causing them unnecessary trouble and concern. Hearing those words, the students reassured him that their loyalty came from genuine respect and gratitude. In the end, the matter was settled peacefully. Ryus accepted responsibility for his actions, while Sirius agreed to handle the remaining issues on his behalf. After hearing the decision, Ryus tried to take all the blame himself and insisted that he should be punished instead of Sirius. Once the matter was resolved, Sirius assigned his friends to watch over Ryu's while he handled the remaining consequences. Later, Emilia admitted that she still struggled to accept certain parts of the master-servant relationship despite understanding its rules. In response, Sirius encouraged her to take things slowly and find her own answer without forcing herself. With the tension finally gone, the group returned to a peaceful mood and gathered around homemade cake, ending the day on a cheerful note. After the conflict was settled, Sirius explained that the punishment was never meant to be severe and had mainly served as a lesson for Ryus. With that issue behind them, the discussion shifted to Sirius's own graduation assignment. Magna pointed out that many students admired Sirius yet failed to understand the extent of his abilities, creating doubts among others. According to Magna, the assignment was designed to prove Sirius's strength and silence those lingering questions. At first, Sirius assumed he would face Magna in a direct battle, but the unexpected answer revealed that a different challenge awaited him. To Sirius's surprise, Magna revealed that his graduation assignment was not a special test but a direct battle against her. Rather than treating it as a simple duel, Magna explained that she wanted to witness the highest level Sirius could achieve as a student. Curious about her reasoning, Sirius questioned whether his ability to use chantless magic was part of the challenge. In response, Magna confirmed that only a few people possessed that skill, placing Sirius among a very select group. Having spent years learning from Magna and developing his talents, Sirius understood that this assignment would measure everything he had gained under her guidance. As the discussion continued, Sirius explained that talent alone was not enough, and that many people misunderstood the true potential of magic. Determined to change that view, he declared his intention to demonstrate that others could reach similar heights through effort and guidance. Meanwhile, his students expressed their desire to remain beside him and continue learning under his leadership, which Sirius accepted with gratitude. After hearing Magna's explanation, Sirius formally accepted the graduation assignment and prepared himself for the coming battle. Several days later, a large crowd gathered around the arena as the long-awaited examination finally began. On the day of the match, Sirius completed his preparations and headed toward the arena, where the graduation exam would take place. Meanwhile, the Crown Princess arrived to watch the event, drawing even more attention from the gathered crowd. Before the battle could begin, Sirius noticed Emilia and the others sitting beside the princess as special guests. Soon, his students started cheering loudly, turning the serious atmosphere into a noisy spectacle. As the excitement grew, Emilia enthusiastically waved a flag in support of Sirius, causing amusement among the group while Sirius watched in embarrassment. Audience discussed the upcoming duel. Opinions remained divided, with many believing Magna held the advantage, while Sirius's true strength was still unknown. Meanwhile, Sirius entered the arena wearing specialized equipment, signaling that he intended to take the match seriously. Soon after, Magna appeared in battle attire, drawing attention from the spectators and raising expectations even further. Once both fighters stood facing each other, Magna declared that the long-awaited day had finally arrived. Before the duel truly began, she revealed that the battle had a deeper purpose, transforming it from a simple exhibition into an important lesson for everyone watching. As doubts spread through the audience, Magna explained that the battle was meant to prove how mistaken those assumptions truly were. Rather than allowing prejudice to continue, she intended to demonstrate the results of dedication, training, and perseverance through Sirius. With the crowd watching in anticipation, Sirius and Magna took their positions, marking the official beginning of the long-awaited duel. A young mage stepped into the arena and unleashed several spells at once to begin the test. Watching the display, Sirius remained calm while judging the contestants' ability and effort. Dark magic surged across the field as the mage continued attacking from multiple directions. Confusion spread among the spectators when the barrage expanded beyond what they expected. Meanwhile, Sirius activated his own magic without chanting, revealing superior control. As the audience realized what happened, they understood that his skill far exceeded ordinary standards. Sirius expanded his magic and calmly increased the pressure, treating the battle as nothing more than a warm-up. In response, the challenger rushed forward and unleashed a powerful attack, while weaving through the storm of spells. According to his companions, such movements were possible only through years of relentless training and discipline. Although impressed by the tactic, Sirius pointed out that evasion alone would never secure victory. Realizing the gap between them, the challenger prepared a stronger technique and decided to shift the momentum of the fight. The challenger suddenly revealed a hidden string technique, catching Sirius off guard for the first time during the match. Thin threads spread across the arena, surrounding Sirius from multiple angles while limiting his movement. With confidence, the challenger triggered the trap and attempted to force Sirius into an unavoidable attack. Spectators were amazed by the creativity behind the spell, realizing it relied more on imagination than raw power. Even so, Sirius calmly analyzed the barrier and acknowledged its effectiveness before preparing a countermeasure against the advancing technique. The challenger burst out from the rubble, refusing to stay trapped despite Sirius's overwhelming pressure. Seeing that determination, Sirius decided to stop holding back and prepared to demonstrate a higher level of combat. From the stands, the spectators recalled Sirius's teachings and realized he could overcome obstacles through force alone if necessary. Meanwhile, the challenger carefully analyzed the situation, searching for a way to escape while anticipating Sirius's next attack. Without wasting time, Sirius activated another technique and filled the arena with floating magic, tightening his control over the battlefield. Taking advantage of the confusion, the challenger slipped behind Sirius and launched a surprise attack from a blind spot. A powerful projectile rushed toward Sirius, forcing the audience to wonder whether the strike would finally connect. At the last moment, the attack veered away and exploded harmlessly, leaving Sirius completely unharmed. The reason soon became clear as Sirius revealed a magical robe that automatically redirected incoming attacks. Rather than feeling discouraged, the challenger explained his strategy, while Sirius acknowledged the creativity behind the attempt and praised his unconventional thinking. After acknowledging each other's resolve, both fighters agreed to continue the match at full strength. The challenger activated a new technique, causing massive stone pillars to rise and reshape the battlefield. Watching from the stands, the students reflected on the purpose of the duel and the lessons it represented. Determination filled the arena as both sides prepared to unleash everything they had in the next exchange. Moments later, they charged forward across the altered terrain, each seeking an opening while testing the limits of the other's abilities. Refusing to remain on the defensive, the challenger launched another attack and pressured Sirius to respond directly. Rather than retreating, Sirius calmly observed the destruction spreading across the battlefield and evaluated the spell's potential. Soon, a massive whirlwind formed in the arena, forcing everyone to focus on the challenger's next move. Recognizing the danger, the challenger identified the high-level wind spell and quickly searched for a way around it. Without hesitation, he leaped into the raging vortex and maneuvered through the violent currents while Sirius watched with interest. The spectators watched in awe as the challenger moved through the storm of magic, drawing praise from those observing the battle. Meanwhile, the students discussed his unusual movements, while the challenger focused on finding a way past Sirius's defenses. Without slowing down, Sirius launched another wave of attacks and filled the battlefield with destructive magic. Dodging through the barrage, the challenger noticed an opening and rushed directly toward Sirius despite the danger. Instead of retreating, he struck at close range, catching Sirius by surprise and forcing him to react immediately. Closing the distance, the challenger rushed into melee combat, believing close range attacks would create a breakthrough. However, Sirius effortlessly matched his movements and demonstrated that he was equally dangerous in hand-to-hand combat. The exchange intensified as both fighters unleashed rapid attacks, turning the arena into a battlefield of constant pressure. Between clashes, they acknowledged each other's skill and experience while continuing to search for an advantage. Then Sirius changed the terrain once again, summoning chains from the earth and revealing that he had been preparing another trap all along. Sirius tightened the pressure, surrounding the battlefield with chains and magic while preventing his opponent from getting any closer. A sudden blast sent the challenger flying across the arena, alarming the spectators who feared the match had gone too far. Dust settled as Sirius dropped to one knee, revealing that the exchange had affected him as well. After analyzing the situation, Sirius realized his opponent had cleverly used the environment to disrupt his concentration and land a counterattack. Despite earning praise for the tactic, the challenger understood that the same trick would not succeed again and began considering his next move. Sirius prepared his strongest technique and warned that the battle would be decided by the next attack. From the stands, the students watched in shock as a massive amount of magic gathered above the arena. Soon, the spell expanded into a mountain-like mass of energy, revealing the result of years of research and refinement. Facing overwhelming pressure, the challenger remained calm and focused while Sirius waited to see how he would respond to the final test. From the balcony, Sirius's disciples watched in surprise as he set his sights on a massive boulder. After examining the target, Sirius judged that ordinary attacks would not be enough to destroy such a sturdy object. Instead of stopping there, he analyzed its weakness and searched for a method capable of piercing deep into its core. With confidence, Sirius gathered his power and prepared a stronger technique to test his limits. Moments later, a concentrated strike tore through the boulder, shattering it completely and proving the effectiveness of his approach. Drawing on his knowledge from another world, Sirius summoned an anti-material rifle and aimed it at the enormous boulder. Meanwhile, his disciples watched from afar, realizing he was preparing to unleash his full power. Carefully he gathered the remaining magic in his body and focused it into a single shot. Soon exhaustion caught up with him. Cracks appeared on the boulder, yet it remained standing, while his strength rapidly faded. Even so, Sirius refused to give up. Determination filled his eyes as he prepared to continue the fight, despite reaching his limit. Despite his exhaustion, Sirius refused to back down. Remembering the hardships his students had overcome, he gathered the last of his strength into a single decisive attack. With unwavering focus, he unleashed the anti-material explosion, sending a powerful blast toward the massive boulder. On an instant later, the projectile pierced through its center and shattered the enormous rock into countless fragments. As dust filled the air, Sirius stood quietly while Rodwell admired the feat and praised the limitless potential of magic. Noticing Rodwell evade the falling debris, Sirius realized his opponent was also nearing exhaustion, bringing their contest closer to its conclusion. Rather than celebrating his success, Sirius challenged Rodwell once more, determined to continue until a clear victor emerged. Without hesitation, Rodwell launched a swift air-based attack and rushed forward to close the distance between them. At the same moment, both fighters abandoned caution and committed everything to a final exchange. Drawing a knife in one smooth motion, Sirius exploited the weakness of close-range combat and gained the decisive advantage. Even after winning, Sirius remained humble and credited the result to the circumstances rather than his own strength alone. Considering the consequences, he decided that forcing a winner would only create problems for everyone involved. After hearing Sirius's reasoning, Rodwell accepted the proposal and agreed to let the officials determine the final result of the match. Meanwhile, the spectators waited as dust and debris continued to cover the battlefield, leaving the outcome unclear. Once the barrier disappeared, the crowd spotted both fighters still standing. Confusion spread at first, but many believed the contest had finally reached its conclusion. Without wasting a moment, Reese rushed straight to Sirius and checked on his condition, relieved to find that his injuries were only minor. As Reese hurried to heal Sirius, relief spread across her face when she confirmed that he had safely endured the intense battle. Soon afterward, Rodwell addressed the crowd and asked them to reflect on the extraordinary match they had just witnessed. Throughout the arena, spectators discussed Sirius's remarkable performance, praising his techniques while recognizing the immense potential hidden within magic itself. Hearing those compliments, Sirius quickly rejected labels such as genius or prodigy, unwilling to accept credit based solely on talent. Instead, Rodwell encouraged everyone to keep exploring magic, believing that endless possibilities awaited those who continued pursuing knowledge and growth. After the match ended, Rodwell admitted that Sirius had been the true victor and encouraged him to reveal the truth to his students. Faced with their expectations, Sirius apologized for hiding the outcome and prepared to explain what had really happened. Calmly, he confirmed that he had won the contest, accepting the result at last. Immediately, his disciples erupted with joy and proudly celebrated their master's achievement while gathering around him. As the excitement continued, a familiar woman arrived at the venue, drawing everyone's attention and bringing a new surprise to the group. Princess Riefel stepped forward and announced that she wished to share her thoughts on the match. With confidence, she praised the battle as one of the finest spectacles she had ever witnessed and thanked both participants for the display. Rather than highlighting the victor, Riefel declared that the person most deserving of recognition was Sirius, who had challenged the strongest magician present. Moments later, her praise took an unexpected turn as she focused on Sirius's unique talents and hinted at a personal interest in his future. Realizing where the conversation was heading, Sirius quietly accepted that avoiding her attention was no longer an option. Seeing no better way forward, Sirius accepted Princess Riefel's invitation and formally agreed to her proposal before the crowd. While the audience reacted with excitement, Sirius quietly calculated the consequences and wondered how much more complicated his life was about to become. Soon afterward, Riefel gave him his first assignment, encouraging him to continue his studies, travel the world, and grow even stronger. Before leaving, she challenged him to surpass Rodwell in their next encounter and return with greater achievements to his name. As a symbol of her trust, Riefel presented Sirius with a mantle bearing Elysian's crest, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his journey. After the special class ended, Sirius returned to his room and reflected on his hard-earned victory before finally resting. Later that night, Reese quietly visited him, hoping to comfort him after the exhausting battle and help him recover. Soon afterward, the others barged into the room, ending the peaceful moment and turning the night into another lively gathering. The morning after a major event, Sirius walked into the academy as his daily school life changed dramatically. Across the hallway, his growing reputation became impossible to ignore. Many viewed him as a remarkable figure, while others eagerly anticipated his next achievement. Soon, A crowd surrounded him and bombarded him with questions about his recent accomplishments. Meanwhile, Sirius accepted the situation with a calm smile. The unexpected popularity spread throughout the academy and drew even more students to him. Later Mark approached and credited Sirius for his recent success. Their conversation marked a quiet moment amid the excitement surrounding the academy's newest celebrity. Following the graduation match, Sirius discussed the battle with Mark. Recognition of the magic master's strength spread among the students. Before the lesson could begin, the class pressed for answers about his abilities. Their curiosity only grew as Sirius became the center of attention once again. Meanwhile, Sirius noticed Reese was absent from class. A brief explanation suggested she was handling an important family matter, leaving him concerned. Elsewhere, Reese reunited with her family over tea. After the match, her sister had approached her with a serious matter that required discussion. Soon, the conversation turned toward Reese's future, faced with an unexpected question about her ambitions. After discussing her future, Reese became overwhelmed by uncertainty. Graduation was approaching, yet she still had no clear answer about the path she should choose. Traveling with Sirius and her friends sounded appealing, but leaving her family behind weighed heavily on her heart. Later, her father addressed the matter directly. Rather than opposing her desire to become an adventurer, he focused on the responsibilities that would come with such a decision. A serious condition followed. Pursuing that path would require Reese to leave her noble status and the Balford name behind. While Reese struggled to process the announcement, the others criticized the harsh delivery and rushed to comfort her. Reese learned that her father's words were meant to test her determination, not to cast her out of the family. Relief washed over the room as her father revealed his true feelings. Although he worried about her safety, he would always support her as his daughter. Encouraged by her family, Reese began considering a journey alongside Sirius. For the first time, the possibility felt real rather than distant. Soon, she imagined leaving home and traveling across the world. The thought brought loneliness, yet it also carried excitement for the future ahead. As the vision continued, Reese pictured years passing before meeting Sirius and the others again. As Reese imagined parting ways with Sirius and her friends, tears began to fall. Seeing her reaction, her family finally understood where her heart truly belonged. The bonds she had built during her journey meant more to her than she had realized. With her feelings laid bare, Reese reached a decision. Rather than choosing one side over the other, she declared her wish to travel alongside everyone. She wanted to become an adventurer, explore the world, and continue growing through new experiences. Although saddened by the thought of letting her go, her father accepted her decision. At last, Reese's future was set. After accepting Reese's decision, her father apologized for causing unnecessary worry. In return, Reese assured him that she understood his feelings and intentions. Moments later, the emotional atmosphere took an unexpected turn. Overcome by affection, her father dramatically declared his desire to follow her on future adventures. The suggestion immediately sparked disbelief among the family. While some questioned his sincerity, others quickly pointed out how deeply he cared for Reese. Soon, attention shifted to a lighter topic as Reese offered to prepare lunch. Her family welcomed the idea, impressed by how much she had grown. As the gathering settled down, her father reflected on the moment with satisfaction. The cheerful atmosphere reflected how close the family had become after resolving their concerns. Before the meal was served, a beautifully decorated cake was presented to everyone. Its appearance immediately lifted the mood and drew admiration from the gathering. As the preparations continued, Reese quietly reflected on Sirius. Gratitude filled her heart as she remembered the guidance and support he had given her. Soon, the family gathered around a hot pot meal and shared lunch together. The warm occasion strengthened their bonds and created lasting memories. By the end of the gathering, the peaceful meal turned lively as everyone competed over the remaining food. On the day before graduation, Sirius devoted his time to guiding students who sought extra training. Standing among the students, Sirius watched with pride and looked forward to the futures awaiting them. One by one, graduates from each department were called to the stage. Familiar faces stepped forward to receive recognition for their hard work and achievements. As the ceremony continued, Sirius listened quietly from his seat. Since he was not a student, he expected the event to proceed without involving him. Confusion crossed his face as everyone around him reacted with excitement to the unexpected announcement. To Sirius's surprise, the principal called him forward and presented a special reward. The academy had created the recognition solely to honor his contributions. Applause filled the hall as his friends watched proudly. Their smiles reflected the admiration and gratitude they felt toward the teacher who had guided them. Afterward, the principal addressed the graduates and highlighted Sirius's achievements. His growth and accomplishments were praised as an example for everyone present. Continuing the speech, the principal reminded the students that magic offered limitless possibilities. with his students ready to leave for the wider world. He felt confident their actions would leave a lasting mark on the academy. As graduation approached, Reese reflected on her future journey. Before traveling with her friends, she planned to visit her mother's grave and show how much she had grown. Soon afterward, the students officially graduated. With school behind them, they prepared to begin the next chapter of their lives together. After graduating, Sirius and his companions prepared for their journey from Galgan. Soon, they discovered a problem with their planned carriage back at the lodging. The group learned that the carriage itself was ready, but another issue had delayed their departure. The real problem turned out to be a shortage of horses, and obtaining new ones would take several days. Hearing this, Rias eagerly offered to pull the carriage himself, believing it would solve everything. Rather than encouraging the idea, the others quickly dismissed it. With no practical solution available, the group decided to stop arguing and look for another way forward. While discussing the delay, Sirius learned they would need an alternative plan for the next few days. A guild staff member suggested a mission near Gort Village, a place known for its large horse ranches. Completing the investigation could even earn them horses as a reward. Seeking more information, they visited the guild and asked about recent reports connected to the village. According to the staff, the village had failed to deliver its usual horse supply, forcing the guild to investigate the situation. Without wasting time, Rias accepted the quest, allowing the group to head toward the village and solve both problems at once. The guild explained that several horses from Gort Village had recently been attacked by monsters. Rather than feeling concerned, the staff believed the task suited Sirius's group because of their previous achievements and experience handling dangerous situations. Additional details revealed that monsters had been appearing near the mountains outside the village, making that area the likely source of the problem. After accepting the request, the group returned to prepare for departure and inform the others of their plans. Before leaving, Rios asked for a brief stop at his mother's grave, giving the journey a more personal purpose. Excited by their upcoming journey, Rios and Emilia talked about showing Irina how much they had grown since leaving home. As the conversation continued, Emilia happily decided to come along and share her experiences with Irina as well. Later, Rios asked Sirius about their plans after reuniting with Noel and the others. Sirius revealed that he wanted to visit the Adload continent. A memory surfaced in Sirius's mind. Years ago, he had promised a young elf from Adload that they would meet again someday. While Sirius simply reflected on the old promise, she remained unconvinced and kept a close watch on the situation. As the discussion shifted to the future, Rias explained that their first destination in Adload would be the former home of the Silver Wolf tribe. The thought of returning weighed heavily on Emilia and Rias. Sirius suggested building a grave for their lost family and friends. Overcome with emotion, the siblings thanked Sirius for giving them the chance to face their past and pay their respects. Watching their reaction, Sirius understood how deeply they still cared for their birthplace and the people they had lost. Soon afterward, the group arrived in Gort Village and found it unexpectedly peaceful, despite the reports of repeated monster attacks. Upon arriving at Gort Village, the group met the residents and learned that fear had spread throughout the area. Rather than rushing into battle, Sirius decided to investigate carefully. He believed that acting without understanding the situation could create even greater problems. To gather clues, the group split up and spoke with villagers while searching for signs of monster activity around the settlement. Their efforts uncovered unusual tracks and reports of strange movements near the forest, suggesting that something unexpected was involved. As night approached, a witness finally revealed the truth. A gigantic beast with shining white fur had been seen deep within the woods. After hearing the witness's story, Sirius noticed several details that did not match the villagers' assumptions. The mysterious beast showed no signs of attacking horses directly. Considering the timing of the incidents, he concluded that the creature might still be connected to the attacks. When Sirius proposed investigating the forest at night, the villagers strongly objected and warned that reckless actions could make the situation worse. Despite their concerns, the group remained confident in their abilities. With enough experience to handle dangerous terrain, they believed the investigation was necessary. Before departing, Sirius left a magical signal device behind, so the villagers could contact him if an emergency occurred. The group entered the forest at night and searched carefully for traces of the mysterious creature. Despite Sirius's detection skills, no unusual signs appeared along their path. As they ventured deeper, Sirius sensed an unexpected familiarity. The forest's dense magical energy felt strangely comforting to him. Soon the search led them to a hidden field illuminated by moonlight. Countless glowing flowers covered the area, leaving everyone speechless. Instead of focusing on the investigation, Sirius encouraged the others to enjoy the rare sight and experience its beauty firsthand. Surrounded by the shimmering flowers, the group paused to rest and admire the dreamlike scenery unfolding before them. While resting among the moonlit flowers, Sirius sat quietly as his companions gathered beside him. Their peaceful moment eased the tension from the investigation. Meanwhile, Sirius reflected on the bond he shared with his companions. Their presence reminded him that he was no longer walking alone. As Sirius stared at the creature in surprise, the true source of the strange events finally revealed itself. Under the moonlight, Sirius noticed a large white wolf resting on a stone. Its presence felt unusual because nobody had sensed it before. Curiosity spread through the group as they examined the beast. Emilia quickly recognized that it matched the description they had heard. Soon they realized the wolf was a Hyakuro, a sacred creature respected by the descendants of the Silver Wolf clan. As the discussion continued, Sirius considered the possibility that the area belonged to the legendary beast's territory. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to investigate. Meanwhile, his companions watched nervously while the Hyakuro calmly observed his approach. Emilia and Ryuz respectfully introduced themselves to the Hyakuro. From a distance, Sirius observed the beast's calm reaction and wondered if it truly understood them. To everyone's surprise, the sacred wolf responded. Ryuz immediately recognized that the Hyakuro was communicating with them. While the others listened closely, Ryuz translated the beast's meaning. Sirius then realized that Ryuz possessed a rare ability that allowed him to understand the wolf's intentions. After hearing the explanation, the group patiently waited as Ryuz continued the exchange. The conversation gradually revealed more about the Hyakuro. Eventually, the wolf accepted Sirius and his companions, with the misunderstanding cleared. The atmosphere became far more relaxed. After learning more about the area, Sirius realized the Hyakuro had chosen this place because of its abundant magical energy. As the group walked through the forest, the Hyakuro sensed a familiar atmosphere that reminded it of its former home. A recent monster attack nearby also caught its attention. Suddenly, the wolf reacted and rushed forward. Confusion spread among the group as they watched its unexpected movement. Moments later, hostile creatures emerged from the darkness and surrounded them. Sirius quickly warned everyone to stay alert. Without hesitation, the Hyakuro struck first. A powerful howl echoed across the forest, forcing the monsters to freeze in fear. After watching the Hyakuro fight, Sirius noticed the beast avoided killing its enemies. Meanwhile, the group discussed the unusual behavior of the monsters. Sirius suspected they had avoided the area because they feared the Hyakuro's presence. Soon, the truth became clear. Hunger had pushed the creatures beyond their fear, forcing them to invade despite the danger. Recognizing they shared the same goal, Sirius offered the Hyakuro his assistance in protecting the forest from destruction. At last, the sacred wolf accepted the proposal. With a clear role assigned, Sirius and his companions charged forward to eliminate the remaining monsters. While observing the battle, Sirius noticed that the monsters were injured but not fatally wounded. Its movements resembled those of a trained fighter rather than a wild beast. Sirius began to suspect that someone had taught the wolf how to fight. After receiving the explanation, the group wondered who had guided the Hyakuro in the past. Suddenly, a monster launched an attack toward Ryuz. Reacting instantly, Sirius rushed forward and intercepted the threat before it could strike. Once the danger passed, Ryuz felt frustrated by his mistake. Nearby, the Hyakuro calmly checked on him while the others encouraged him to be more careful. After the battle, the Hyakuro calmly followed Sirius's commands. Its obedient actions surprised the others and hinted at a deeper connection. Soon, the final monster was located. With incredible speed, the sacred wolf rushed forward and eliminated the remaining threat. Once the forest became safe, Sirius began investigating the cause of the attacks. Information gathered from the Hyakuro helped him piece together the events. Gradually, the truth emerged. The monsters had been attacking the area because one of their own had been killed. Long ago, it had been rescued and raised by a kind man who became its family before passing away from old age. As more memories returned, Sirius gently embraced the Hyakuro. The sacred wolf recognized him immediately and showed its affection without hesitation. Excitement spread through the group when they learned the Hyakuro had always hoped to meet its former master again. Meanwhile, the others gathered around the wolf and admired its gentle nature. Thanks to Sirius, they no longer feared approaching it. Jealousy quickly replaced admiration when the Hyakuro gave most of its attention to Sirius. The sight left several companions feeling left out. Since the Hyakuro still lacked a name, they began discussing what to call their newest companion. After joining the group, the Hyakuro revealed its wish to travel alongside Sirius. Everyone welcomed the decision and looked forward to the journey ahead. Suddenly, Sirius sensed a familiar signal in the distance. The discovery troubled him because all nearby monsters should have already been dealt with. Focusing carefully, he detected signs of both villagers and monsters far from their current location. Without wasting time, Sirius decided to return to the village and investigate. Rigus suggested that some monsters might have slipped past them earlier. Eager to help, the Hyakuro offered its speed. Moments later, Sirius climbed onto the wolf's back and prepared to rush toward the village. As Sirius prepared to leave, one of his companions asked to accompany him. Since Rius would be traveling elsewhere, she hoped to join the trip instead. With Sirius's help, she climbed onto the wolf's back and carefully held on for the journey. Before departing, Sirius realized the sacred wolf still had no name. The thought lingered in his mind as everyone waited. At last, he made his decision and named the Hyakuro Hokuto. The wolf immediately accepted the name and responded with excitement. A moment later, Hokuto burst forward at incredible speed. Wind rushed past the riders as they raced toward the village, leaving everyone amazed. As Hokuto raced beneath the moonlit sky, a peaceful silence settled over the forest. The long-awaited reunion filled the night with warmth. Back in the forest, Emilia noticed tears in Hokuto's eyes. Ryuz soon realized they were not tears of sadness but of pure happiness. Curious about the reason, they wondered what the sacred wolf had been thinking during the journey. At that moment, Hokuto cherished the chance to travel beside Sirius once again. Reuniting with the person who had saved and raised him brought him greater joy than anything else. Sirius and his companions traveled through the night on a giant wolf, spotting trouble ahead. They immediately moved toward the scene while preparing their attacks. Near the road, a damaged carriage and frightened merchants came into view. After checking the area, Sirius noticed signs that another horse had already been targeted. Soon, the group approached the merchants. To avoid misunderstandings, Sirius explained that the wolf was protecting them. Meanwhile, Emilia examined the injured people. Several wounds required urgent attention, so she quickly began treatment. Without wasting a moment, Emilia organized the rescue effort. Understanding that every second mattered, she focused on healing the injured as efficiently as possible. After the treatment ended, Sirius approached the merchants and politely asked about the situation. According to the survivors, a large number of monsters had descended from the mountains and attacked the village. Hearing the report, Sirius realized the threat was more serious than expected. While the villagers prepared to handle the aftermath, he considered dealing with the monsters himself. Before taking action, Sirius confirmed whether the village chief had arrived. At the same time, several villagers remained uneasy about traveling with the giant wolf. Soon afterward, the chief explained that the wolf had helped discover the monsters. Faced with the ongoing danger, the villagers pleaded for Sirius. Sirius listened to the villagers' request but reminded them that his mission was only to investigate. Suddenly, an angry villager stepped forward and accused the adventurers of doing nothing. Tension spread through the crowd as frustration and fear began to take control. Recognizing the villagers' desperation, he reconsidered the situation and started discussing a different course of action. Soon, the chief offered a reward and urged the adventurers to fight the monsters. Several villagers supported the idea, believing Sirius and his companions had the strength to succeed. While Emilia continued treating the wounded, he and Hokuto headed toward the forest to begin the hunt, guided by Hokuto. Sirius quickly located the monsters hiding near the village. Within moments, the threat was eliminated before it could cause further damage. Returning to the villagers, he reported that the monsters had already been dealt with. Relief spread through the crowd as they realized the danger had passed. In response, he explained that they had helped each other in the past and formed a bond afterward. Meanwhile, several people finally understood the truth. The wolf had been guarding the forest and watching for threats long before the attack occurred. Instead of showing gratitude, some villagers began discussing compensation for their horses. Sirius explained that the monsters were known for their endless hunger. Once starvation set in, they would ignore danger and focus only on finding food. Drawing on Hokuto's observations, he revealed that the creatures had gone several days without eating. Based on that information, Sirius concluded the attacks would soon stop if the monsters found nothing left to eat. After hearing the explanation, the village chief apologized for the earlier accusations. Grateful for the help, he invited Sirius to continue the discussion in a calmer setting. In the end, the misunderstanding was resolved peacefully. Reflecting on the incident, the villagers chose to learn from their mistakes and move forward together. Sirius requested a place where Hokuto could rest safely. The villagers hesitated, unsure how to accommodate such a large companion. Following a brief discussion, one resident suggested using a nearby shed. Although the space was not ideal, it was the best option available. Soon afterward, Hokuto settled into the shelter without complaint. Accustomed to living outdoors, he accepted the arrangement and rested peacefully. Meanwhile, the others gathered around and chatted about Hokuto's growing role within the group. Over time, they had come to trust and respect him as a valued companion. Unfortunately, it seemed the villagers could not provide the replacement horses they had hoped for. When the discussion turned to transportation, the group joked about using Rias, or another companion in place of horses. Meanwhile, Hokuto approached Sirius and quietly sought his attention. Their long friendship allowed them to understand each other without much explanation. Later that night, Sirius learned that Hokuto wished to avoid fighting whenever possible. Afterward, the two left for a peaceful walk around the village. The calm atmosphere gave them a rare chance to relax after the recent conflict. Realizing that both of them had been reborn into the same world, he began wondering whether a deeper connection had guided their reunion. The coincidence felt too unusual, leaving him wondering whether their reincarnation carried a hidden purpose. Eventually, he dismissed the thought and chose to enjoy the peaceful moment. Beside him, Hokuto rested comfortably while their bond remained as strong as ever. The following day, the villagers delivered a reward for defeating the monsters. Although the payment was meant for the group, since the villagers had promised compensation, he believed Hokuto deserved the final decision. Even so, the arrangement left Sirius dissatisfied. Before departing, he suggested a fairer way for the villagers to repay their debt and then prepared to continue the journey. As the group prepared to leave, several villagers gathered to apologize for their earlier behavior. Nearby, Emilia received heartfelt thanks from those she had treated. Seeing everyone recover safely was reward enough, though the villagers still offered support for future emergencies. Soon the farewell turned cheerful. Laughter spread through the crowd as the villagers praised Emilia's kindness and wished the travelers a safe journey. However, a new problem quickly appeared when the guards became concerned about Hokuto entering the city. To ease those concerns, the companions searched for a practical solution. Before long, they began considering ways to make Hokuto appear less intimidating to the townspeople. Back in Elysian, the group was welcomed warmly by their friends. While emotions filled the gathering, Hokuto quietly observed the reunion from the side. Several companions exchanged final hugs and encouragement, while Hokuto unexpectedly attracted attention and became a source of comfort for those leaving. At the same time, Sirius met Mark and shared parting wishes. Both looked forward to improving themselves before their paths crossed again. As the crowd slowly dispersed, an old mentor approached Sirius. The unexpected gesture immediately caught his attention. In return, Sirius showed gratitude for the lessons he had received and left with renewed determination for the journey ahead. With Hokuto ready and the farewells complete, Sirius and his companions prepared to leave Elysian. Friends gathered to see them off as the journey resumed. During the ride, Sirius discussed their next destination and future plans. Trusting Hokuto's strength, the group moved forward at a steady pace. Beyond the city walls, a new adventure finally began. Leaving familiar faces behind, the travelers continued toward the unknown road ahead. After 3 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the mansion where they had spent their childhood. Seeing the familiar building again, Sirius felt a deep sense of nostalgia and reflected on the years that had passed. To Emilia and Rius, the estate felt like home, despite being away for nearly 2 years, bringing back many old memories. Meanwhile, the siblings recalled their younger days and laughed over the trouble Rius often caused while training under Sirius. Upon closer inspection, Sirius noticed something unusual, as the mansion and its grounds appeared carefully maintained instead of abandoned. As the group approached the mansion, an elderly caretaker opened the door and questioned their purpose for visiting the estate. Hearing the name Dorianus, Sirius immediately recognized the connection and focused on the unexpected revelation. With a calm expression, he recalled the man who had abandoned his family and left painful memories behind. Years earlier, Sirius had left the mansion after giving money to his father and cutting all ties with the Dorianus name. Rather than arguing, he explained his reason for returning and confirmed that he already knew the man who had cast him aside. After a brief discussion, the caretaker allowed the group to stay temporarily and reminded them to leave before noon. Although disappointed by the decision, the others accepted that entering the mansion was no longer possible. Emilia reassured Sirius that he had chosen the right path, remembering the people whose lives he had changed for the better. Encouraged by her words, Sirius put aside his doubts and led everyone toward his mother's grave. Soon, they arrived at a peaceful field where a great tree still stood tall, unchanged despite the passing years. Guided by old memories, the group headed toward Irina's grave beneath a large tree that had remained unchanged over the years. As they crossed the quiet field, the familiar surroundings brought back memories of their childhood and earlier journeys. Reaching the grave, Sirius knelt before the monument and reflected on the 5 years that had passed since his last visit. With a gentle smile, he presented a treasured item from the royal family, sharing one of his recent achievements. Nearby, Rius and Emilia paid their respects as well, showing how much they had grown while carrying Irina's teachings in their hearts. Standing before the grave, Sirius remembered how deeply Irina cared for the children she raised and guided throughout their lives. One by one, his companions introduced themselves, showing respect to the woman whose influence had shaped the people around her son. Meanwhile, the group warmly welcomed Reese, treating her as someone who already belonged within their growing family. Afterward, Sirius introduced Hokuto, recalling the loyal companion who had stood beside him through many past adventures. Gathered together before the grave, they shared news of their growth, future travels, and the bonds they had formed since leaving home. After sharing his thoughts about the uncertain future, Sirius quietly said farewell and prepared to leave his mother's grave behind. At that moment, a familiar figure seemed to appear beside the tree, leaving him frozen in surprise for an instant. Before he could react further, the vision vanished, and Sirius wondered if it had only been his imagination. Even so, a sense of warmth remained in his heart, making him believe his mother had watched him depart with pride. With their visit complete, the group headed back through the forest, while the younger members reluctantly accepted that it was finally time to go. Before leaving, the group promised to return someday and spend more time together in the peaceful place they cherished. As Sirius approached the mansion entrance, he decided to thank the butler who had looked after the estate for so many years. Suddenly, everyone sensed something unusual nearby, and immediately became alert to the unexpected presence. Looking around, they spotted several unfamiliar visitors arriving at the mansion by carriage. After a moment of thought, Sirius realized the visitors were likely connected to the current owner of the estate, making their sudden arrival far less coincidental. Not long after the group noticed the visitors, a carriage arrived and confirmed their suspicions about the mansion's owner. Stepping out confidently, the nobleman complained about the estate and showed little concern for the people around him. Soon, Baldmir Dorianis came face to face with Sirius, while the younger members of the family watched in confusion. Without hesitation, Sirius revealed the truth, identifying one of the nobles as his half-brother and exposing the connection between them. Although Baldmir questioned his motives, Sirius remained calm and explained that he had only stopped by the mansion while passing through. As Sirius prepared to leave, Baldmir stopped him and insisted on asking a question before letting him go. After a brief exchange, Sirius agreed to listen and entered the mansion alone, leaving his companions outside under guard. Before departing, he reassured Rius and the others that everything would be fine and asked them to wait patiently. Inside the mansion, the butler escorted Sirius through the entrance, while the household prepared to receive an unexpected guest. Meanwhile, Baldmir returned indoors and ordered refreshments, clearly intending to hold a longer conversation than Sirius had expected. While entering the mansion, Sirius accepted the butler's apology and resolved to face the situation without dwelling on the past. Meanwhile, the butler clarified his position and guided Sirius deeper into the estate, despite the tense circumstances. Soon, Sirius walked alone through the quiet hallway, preparing himself for whatever awaited at the end of the meeting. Inside the mansion, Sirius examined the rare masterpieces and magical equipment displayed throughout the room. Nearby, the owner proudly revealed that most of the new creations had been developed by his talented son, whose inventions improved magical tools. Looking around, Sirius noticed the furniture had changed, and realized almost every trace of Morsha had disappeared, leaving a quiet sense of loss. During tea, the group enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere, while discussing the mansion's management and future plans. Later, the caretaker chose to spend his remaining years in the mansion, while Sirius accepted responsibility for overseeing everything from the next day onward. Unexpectedly, the old man accused him of poisoning his tea in the past and angrily demanded an explanation. According to the accusation, the tea had left him completely helpless in front of a woman he had spent a fortune to meet. Rather than denying the event, Sirius pointed out a simple flaw in the story. If the tea was poisoned, the old man should have suffered the same effect after drinking it. Meanwhile, another guest acknowledged that Sirius had indeed experienced hardship and deserved compensation regardless of the truth. Even so, the old man insisted his condition was unrelated to the tea, claiming his spirit remained strong despite his age. The pair dismissed the past dispute and shifted the discussion toward compensation. While the others treated it lightly, without hesitation, he refused the offer. Although connected by blood, he made it clear that family ties alone meant nothing to him. Rather than continue arguing, Sirius suggested speaking with the people waiting outside. His attention turned toward a more important matter. Soon, the conversation focused on the Beastkin girls under Sirius's protection. One man evaluated them as if they were assets. His remarks became even more disturbing as he examined the younger girl's appearance and imagined how she could be shaped to suit his preferences. The discussion took a darker turn as Sirius realized the insults were no longer directed only at him. Instead of backing down, they defended their behavior and threatened to claim payment through other means. Sirius finally reached his limit, folding his arms. He cut off the conversation and refused to listen any further. Confrontation escalated when he rejected any connection to the family, before openly condemning the noble's arrogance and corruption. With the atmosphere turning hostile, orders were issued to summon the guards waiting outside, preparing the mansion for the conflict about to unfold. The nobles mocked Sirius and openly threatened to capture the girls under his protection, confident that he could do nothing to stop them. A sudden change swept through the room. Fear appeared on their faces as Sirius released a pressure that neither of them could understand. Remaining seated, he calmly explained that anyone who threatened those precious to him would learn the consequences. Ignoring the warning, one noble drew his sword and charged forward, believing force would settle the matter. Sirius read the movement before it was completed, and stopped the strike with ease, leaving his opponent stunned by the overwhelming difference in skill. He grabbed the noble without warning, and reminded everyone that the first attack had come from their side. While struggling to break free, the noble tried to downplay the incident. Sirius remained unconvinced and pointed out that nobody would mistake those actions for a simple joke. Rather than listening to more excuses, he proposed hearing the truth directly from the person at the center of the dispute. Before anyone could respond, Sirius struck with overwhelming force. The sudden blow shattered the noble's composure and sent shock through the room. Moments later, the man crashed to the floor in defeat. Standing over him calmly, Sirius demonstrated the vast gap between empty threats and real strength. Refusing to tolerate more deception, Sirius forced the noble to explain whether his earlier remarks had truly been a joke. Trembling uncontrollably, he confessed that he had intended to seize the beastkin girls and sell them for profit. Unsatisfied with a simple confession, Sirius demanded a promise that such thoughts and actions would never be repeated. Desperate to escape punishment, the noble swore obedience and begged for forgiveness. Sirius accepted the pledge and allowed him to rest. With one matter settled, Sirius turned his attention to the next culprit. Panic immediately spread as another man tried to hide behind his claim of being family. Ignoring the man's plea, Sirius seized him and questioned why respect should be given to someone who had insulted the people he cared about. The noble demanded to know why old matters were being brought up again. Meanwhile, calls for the guards echoed through the mansion, but no help arrived. He reminded the man of the countless lives ruined by his actions, and declared that he had no right to criticize anyone. This was not revenge, but a lesson meant to ensure the noble would never dare interfere with him or his companions again. Sirius dragged two defeated servants into the mansion hall and brought them before the head servant. Facing the older man, he pointed out that the servants had ignored their master's condition and neglected their duties. Afterward, Sirius explained the family's history and reminded him that his loyalty belonged to the master's father, not the current generation. Despite everything, the man had continued serving the household. Rather than seeking power, the head servant revealed that he simply wished to spend his remaining years caring for the mansion. Before leaving, Sirius decided the matter was not finished and took the two servants away for further discipline. With the head servant's approval, Sirius left the mansion and moved on to check the situation outside. Soon after, Rius and Amelia rushed over and confirmed they were safe after handling matters on their side. The siblings then revealed that several servants had attacked them shortly after Sirius departed, believing victory was already assured. Instead, the attackers were thoroughly defeated and left regretting their actions. Hearing they had even planned to sell Amelia and Rius for profit, Sirius could not hide his frustration and vowed never to forgive them. After confirming that everyone was safe, Sirius finally relaxed as the situation settled down around the mansion. Meanwhile, Rius and Amelia became curious about the commotion Sirius had dealt with and asked what had happened. Attention soon shifted to the captured servants. Since they had harmed those under Sirius's protection, their fate was already decided. Rather than ending the matter there, Sirius prepared a lesson that would force them to face the consequences of their actions. Water splashed everywhere as the servants struggled helplessly, while Sirius watched calmly and made sure they remembered the experience. The group stared in shock at the condition of the two servants. Realizing how severe the punishment had become, Sirius admitted he might have gone a little too far. Instead of reflecting on their actions, the pair lashed out in anger and blamed Sirius for everything that had happened. Hearing the insults directed at their mentor, Rius and Amelia immediately stepped forward and prepared to defend his honor. Before the situation escalated further, Sirius calmed his disciples and reminded everyone of their true relationship. Placing an arm around Rius and Amelia, he declared that his real family stood beside him, leaving the others speechless. Sirius reassured everyone that they remained his precious students, friends, and family. The words eased the tension and brought comfort to those around him. Rather than accepting his kindness, the punished servant continued to complain and demanded that Sirius be driven away. At that moment, the head servant stepped forward and firmly ordered him to listen and accept responsibility for his actions. Meanwhile, Emilia proudly reflected on Sirius's role as a mentor, seeing him as someone worthy of respect and admiration. When the servant desperately shifted the blame onto Emilia, Sirius revealed evidence that exposed the truth, leaving the accusation with no support. Sirius presented evidence proving that the noble crest could only be obtained through official recognition and personal achievement, exposing the servant's false claims. Soon after, memories of a remarkable commoner who had earned the kingdom's trust began to surface among the witnesses. While Baldmir refused to accept reality, Sirius calmly revealed that he was the very person being described, leaving little room for doubt. Rather than continuing the argument, he decided to demonstrate the difference in their abilities through action. An overwhelming attack erupted from Sirius's hand, shaking the area and instantly silencing anyone who still questioned his strength. The devastating attack carved through the distant landscape, yet Sirius carefully controlled its power to avoid harming anyone nearby. Witnessing the display, the frightened servants begged for help, while the head servant stepped forward to handle the situation himself. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply before Sirius and accepted responsibility for the misconduct of those under his care. Seeing such determination, Sirius questioned whether the man truly intended to risk his life for them despite their actions. In the end, the servant's loyalty earned Sirius's respect. Rather than seeking praise, he chose to bear the burden himself and repay the debt owed to those he wished to protect. With the conflict finally resolved, Sirius left the remaining matters in Barrio's hands and prepared to move on. Later, he relaxed beside the large wolf, enjoying a rare moment of peace after a long and exhausting day. As the group discussed the outcome, Sirius reflected on how the negotiations had benefited everyone despite reopening old memories. Barrio then revealed his wish to spend his retirement caring for the mansion, hoping to make up for past regrets. Soon afterward, an old story surfaced. What began as admiration for a capable woman gradually grew into a quiet love that Barrio had carried for many years. Barrio revealed that he had devoted himself to rebuilding the household after losing the woman he loved, carrying regrets he could never fully leave behind. Even so, he continued protecting the mansion because he believed it was the best way to honor her wishes and preserve her legacy, rather than seeking forgiveness. Barrio viewed his dedication as atonement, and found peace in caring for the place she once cherished. Before departing, Sirius asked where her grave could be found and listened carefully to the old servant's answer. As the group prepared to leave, Barrio accepted the responsibility of tending the grave, watching the flower field quietly while holding on to his memories. Standing before Irina's grave, Barrio reflected on the feelings he had carried for many years and quietly sought closure. Meanwhile, Sirius returned to his companions, who eagerly waited for their turn to spend time with him. Watching the scene, he remembered how his family had once been the people who supported him through difficult times. Now surrounded by loyal students and friends, Sirius felt grateful for their growth and looked forward to guiding them in the years ahead. 2 days after leaving Almesto, Sirius and his companions arrived in Orem, the hometown of Nichan and the others. As they walked through the streets, the bustling atmosphere caught their attention. Emilia recognized the town immediately and pointed out that they had reached their destination. Soon, locals recommended a popular diner known for its excellent food and famous takeaway bread. Standing before Irina's diner, Sirius realized it was the restaurant managed by Dee and Noel. Curiosity grew as he examined the building. Meanwhile, Rius and Emilia felt excited after learning the diner was the result of Nichan and Dee San's dream. Approaching the diner, Sirius recalled Noel's letter and wondered how much she had changed since then. Inside, the restaurant was packed with customers. Orders filled the room, and the staff worked quickly to keep up with demand. Recognizing her as Noel's younger sister, he chose to observe quietly without revealing his presence. While waiting, the group noticed the staff handling the crowded dining area efficiently. Noel, however, was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, 2 drunk customers slammed the table and loudly complained about the food, disrupting the lively atmosphere. The waitress calmly explained that the customers had chosen the highest spice level, despite being warned beforehand. Rather than accepting responsibility, one customer insisted he should not have to pay after failing to finish the meal. Keeping her composure, the waitress suggested trying other dishes and desserts instead. Unfortunately, the men ignored her reasonable proposal. Tension rose as the argument continued, drawing attention from everyone in the diner. Before matters escalated further, a loud voice suddenly interrupted. A girl stepped forward and confronted the troublemakers for bothering her younger sister. The crowded restaurant immediately fell silent. Stepping forward with confidence, Noel revealed that she was the creator of the dishes being criticized. Hearing the insults directed at her husband's cooking, Noel's patience began to fade. Meanwhile, the crowd watched closely, already familiar with her spirited personality. Rather than backing down, she declared that rude customers would only disturb everyone else, waving a tray dramatically. Noelle lectured the men about considering the feelings of those around them. Her energetic display left Sirius, and the others momentarily speechless. Then Noelle's eyes met Sirius. The confidence vanished instantly, and panic spread across her face. The moment Noelle noticed Sirius, her bold attitude disappeared. Embarrassed by her earlier performance, she hurried over and desperately tried to explain herself. Before she could escape, Rias and Amelia stopped her. With the disturbance settled, Noelle regained her composure. Soon afterward, the group sat together and enjoyed the lively environment while watching the staff continue their work. Seeing the diner overwhelmed with orders, Sirius stepped in to help. He quickly organized tasks and supported the kitchen during the busiest period. Although Noelle tried to refuse assistance, Sirius ignored her objections and joined the operation, helping the restaurant run more smoothly. While helping in the kitchen, Sirius was suddenly recognized by D. Shock spread across the chef's face as he realized his former master had appeared. After a brief reunion, Sirius explained that he had arrived earlier and decided to assist with the busy restaurant. D eagerly welcomed the help. News of Sirius's identity quickly reached the others. Curiosity filled the room as the staff learned that the skilled helper was Noelle's respected master. Meanwhile, Noelle sensed something unusual and began paying closer attention. Turning towards Sirius, she finally approached him and prepared to hear his thoughts about her progress. While working in the kitchen, Sirius noticed Noelle acting as though their reunion had never been interrupted. Watching the couple together, Dee smiled at how affectionate they remained, despite the years that had passed. The gathering brought back memories of their earlier days. For a moment, the lively restaurant felt just like the mansion where they had once lived together. Then Sirius noticed a small child nearby and immediately became curious. With pride, Noelle introduced the girl as Noir, a precious member of their family. Nervously, the child greeted everyone for the first time. With Noir in her arms, Noelle proudly showed Sirius the family she and Dee had built. Afterward, Noelle introduced Arad, Noir's younger brother. She also revealed that the restaurant now carried Irina's name. To celebrate the reunion, a special meat hot pot prepared by Sirius was brought to the table. Everyone eagerly gathered around the meal. As they ate, the group praised the rich flavor and noticed how much Sirius's cooking had improved. Only Noir seemed unimpressed. While the others enjoyed the dish, she quietly struggled with the unusual taste. As dinner continued, the group shared stories from the past. Rias and Amelia happily recalled how Sirius had once helped them during difficult times. Eventually, Sirius announced that he would leave for the day. The decision disappointed everyone, especially Noelle, who clearly wanted the reunion to last longer. Hearing that Sirius and Rius needed a place to stay, Noelle immediately rejected the idea of sending them to an inn. Without hesitation, she offered rooms in her house and insisted they spend the night there. Sirius reluctantly accepted the arrangement. A mischievous smile then appeared on Noelle's face, making Sirius suspicious of whatever she was planning next. While discussing the earlier incident, Noelle admitted that she often acted on impulse when dealing with troublesome customers. Sirius quickly pointed out the consequences of her reckless behavior. Despite Noelle's excuses, the lesson was delivered with painful effectiveness. Realizing her mistakes, Noelle apologized and explained that she only wanted to protect the restaurant. Sirius reminded her that good intentions alone were not enough. After listening carefully, she reluctantly agreed to seek help instead of handling every conflict herself. Dee then explained that Noelle's dedication to the diner often made her forget her own limits, leaving Sirius both surprised and concerned. After hearing Sirius's criticism, Dee and Noelle revealed that her stubborn behavior had always been difficult to control. Even within the family, she rarely listened to advice from others. Morning arrived as Sirius led the group behind Irina's diner to continue their daily training before breakfast. While preparing for practice, Rias remembered that Hokuto had never joined a frisbee game and brought up the idea. Hearing the suggestion, the others quickly gathered, leaving Sirius briefly wondering where everyone had gone. Soon afterward, Rias, Fia, and Hokuto appeared with eager faces, placing their hopes on Sirius to guide the activity. Without delay, the frisbee flew across the field as the excited trio rushed forward, ready to begin a lively new training session together. The frisbee soared toward Hokuto, who leaped forward and caught it cleanly despite the fast pace of the game. After several rounds, Sirius praised Hokuto's effort while the others realized the wolf remained a difficult opponent to overcome. Meanwhile, Rius and Fia quietly discussed a plan, convinced that ordinary throws would not be enough. Without warning, the pair launched their strategy. Hokuto chased the disc as Fia rushed into position to intercept it. High above the field, Fia secured the catch. Using Hokuto as support, she landed safely and completed the play successfully. At last, Emilia caught the frisbee and proudly presented the result of her effort to Sirius. Rather than praising her alone, Sirius called Rias forward and acknowledged the teamwork behind the successful play. Hearing that the victory belonged to both of them, Rias quietly accepted the recognition while the group celebrated together. Soon afterward, training ended, and everyone gathered around the table to enjoy the meal prepared for breakfast. As the others happily ate, Noir seemed distracted, drawing concerned looks from Dee and the rest of the family. While breakfast continued, Noelle explained that Sirius had taught her father many recipes and inspired him to improve his cooking. Moments later, Noir suddenly lost her appetite and hurried away from the table, leaving everyone confused by the change. Concern spread through the room as Noelle noted that Noir rarely acted this way after meals, making the situation seem unusual. Before Sirius could investigate, Stella introduced herself as Noelle's mother and approached him directly. As they spoke, Stella expressed gratitude for Sirius's guidance, while Sirius acknowledged how much he had learned from Noelle in return. During the conversation, Stella revealed that Noelle was the eldest of 7 children and had left home to ease the family's burden after their father passed away. Years later, Noelle returned with a husband and news of her work, bringing relief and happiness back to the household. Meanwhile, Sirius reflected on the noble who had once supported him, realizing that person was connected to Noel's family. Filled with gratitude, Stella thanked Sirius for caring for her precious daughter throughout her journey. Embarrassment quickly replaced the emotional mood as Stella jokingly exposed an old secret, surprising everyone at the table. As the discussion continued, Stella asked whether Emilia, Ryuz, and Reese were the companions traveling alongside Sirius. After receiving introductions, she warmly welcomed them and praised their character, while Emilia spoke fondly of the person who had once cared for her and Ryuz. Curious about their plans, Stella asked how long the group intended to remain in the village. Hearing their uncertain answer, she enthusiastically offered them a place to stay, and even joked about building a house for them. Meanwhile, Noelle quietly listened, as her family hoped she would grow closer to her new brothers and sisters. While observing the family, Sirius realized that Noir's recent behavior likely came from jealousy rather than anger. Determined to strengthen their bond before leaving, he began searching for a way to help Noir open her heart again. Soon afterward, Stella enthusiastically announced a special gathering dedicated to helping everyone get along with Noir. Ideas quickly filled the room as family members proposed different approaches, each hoping to earn Noir's attention and trust. Instead of joining the competition, Sirius chose a different path and challenged Dee to a mock battle, preparing a plan of his own. One suggestion after another failed to impress Sirius, leaving the group struggling to find a way to approach Noir. Refusing to give up, Emilia proposed a picnic where everyone could relax together and share their honest feelings. Noelle and Stella suggested taking a day off while their other siblings helped manage the restaurant. After some encouragement, Dee finally agreed to rest, trusting the family to handle everything in his absence. With the plan settled, the group celebrated their success and prepared for a special outing meant to strengthen the bond between Sirius and Noir. A group decided to spend the day on a picnic together and left town to enjoy a peaceful outing. Before departing, the adults entrusted the children to the others and encouraged them to have fun while staying safe. Along the path, the young companions enjoyed themselves as one member quietly kept watch over Noir, and the rest of the group excitement spread. As everyone admired the scenery and learned that monsters rarely appeared there, filled with curiosity, Noir eagerly asked to visit the river. With permission granted, the group continued deeper into the area, while another companion watched from behind. At the riverside, Noir and her friend happily played in the shallow water, while Sirius rested nearby and watched over them. Meanwhile, Sirius and his disciple sat beneath a tree. The discussion turned to Noir, and Sirius reflected on the bond he had built with her over time. Although proud of Noir's growth, he quietly wondered whether he was giving her the guidance and care she truly needed. In response, his disciple reminded him that Noir had matured well and encouraged him to take the day to relax. As the children continued playing in the distance, he lay back and enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Once the group settled down, lunch was prepared, and everyone gathered around to enjoy the meal together. After taking the first bite, Noir's face brightened with delight. The delicious food quickly became the center of attention. Meanwhile, she eagerly praised the cooking and happily continued eating, convinced that the meal was the best she had ever tasted. A moment later, the others realized there was a misunderstanding about who had actually prepared the food. Surprise spread across the group. Embarrassment immediately appeared on Noir's face as the truth came out. While the others laughed at the mix-up, she hurriedly tried to recover from her mistake. The misunderstanding grew worse when Noir loudly declared that another person's cooking was terrible compared to her parents' meals. As emotions took over, she continued praising her father's cooking without realizing how uncomfortable the situation had become for everyone else. Soon, her words escalated into an exaggerated comparison, leaving the group stunned by her unwavering loyalty to her parents. Realizing she had gone too far, Noir lowered her head. The tension faded as both sides quietly exchanged apologies. After calming down, she struggled to explain her feelings. Torn between her love for her father and mother, Noir could only sit in silence while trying to sort out her thoughts. Unable to contain her embarrassment, Noir suddenly shouted at herself for causing trouble and bolted away from the picnic area. Noir suddenly ran off, causing concern among the group. Sirius stayed calm and judged that the area was safe enough to search without immediate danger. After a brief discussion, the others agreed to bring her back and entrusted the matter to Sirius. Meanwhile, Emilia wanted to chase after Noir, but her brother believed Noir should be given a chance to act on her own. Soon after, Ryuz volunteered to find Noir, believing he could handle the task better. Remembering similarities between Noir and his younger self, Ryuz felt a personal connection and became determined to persuade her to return. Understanding Noir's feelings, Ryuz insisted on searching for her himself. Sirius accepted his determination and entrusted the task to him. Encouragement soon came from the others, who placed their hopes in Ryuz and asked him to bring Noir home safely. Before leaving, Ryuz received one final reminder to ensure Noir returned without harm. At the same time, Sirius sensed no monsters nearby, though something still felt unusual. Choosing not to burden the group further, Ryuz asked Emilia to remain behind while he set out with Sirius's wolf companion. Moments later, the pair raced across the wilderness. Watching from afar, Sirius reflected on Ryuz's resolve and growing confidence. Guided by Sirius's trust and advice, Ryuz continued deeper into the wilderness, determined to find Noir on his own. Following the trail carefully, he noticed signs that Noir had entered the forest. Relief came when he confirmed she had not been injured along the way. At last, Noir appeared ahead. Before Ryuz could reach her, she lost her footing near a steep drop. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and caught her. The rescue sent both of them tumbling down the slope together. After the fall, Ryuz quickly checked on Noir. Though shaken and dizzy, she was unharmed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After making sure Noir was safe, Ryuz asked about her parents. Hearing that they were waiting nearby, he realized she had misunderstood their concern. Gently, he explained that her parents' worry came from love rather than disappointment. The thought left Noir surprised and uncertain. Even so, Noir admitted, feeling ignored as attention seemed focused on someone else. Her loneliness reminded Ryuz of his own childhood. Drawing from that experience, Ryuz shared how jealousy once made him resent his brother and misunderstand the people around him. By revealing his embarrassing past, he helped Noir see things differently. Slowly, her doubts faded, and she began believing in her family's affection once more. With her worries fading, Noir agreed to return home. Ryuz felt relieved as the conversation finally moved in a positive direction. While carrying her through the forest, he searched for a safe route back. Noir noticed his effort and admired how dependable he seemed. Thoughts of Sirius soon surfaced, and Noir praised him for always protecting others. Ryuz listened quietly as her admiration became clear. Rather than dismissing those feelings, he explained that her parents were equally remarkable in their own way and deserved the same appreciation. By the end of the discussion, both of them shared a smile. The journey back continued peacefully, strengthened by a new understanding of the people they cared about. As they continued through the forest, Ryuz reminded Noir that her parents' love remained unchanged, no matter how much she admired others. Before returning, he encouraged her to share her feelings honestly and trust that her family would understand. Suddenly, strange growls echoed from the shadows. The peaceful journey came to an abrupt halt as several beasts appeared. Only then did Ryuz realize how distracted he had been while helping Noir. Rustling sounds surrounded them from every direction. Faced with a pack of dangerous monsters, Ryuz quickly assessed the threat. Protecting Noir became his highest priority as the creatures closed in around them. Seeing Noir's fear, Ryuz stepped forward and promised to keep her safe. His confidence helped calm her trembling heart. After giving simple instructions, he positioned Noir behind him and prepared to face the approaching monsters alone. Without wasting a moment, Ryuz launched a powerful attack that struck the leading beast and disrupted the pack's advance. Surrounded by enemies, he continued fighting while shielding Noir. Every movement balanced offense with the need to keep her out of danger. Even as more monsters rushed toward them, Ryuz refused to retreat. Determination filled his mind as he stood between the beasts and the girl he had sworn to protect. Despite being outnumbered, Rias continued fighting while protecting Noir behind him. Pain spread through his injured arm, making every movement harder. Even so, thoughts of Sirius's teachings pushed him to stay focused. Soon, the pack surrounded him from all directions. Fear and doubt crept in as Noir watched anxiously from behind. Remembering his purpose, Ryuz unleashed a powerful roar that shook the battlefield and disrupted the monster's advance. Confidence quickly returned, realizing he could still fight with his remaining strength. Ryuz charged forward and resolved to defeat every beast standing in his way. As the battle intensified, Ryuz pushed aside his fear and reminded himself why he had trained so hard. Strength surged through him as his resolve solidified. Rather than fighting for victory alone, he fought to keep someone precious safe. After driving the monsters back, Ryuz immediately checked on Noir. Relief washed over him when he confirmed she was unharmed. Watching Noir stand safely behind him, Ryuz finally understood the meaning of protecting another person. Meanwhile, Noir quietly admired his determination. For the first time, she truly understood the burden, hardship, and pride carried by those who protected others. With the monsters defeated, Ryuz urged Noir to leave the area quickly before more threats appeared. Although still frightened, Noir refused to stay behind. Instead, she insisted on following Ryuz closely on the journey back. Noticing the blood on his body, Noir reached out and grabbed his hand. Her concern revealed how much she cared about his safety. A bright smile soon returned to her face. The fear that had weighed on her heart was replaced by trust and admiration. For the first time, he truly understood the joy of protecting someone and took another step toward becoming the person he admired most. Sirius rode Hokuto through the forest, and noticed the surroundings had recovered once again. Soon afterward, he headed back with Hokuto, while two familiar figures appeared ahead on the path. Without delay, the pair rushed over and checked on Sirius after his return. Meanwhile, Noir and another child stepped out from the trees and approached the group. Relief spread among them, as everyone was found safe. While listening to the situation, Sirius confirmed Noir's condition and prepared to hear the rest of the story. Noir rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around her mother after being reunited. Tears soon filled both of their eyes as they apologized and expressed the feelings they had failed to share before. Watching from nearby, the others felt relieved to see the family together again, while Noir's mother refused to let go. A moment later, Noir's father lifted her into his arms and confirmed that she was unharmed after the incident. Gratitude followed the reunion as Noir's parents thanked Ryuz for protecting their daughter and helping bring her home safely. After the reunion, Rhys used healing magic to clean and treat Ryuz's injuries. Water flowed around him as the spell eased his pain. Once the treatment ended, she carefully checked his condition and searched for any remaining wounds. Nearby, Sirius examined Ryuz and advised him to rest while the injuries recovered properly. Their discussion then shifted toward the responsibility of protecting others, and the judgment needed during dangerous situations. Finally, Sirius asked what Ryuz had learned from protecting Noir. Remembering the family's gratitude, Ryuz felt proud that his actions had helped keep someone safe. Ryuz reflected on the recent events and expressed his desire to become stronger so he could protect the people who mattered most to him. Hearing those words, Sirius acknowledged his growth and encouraged him to continue walking the path of a protector. Nearby, Noir happily held her parents' hands, while the others recognized that Ryuz had played a key role in keeping everyone safe. As the atmosphere relaxed, the group began discussing the future, and Sirius casually brought up the possibility of Ryuz finding a partner someday. Embarrassment quickly spread among the listeners, while Sirius moved on with a smile, leaving the others flustered as they continued their journey. Later, Noir quietly approached Sirius, while Ryuz watched from beside her. After hesitating for a moment, she struggled to find the right words. Gathering her courage, Noir finally bowed her head and offered a heartfelt apology. Rather than reacting immediately, Sirius calmly asked her to explain the reason behind those feelings. With some embarrassment, Noir admitted her worries about the recent events, and even blamed herself for things that were not her fault. Seeing her concern, Sirius presented a homemade dessert to lighten the mood, giving everyone a chance to relax and enjoy the evening together. After tasting the dessert, Noir's expression brightened immediately. For the first time, she openly admitted that Sirius's sweets were delicious. Hearing her praise, Sirius explained that an even better version could be made in the future with Dee's help. The discussion soon turned to family. Sirius reminded Noir that the care of her parents was something no one else could replace. Standing together, Noir and her parents listened as Sirius playfully challenged Dee over who cared for Noir the most. Without hesitation, both parents declared their devotion. Laughter filled the room as each proudly insisted that their love for Noir would never be surpassed. Encouraged by her parents' affection, Noir happily called out to them while the room filled with warmth and relief. Moments later, she turned toward Ryuz, and gave him an enthusiastic sign of approval for everything he had done. Then, to everyone's surprise, Noir declared that she wanted to become Ryu's follower and stay by his side. Her parents quickly supported the idea, believing the experience would help Noir grow while learning from someone she admired. Although caught off guard by the unexpected development, Ryu accepted the responsibility. Watching quietly, Sirius considered how this decision might shape both of their futures. As the visit came to an end, Noir's father entrusted her future growth to Ryu's, leaving him both honored and nervous. Meanwhile, Noir remained cheerful and continued looking up to Ryu's, while her father struggled to hide his reluctance to let her go. Several peaceful days later, Sirius and his companions prepared to resume their journey, bringing the farewell closer. Upon hearing the news, Noir became emotional and sought reassurance from Ryu's before their departure. After promising to return and continue guiding her, Ryu's said goodbye, while Noir watched the group leave with renewed determination. While preparing to leave, the group reflected on the bonds they had formed. Ryu's admitted that parting from loved ones was never easy to accept. At the same time, Emilia reminded Sirius not to disappear without warning, showing how much his companions valued his presence. Before the farewell ended, Noir's family expressed their gratitude and hoped they would meet again under better circumstances. A few days later, the travelers finally departed, while Noir's parents focused on raising her with pride and care. Meanwhile, life in the village moved forward. New improvements were introduced, and Arena's diner seemed ready to grow even more prosperous in the future. After returning from their journey, the group gathered for a meal. When Sirius asked what everyone wanted, an enthusiastic request for everything quickly filled the room. As breakfast continued, Noelle's appetite drew attention after she eagerly ate far more than usual. Rather than worrying, her family treated the situation lightly and joked about her growing fondness for food. Before long, Noelle became completely absorbed in eating. The sight left the others both amused and concerned by her unusual behavior. Suspecting something might be wrong, Sirius decided to examine her condition. While the others continued their meal, after examining Noelle, Sirius discovered the reason behind her unusual condition and quietly reached a conclusion. The announcement stunned Noelle at first, but the others quickly realized that her family was about to welcome a new member. Excitement immediately spread throughout the room. While everyone celebrated, Noelle struggled to keep up with the sudden flood of reactions. Meanwhile, her husband could barely contain his happiness and proudly shared the joyful news with those around him. Realizing she would soon become an older sister, she happily joined the celebration with the rest of the family. Before departing, Sirius offered Dee a few final words and reminded him to take care of the growing family. Soon afterward, the day of departure arrived. Friends and family prepared supplies while seeing the travelers off. As the farewell continued, Noir ran over with one last request and stopped Ryus before he could leave. With determination in her eyes, she promised to become stronger, learn new skills, and one day follow in his footsteps. Overcome with emotion, Noir struggled to hold back her tears while watching the group begin their journey. Before leaving, Ryus encouraged Noir to stay healthy and continue growing stronger. His words reassured her, and she responded with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Sirius and Hakuto prepared for the journey ahead. Looking back at the village, Sirius felt grateful for the peaceful days spent with Noelle and Dee's family. As the carriage departed, Noir and her family waved goodbye. Their farewell carried hope, while the travelers promised themselves they would return someday. A quiet feeling of loneliness spread among them as they remembered the time they shared together. While the road stretched ahead, the others reminded Sirius that the farewell was not permanent. Overcome with emotion, one of the girls struggled to hold back her tears. Meanwhile, Sirius shifted everyone's attention toward the training planned for later that day. Soon after, the conversation turned to Noir. Ryus admitted his feelings, but the presence of his companions kept him from feeling completely alone. Amusement filled the carriage as Ryus treated the matter lightly. In response, FIA seriously reminded him that a girl's feelings should never be underestimated. As the teasing continued, the group concluded that Ryus still had much to learn about matters of the heart. Soon afterward, Sirius received several folded notes, prepared by the friends they had left behind. Curiosity spread through the carriage as each note was opened. Among them, one message from Noir immediately caught everyone's attention. To Ryus's surprise, the note revealed Noir's dream of becoming his bride when she grew older. Shock swept through the group as they processed the meaning of the message. Meanwhile, Ryus froze in place, struggling to react to the unexpected declaration. The girls grew annoyed when Ryus failed to understand the meaning behind Noir's message. Meanwhile, Sirius quietly observed the situation. Soon after, Sirius reflected on how Ryus still needed guidance in understanding relationships and emotions. Back in town, Those left behind realized the group had already departed and could only watch them leave. As the journey continued, Arena thought about Sirius's growth and felt proud of how much he had matured. At the same time, Dee strengthened her resolve to support Sirius, believing her loyalty would be needed in the future. Thinking about the future, Dee promised herself that she would always support Sirius whenever he needed help. A warm memory followed as she recalled her family embracing her and accepting the path she had chosen. From that moment on, protecting her loved ones became her greatest goal. Their happiness gave her the strength to move forward. Elsewhere, another girl boldly imagined a future where Sirius would eventually become her husband. Not stopping there, she secretly decided that even a smaller place by his side would be enough for her. As years passed, Shimiya often remembered Sirius. His kindness and guidance had left a lasting impression on her heart. Even after they parted, she never doubted they would meet again. The memory of their farewell continued to inspire her. 9 years later, Shimiya had grown stronger while patiently waiting for that day. Thoughts of Sirius remained close to her mind. Meanwhile, she focused on training and teaching younger students, passing on the knowledge she had gained. Suddenly, the peaceful lesson was interrupted when Aisha rushed over with urgent news, forcing everyone to prepare for trouble. Aisha rushed to Shimiya and urged her to stay calm. After catching her breath, she explained that an elder had arrived with an important message. Upon hearing the news, Shimiya immediately left for the village. The unexpected visit suggested that something serious had happened. Soon afterward, the village elder confirmed that a special summons had been issued. Shimiya listened carefully as the situation was explained. The elder revealed that the ancient guardians of the sacred tree had finally appeared after remaining hidden for generations. As the truth became clear, Shimiya learned that she had been chosen to visit the sacred tree, an honor that carried great responsibility. The elder's decision left Shimiya stunned. Despite the honor, she openly refused because there was something more important she wished to pursue. Rather than becoming angry, her father listened patiently and encouraged her to speak honestly about her feelings. As the discussion continued, he questioned her reasons, believing she would never reject such an opportunity without a strong motive. Gradually, the truth surfaced. The elder realized that someone important from Shimiya's past was still occupying her thoughts. Those words struck deeply, and Shimiya fell silent as she understood how much she feared losing that person forever. That night, Shimiya sat alone beneath the moonlight, unable to stop thinking about the choice before her. Despite her worries, one truth remained clear in her heart. She still could not give up on Sirius. Soon, hope replaced her doubts. Rather than fearing the future, she imagined building a family with him someday. With renewed determination, Shimiya began making plans and convincing herself that patience would eventually be rewarded. The next morning, she searched for her father to share her decision, only to discover that he had quietly left the house. While eating the fruit left behind by her father, Shimiya felt a small sense of guilt. Even so, his kindness gave her comfort. As she reflected on his words, memories of elves who had chosen their own paths strengthened her resolve. Although her decision wavered for a moment, gratitude soon replaced doubt. With tears in her eyes, she accepted what she truly wanted. Under the moonlit sky, Shimiya rushed into the forest without hesitation, determined to follow her heart. For years she had waited for Sirius to come to her. Now, she chose to seek him out herself and close the distance between them. Following the clues Sirius once mentioned, Shimiya chose a destination and began planning her journey. With a clear goal in mind, she set out to search for him, rather than letting doubt stop her. She decided to face whatever awaited her. Meeting Sirius again mattered more than her fears. Holding on to that hope, Shimiya pressed onward, eager to find Sirius and finally close the distance between them. After parting ways with Noelle and her family, Sirius and his companions sailed across the ocean toward the Adload continent. Before making the journey, the group visited Laura's grave to pay their respects, then continued toward Reese's hometown. During the voyage, Reese appeared healthy, despite the rough sea, surprising Sirius as they discussed her condition. Meanwhile, Emilia remained unusually quiet and distracted, drawing attention from those around her. Noticing her behavior, Sirius carefully observed Emilia and realized something had been troubling her throughout the trip. As the journey continued, Emilia admitted that she was worried about returning to her homeland. Although it was the place where she once lived with her family, she no longer knew what awaited her there. Memories of the village's destruction and the loss of her loved ones continued to weigh heavily on her mind, leaving her emotionally unsettled. Watching her quietly stare into the distance, Sirius understood that this was a burden she had to overcome herself. Instead of dwelling on grief, he encouraged her to focus on the future and the people still beside her. Gradually, Emilia regained her smile and began looking forward to what lay ahead. Thanks to Sirius's encouragement, Emilia regained her cheerful mood and spent more time by his side during the voyage. Soon after, she tried to show her affection openly, but another companion quickly stopped her before things went too far. Meanwhile, Rhys spotted a huge fish swimming near the ship, and excitedly drew everyone's attention to it. Seeing Emilia smile and act like her usual self again, Sirius felt relieved. At the same time, he understood that her worries had not completely disappeared. As the ship finally reached the Adload continent, the group settled in for the night and prepared for the challenges awaiting them ahead. The next day, the group began gathering information in the port city of Mejuruna while searching for clues about the Silverwolf tribe. While eating at a local restaurant, Sirius noticed unfamiliar spices and became interested in creating new recipes with them. After questioning local traders, the party learned very little about the tribe's whereabouts. Still, they obtained hints pointing toward regions in the east and west. Based on the rumors, they selected a lawless town near a western fort as their next destination and planned to investigate further. With their course decided, the group set out, hoping to uncover both the tribe's location and valuable new information. While exploring the lawless town, Emilia suddenly noticed something unusual and pointed Sirius toward a nearby alley. At the end of the street, 2 young Silverwolf children came into view. The sight immediately caught the group's attention. Recognizing the same scent as their own tribe, Rios and Emilia rushed forward, hoping the children could lead them to other Silverwolves. As they approached, Sirius noticed signs of trouble. The girl wore an enslavement collar, and both children appeared frightened and vulnerable. Unable to hold back her emotions, the younger child clung tightly to her mother, revealing the painful situation their family had endured. The Silverwolf children became desperate and urged the group to move quickly before their pursuers could catch up. Hearing that enemies were nearby, Ryuz eagerly prepared for a fight, while Sirius calmly chose a route to intercept them. Moments later, several suspicious men appeared and tried to seize the Silverwolf family, treating them as valuable targets. After observing the men closely, Sirius identified them as members of a criminal organization operating beneath the town's surface. Rather than backing down, the gang threatened to continue the abduction. Faced with their cruelty, Sirius prepared to stop them by force. The confrontation began immediately as Sirius and Ryuz struck down the kidnappers before they could react. Within moments, the criminals lost all control of the situation. After capturing one of the men, Sirius calmly pressured him for answers, and made it clear that escape was no longer possible. Faced with no other choice, the captive revealed that a noble had ordered the capture of a female Silverwolf. Meanwhile, the rescued family finally relaxed, as Emilia reassured them that the danger had passed. Once the enslavement collar was removed, the mother embraced her child in relief, bringing a peaceful end to the rescue. After questioning the kidnappers, Sirius concluded that the criminal organization was likely uninvolved, and that the attackers had acted on their own. Before leaving, he asked the rescued family about their circumstances, and learned that they had escaped from a Silverwolf settlement. According to their story, the settlement was hidden deep within a western forest. Unfortunately, they had been captured while searching for food. With the information they needed finally secured, Sirius considered the rescue a success, and decided the group deserved some rest. As everyone prepared to return to the inn, Sirius split the tasks among his companions while planning the next stage of their search. After gathering new information, Sirius decided to investigate the town's underworld. Believing the task would be valuable experience, he chose to bring Rios along. Meanwhile, the others remained behind under Hokuto's protection. Sirius prepared a new lesson while giving Rios a chance to learn through action. With their plan settled, the pair headed into the city together, ready to uncover the secrets hidden beneath its surface. Sirius led Rios toward the kidnapper's hideout and instructed him to stay close, while observing the situation. Rather than attacking immediately, he decided to confront the criminals directly and use the mission as a learning opportunity. Meanwhile, Rios followed behind and realized that watching Sirius handle danger was part of his training. Upon reaching the area, suspicious figures were spotted hiding near a building, prompting Sirius to prepare for any sudden move. Soon after, one of the criminals noticed the pair and approached carelessly, unaware that Sirius had already taken control of the situation. A drunken man approached Sirius while secretly carrying a suspicious item in his hand. Noticing it immediately, Sirius grabbed his arm and exposed the hidden object before it could be used. Meanwhile, the captured criminals remained unusually calm, causing Ryuz to suspect that a larger group was waiting nearby. To test that suspicion, Sirius entered a tavern and casually ordered drinks while searching for anyone connected to the gang. Soon, his remarks caught the attention of a man who seemed familiar with the criminals' activities. After receiving a subtle signal, Sirius followed the lead deeper into the building, drawing closer to the gang's hidden base. Sirius reached the gang's hideout and met the leaders responsible for the kidnappings. Rather than showing hostility, they calmly listened to his purpose. The criminals confirmed that the captured members belonged to them, though they claimed those subordinates had already been abandoned. Instead of demanding payment, Sirius requested information and asked about the group's current situation. His unexpected approach left the leaders uncertain. Then Sirius mentioned 2 kidnapped silverwolves in the forest. The revelation immediately changed the atmosphere and shocked the gang leader. Without wasting time, the leader ordered the rescued members to be awakened and began questioning how they had been defeated and captured. The rescued captives revealed that a noble had paid the gang to capture silverwolf women. Their mission failed after unexpected interference blocked the plan. Hearing enough, Sirius knocked out the captive before he could continue speaking recklessly. As the discussion continued, the gang leader explained that the outsiders involved seemed unaware of the consequences behind such actions. A dark history soon emerged. Long ago, the abduction of silverwolves led to retaliation, widespread destruction, and the collapse of an entire nation. Listening carefully, Sirius concluded that the leader was telling the truth while Rius realized the incident was connected to a much larger problem. After confirming the silverwolves were safe, Sirius made an unexpected request and asked the gang to return them to his care. Rius listened quietly as Sirius explained that one of the silverwolves was no longer just a member of another race but someone he considered family. Rather than relying on force, Sirius proposed visiting the silverwolf settlement and personally explaining everything to their tribe. The gang agreed to cooperate and share information. At the same time, Sirius revealed that helping Rius gain experience had been one of his goals. Finally, he shifted the discussion toward the noble behind the kidnappings, intending to uncover the true mastermind responsible for the incident. The gang leader admitted that someone had recently hired them to capture silverwolves. Unfortunately, Sirius's interference had disrupted the operation before it could succeed. With the discussion finished, Sirius entrusted the matter of the abducted silverwolves to the gang leader and prepared to leave. In return for the information provided, the leader released Sirius from any obligation and considered their exchange settled. Outside the hideout, Sirius learned that the noble connected to the case had already gathered several adventurers and was moving quickly. Without hesitation, the gang leader accepted the task, while Sirius turned his attention toward confronting the people behind the scheme. While he focused on the underground organization, Rius remained delighted by being considered part of his family. As they walked through town, Sirius explained that good intentions alone could not justify taking lives. Rius listened carefully and accepted the lesson. Soon, the pair arrived at the Silverwolves' residence and met a woman named Ari along with her young son. Following the introductions, Rius eagerly greeted the family, while Sirius observed their reactions. Then, a familiar name caught Sirius's attention, making him suspect that the family might be connected to someone he had known before. The mention of Garb immediately excited Ari. She wondered whether Sirius and Rius might be related to the former settlement leader. As the discussion continued, Ari explained that Garb's settlement had been destroyed long ago, and everyone believed his family had perished with it. Hearing this, Sirius became curious because the Silverwolves seemed unaware of anyone matching Garb's description. Ari then revealed that Garb rarely spoke about his relatives, leaving most of his past a mystery even to those who knew him soon. The children began imagining the connection themselves and excitedly wondered if Garb could truly be their grandfather. Before leaving, Ari thanked Sirius for saving the Silverwolves and promised that her group would help however they could in the future. After giving everyone a chance to rest, Sirius assigned tasks and prepared the group for the possibility of another confrontation. Later, he invited Reese to accompany him into town. The unexpected opportunity left her flustered while the others watched with amusement. As evening approached, Sirius and Reese set out together, leaving the mansion behind for their errand. Meanwhile, a separate group moved through the city in secret. Their mission was to capture the Silverwolves, unaware that Sirius was already investigating the people behind the plot. While discussing their next move, the kidnappers decided to ambush the Silverwolves and seize anyone valuable they could find. Moments later, they noticed Sirius and Reese had suddenly disappeared from sight, leaving them confused and uneasy. Before anyone could react, a massive white wolf burst into the alley and charged straight toward the group. Panic spread among the kidnappers, but Sirius calmly appeared beside the beast and revealed that the wolf was his trusted partner. Having anticipated the enemy's actions, Sirius abandoned his shopping trip and moved first, determined to stop the plot before it could begin. Just as the kidnappers prepared to attack, Rius and another Silverwolf stepped forward and blocked their path. Seeing an opportunity, the criminals rushed toward the Silverwolves and attempted to capture them as hostages. Their plan failed the moment they moved. Without hesitation, the Silver Wolf girl launched herself into the air and struck before the attackers could react. A rapid barrage of attacks followed, sending several enemies flying across the street, overwhelmed by her speed. The kidnappers could barely defend themselves. Meanwhile, Ryuz engaged the remaining opponents. Maintaining complete control of the battle, he effortlessly countered every attack and left the criminals unable to keep up. Ryuz quickly closed the distance and struck down one of the kidnappers. The remaining enemies watched in shock as their ally collapsed without being able to resist. Elsewhere, Sirius faced another attacker and calmly analyzed his mistakes. Every swing was avoided, leaving the criminal increasingly frustrated. With a precise counterattack, Sirius seized control of the fight and hurled his opponent aside, ending the struggle in an instant. After recovering a discarded weapon, Sirius confronted the defeated man and revealed the identity of the noble who had hired the group. A final spell followed, leaving the criminal with no chance to continue the mission. The morning after the ambush, Sirius and his group resumed their journey toward the Silverwolf settlement while riding in a carriage. During the trip, the companions reflected on recent events, and the atmosphere remained light, despite the unusual situation surrounding Anarchy. Meanwhile, Ryuz and FIA eagerly promised to support and protect Anarchy, showing their strong trust in him. Noticing Amelia's uneasy expression, Sirius paid close attention and realized she was hiding her discomfort. After learning she had not recovered from her fatigue and lacked proper rest, he urged Amelia to lie down and take care of herself as the journey continued. Seeing Amelia struggle with exhaustion, Sirius encouraged her to rest, and even offered his pillow to make the journey more comfortable. After she lay down, Sirius quietly gathered information from the others, and learned that her condition had been noticeable, since early morning further details revealed that Amelia had stayed awake through the night, and deliberately kept her fatigue hidden from him. Although concerned, Sirius understood that she had concealed the truth because she did not want anyone worrying about her. Meanwhile, Anarchy apologized for causing concern. While Sirius reflected that both girls were at an age where they often carried their burdens alone, Aniki's spirits improved as the group continued their journey. Encouraged by everyone's kindness, she promised to support and protect her companions in return. Soon afterward, the travelers left the road behind and followed a game trail leading deeper into the forest. Before moving on, they arrived at a quiet resting spot. Surrounded by peaceful scenery, the group decided to take a short break. While Sirius prepared tea, everyone relaxed and enjoyed the food together. Laughter and warm conversations filled the clearing. Suddenly, the calm atmosphere vanished when Ryuz and EA sensed something approaching from deeper within the forest, putting the group on alert. A familiar scent drifted through the forest, causing Eri and Claude to recognize it immediately. Excitement quickly spread through the family. Moments later, a man rushed out from the trees. The sight of Eri and Claude left him overwhelmed with emotion. Without hesitation, the children ran forward and embraced their father. Relief replaced their worries as the long-awaited reunion finally arrived. Although happy to see them, the father soon shifted his attention elsewhere. Anger surfaced when he learned about the trouble his family had faced. Determined to settle the matter himself, he prepared to act at once, while Sirius and the others followed behind to see what would happen next. The reunion quickly turned chaotic when Claude fiercely guarded Rhys and refused to let anyone approach her. Acting on instinct, Claude launched himself forward and tried to drive the others away from Rhys's side. At the same time, Eri stepped in to stop the misunderstanding before the situation could spiral further out of control. A burst of force halted Claude's charge, leaving him startled as Rhys stood her ground without fear. Before tensions could rise again, Sirius intervened and restrained the excited youngster, reminding him that everyone present cared deeply about his family. Sirius calmly stopped the furious father's advance and praised his determination to protect his family, even while standing against stronger opponents. Despite acknowledging the group's efforts, the man refused to back down and remained ready to fight for his loved ones. Suddenly, Eri struck him from behind, ending the confrontation before it could escalate any further. While he protested, the others quickly restrained him and explained that the travelers were allies who had helped his family. At last, Eri firmly settled the matter and reminded everyone that Sirius and his companions had risked themselves to save both her and Claude. With the conflict resolved, Hyakuro finally accepted Sirius and the others. His respect grew after witnessing the loyalty shared between master and companions. Soon afterward, the group's bond became even clearer as everyone openly expressed their trust in Sirius and their determination to stand beside him. Satisfied by their sincerity, Hyakuro withdrew his objections. Gratitude replaced suspicion, and peace settled over the gathering. Gilia then thanked Sirius for rescuing her family and invited the travelers to their village so they could properly repay the favor. As the conversation continued, an unexpected reaction spread among the younger members of the group, leaving them staring in surprise at what they had just heard. After crossing the forest, the group finally reached the Silverwolf settlement. The sight of the village brought excitement and relief to those returning home. As they entered, Airy and Claude looked around with bright expressions. Although it was not the place they had lived before, the village still felt warmly familiar. Meanwhile, the adults discussed recent events and shared updates about the family. Hearing that the grandparents were still alive filled everyone with hope. Preparations for a celebration soon began, and the villagers eagerly gathered to welcome their guests and express their gratitude. Later, Sirius and his companions were treated like family, surrounded by food and warm hospitality. They enjoyed a peaceful evening among their new friends. While enjoying the celebration, Sirius noticed how deeply the Silverwolves valued their family bonds. The reunion had brought more happiness than he had expected. Around him, smiles and laughter filled the settlement. Seeing everyone safe and together allowed Sirius to relax for the first time in days. Soon afterward, Garb returned and was greeted by his grandchildren. Their joyful welcome contrasted with his calm reaction as he carefully observed the family before him. Rather than showing strong emotion, Garb simply expressed relief that they had survived. His quiet words carried the weight of genuine concern. As the elder walked past, Sirius and the others sensed something unusual about him. The atmosphere shifted slightly, leaving the group curious about what would happen next. During the feast, Garb approached Sirius and confirmed that he was the one who had saved his family. The elder's serious demeanor hinted that he wanted more than a simple conversation. Without warning, Garb proposed a sparring match. His request surprised those nearby, who could not understand the sudden challenge. Meanwhile, Sirius calmly assessed the situation and realized the elder sought to measure his strength rather than start a conflict. Others quickly explained that Garb rarely showed such interest, especially at his age, making the challenge even more unusual. As word spread, Airy and Claude hurried over in disbelief, stunned that their grandfather had chosen Sirius as his opponent. The challenge quickly became more personal when Claude and Airy addressed Garb in a way he clearly disliked. His sharp reaction caught both of them completely off guard. A challenge was proposed beside the blazing bonfire, drawing the villagers' attention rather than rushing into battle. The elder explained that he wished to speak first. The gathering grew quieter as the focus shifted away from fighting. Sirius questioned the elder's cold attitude toward Emilia and Ryus. In response, the man showed little concern and dismissed the matter as part of his nature. Unwilling to let the issue pass, Sirius suggested a wager. Victory would grant him the right to learn the truth behind the elder's treatment of his grandchildren. After considering the proposal, the elder agreed to the bet and promised assistance for the journey. Emilia immediately rejected the elder's condition. Determination filled her face as she declared her intention to remain by Sirius's side, while the villagers watched in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Sirius stepped in and made it clear that the decision belonged to Emilia alone. A pleased smile spread across Emilia's face after hearing those words. Relief replaced her earlier tension as she stood beside her teacher. Without hesitation, Sirius stated that he would continue down his chosen path and had no intention of accepting defeat. The young beastman realized that becoming stronger was the only way to keep moving forward. Sirius met the assault head on and slipped through the opening with precise movements. Speed and technique carried Sirius across the battlefield. Each strike forced the elder to react while the spectators watched the fierce exchange unfold. Rather than showing frustration, the elder welcomed the challenge. Excitement grew within him as he realized Sirius was far stronger than expected. Meanwhile, Sirius revealed his confidence in martial arts and magic. Winning the match remained his goal as he continued pressing forward. Soon, a rapid barrage of blows shook the battlefield. Amazement spread through the crowd as the intense fight reached a new level. As the battle intensified, Ryus struggled between supporting Sirius and cheering for his grandfather. Meanwhile, the elder decided to abandon restraint. Determination hardened his expression as he prepared to unleash the full extent of his power. Shock spread through the spectators when a devastating technique began to form. The attack carried enough force to cut through massive obstacles with ease. Facing the threat, Sirius remained calm and chose not to rely on his full strength. Confidence guided him as he readied himself. Moments later, the elder charged forward with overwhelming speed. Concern swept through the crowd as the clash reached its most dangerous stage. The fierce clash reached its peak as both fighters released their power at once. A massive shockwave erupted across the battlefield. When the dust settled, Sirius stood unharmed while the elder collapsed from exhaustion. Relief quickly replaced the tension among the spectators gathered nearby. Later, the atmosphere grew peaceful inside the house. Rias listened carefully as stories from the past revealed unexpected ties between old companions. Gradually, the conversation uncovered how those connections had been preserved through letters and shared memories. Meanwhile, Sirius gave the others some privacy. Questions about the elders' distant behavior remained. Their curiosity grew as they waited for an explanation about the elder's past. With a faint smile, the elder began sharing old memories. Ryuz and Emilia listened closely, eager to learn why he had acted so differently toward them. Years earlier, happiness had briefly filled his life after marriage. Tragedy soon followed when his wife passed away while giving birth to their son, Philios. Although he rescued a childhood friend from danger, he arrived too late to save her sister. Those painful events left deep scars in his heart. As time passed, regret and grief slowly weakened the bond between him and his son. After leaving home, Philios settled in a remote village and built a new life. The distance between father and son only grew as the years passed. Although both carried lingering regrets, neither found the courage to speak honestly. Their relationship remained trapped behind pride and misunderstanding. The mood shifted when the elder finally regained consciousness. Rias and Emilia rushed to his side, relieved to see him awake again. Soon, he recalled receiving news about the twins' birth. For the first time in years, hope quietly returned to his heart. That hope faded when tragedy struck once more. Before he could answer a request to reconcile, an attack on the village changed everything. When the village faced destruction, the elder stepped forward, despite the danger. Refusing to retreat, he led the warriors into battle against overwhelming odds. Listening quietly, Sirius finally understood the reason behind the elder's actions. Strength had become a necessity after losing so much in the past. The story revealed a man burdened by guilt and regret. Believing he had failed his family, he no longer felt worthy of being called a grandfather. Even so, his choices had protected many lives. Without his sacrifice, the village and its children might never have survived. At last, Sirius ended the self-blame with a simple reminder. The promise made before the match still stood, and the twins happily welcomed their grandfather back. Although the twins accepted him as family, the elder remained stubborn. Embarrassment kept him from fully embracing the title of grandfather. Sirius quickly pushed the matter forward. Encouraged by his teacher, Ryuz and Emilia refused to let the old man avoid them any longer. Gathering their courage, the twins approached his bedside. An awkward silence followed as they searched for the right words. Soon Emilia gently asked to hear his story directly from him. Her sincere request softened the elder's expression for the first time. The tense atmosphere finally eased. While the family began reconnecting, the others shifted the conversation toward the battle and the techniques used during the match. Later that night, Sirius and Meryl reflected on the elder's actions. With the family reunited, they believed his stubbornness would gradually disappear. A quiet understanding settled between them as they looked ahead. Both remained confident that everyone would stay connected from then on. Nearby Hokuto rested beside them, while the peaceful atmosphere continued. In the end, the family found happiness by finally being together again. While traveling toward Emilia and Ryuz's hometown, the group paused briefly as the younger companions became curious about fruits growing nearby. Meanwhile, Rhys approached Sirius with a serious matter she wanted to discuss regarding Emilia. The concern stemmed from the previous night, when Emilia had stayed close to Rhys and struggled to find peace. After hearing the details, Sirius explained that Emilia's attachment came from painful memories and feelings she still had to overcome herself. Although Rhys wished to help more, she understood that offering support in moderation was the best way to comfort Emilia, without creating dependence. After hearing Rhys's suggestion, Sirius responded calmly while she offered a way to comfort him in return. A short while later, he found Emilia alone among the trees, and invited her to come closer. Instead of questioning her immediately, Sirius allowed Emilia to rest beside him, giving her a sense of safety she had been seeking. Under the moonlit sky, he gently encouraged her to understand her own feelings rather than depend on someone else's answers. With renewed determination, Emilia promised to overcome her fears. As a reward for that resolve, she accepted a small moment of comfort before moving forward. As the group continued through the forest, Ryuz eagerly took the lead, confident that he could handle any monsters that appeared. While watching the surroundings, their grandfather noticed something unusual. Compared to the past, the number of magic beasts had decreased significantly. Rather than stopping to investigate, Sirius decided it was better to keep moving and reach the village first. Soon, a strange sight appeared ahead. Even the experienced elder slowed his steps as the younger companions stared in confusion. Beyond the trees stood a ruined settlement. Broken buildings and scattered debris revealed that something terrible had happened there long ago. Upon reaching the ruined village, Emilia and Ryuz stood frozen, The place they once called home had vanished, leaving only painful memories behind. Nearby Philios quietly looked over the wreckage. At last, he had returned to the village where his life had once begun. Recognizing the danger around them, Sirius asked Hokuto to watch for threats while he examined the area and allowed the siblings a moment to process their loss. Suddenly, his calm expression disappeared. Sensing trouble ahead, Sirius immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Moments later, a gigantic dragon emerged from the forest. Although it resembled a Dronzer, something about its presence felt unnatural and deeply unsettling. Without warning, a gigantic magic beast emerged and unleashed a terrifying roar, shaking the ruined village. At once, Hokuto stepped forward while Sirius and the others prepared themselves for the coming battle. Quickly organizing their formation, the group moved into position. Rias and Garb took the flanks, Hokuto advanced from the front, and Reese stood ready to provide support. Before anyone could attack, Emilia froze in place. The sight of the monster brought back memories she had desperately tried to forget. Realization struck Sirius immediately. This was the same beast responsible for the tragedy that had destroyed Emilia's home, causing her fear to overwhelm her once again. The truth became undeniable as Rius and Garb recognized the monster that had taken the lives of their family members. Driven by grief and determination, the two charged forward together. Their attack struck the creature as they sought justice for those they had lost. To their surprise, the beast barely reacted. Its body seemed far tougher than expected, leaving Rius confused by its unnatural resilience. Seeing the situation, Sirius joined the assault and coordinated with Rius. Their combined pressure finally forced the monster to respond, yet the creature remained standing and revealed just how dangerous it truly was. Ignoring his wounds, Garb pushed forward, believing his pain was insignificant compared to the suffering his son had endured. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a powerful technique and struck the monster head. Dust filled the air after the impact, but the beast remained alive. Even so, Garb refused to lose his resolve. As Rias continued chasing the creature, Sirius decided it was time to test a different approach and prepared his magic before the attack could be released. Sirius suddenly restrained both fighters, forcing them to stop and listen. Sirius stopped Garb and Rius before they could continue their reckless pursuit. With emotions clouding their judgment, their attacks had little chance of succeeding. After observing the creature carefully, he explained that the monster resembled a rare Dronzer. Yet several of its features did not match known records. The unusual durability of the beast also raised questions. Even weapons that should have been effective had barely left a mark. Rather than rushing forward, Sirius chose caution. Protecting Emilia remained just as important as defeating the enemy. Once they calmed down, the group accepted his reasoning and prepared to approach the battle more carefully. While discussing the battle, Garb and Rius described an unusual force inside the monster's body that seemed to weaken incoming attacks. Combining their observations, the group concluded that the creature was dispersing the impact of attacks throughout its body, making direct strikes far less effective. Meanwhile, Emilia's fear resurfaced. Overwhelmed by memories of her parents, she instinctively sought comfort from Sirius. Rather than simply reassuring her, Sirius reminded Emilia that she needed to confront her past and grow beyond the pain holding her back. With emotions settling, attention returned to the battlefield as the group prepared to discuss a strategy for defeating the Dronzer. After calming down, Garb and Rius listened, as Sirius pointed out the flaws in their earlier plan. Despite his frustration, Rius admitted that simply charging forward was not enough. A better strategy was needed to secure victory. Sirius then reminded them that the battle was not theirs alone. Hokuto, Reese, and the rest of the group were ready to fight together. Although Reese worried about being left behind, the others insisted that revenge should be achieved through their own strength. In the end, she reluctantly agreed, but promised to rush over immediately if anyone suffered even the smallest injury. As the group finalized their plan, Sirius pointed out a new problem. Emilia remained unconscious, making it impossible for her to take part in the battle. Rather than deciding for her, Sirius insisted that the choice belonged to Emilia alone. Although Garb and Rius wanted to move forward immediately, neither wished to see Emilia suffer any more than she already had. Reese suggested staying behind to watch over her, believing Emilia would feel relieved upon waking and finding a familiar face nearby. The outcome of this moment would shape Emilia's future, and only she could choose her path forward. As Emilia remained unconscious, Sirius recognized that the moment had arrived for her to confront her fears and choose her future. While traveling through the forest, Sirius carried Emilia on his back because she could no longer continue on her own. Soon after, Sirius sensed magical beast activity coming from a distant mountain and confirmed that his special knife had reached its target. As the group discussed the threat, they learned that even powerful attacks barely affected the calamity. Without hesitation, Sirius organized a battle plan and assigned each person a role. Careful coordination became the key to weakening the enemy. Confident in the strategy, the team prepared for the fight ahead, while Amelia remained unable to join the operation. Before leaving, Sirius reassured Amelia and entrusted her safety to the others. Although worried, she watched the group depart toward the mountain. After a long search, the team located the Calamity deep inside a rocky cavern. To their surprise, the monster's injuries had already healed completely. Meanwhile, Sirius noticed Amelia's condition improving as she rested on his back. Without wasting time, Ryuz and Gart charged forward together. Their coordinated assault marked the beginning of the battle. Moments later, the Calamity rose to its full height and unleashed its overwhelming presence, forcing everyone to face its true strength. As the battle began, Ryuz and Garf rushed forward with confidence. Meanwhile, Sirius sensed a strange unease and turned his attention toward Amelia. Convinced that her loved ones would die, she struggled to stay calm, while the fighting continued nearby. At the same time, the Calamity launched a fierce attack toward Garth. The old warrior stood his ground and faced the monster head. Gradually, she began to regain control of her emotions and listened to his guidance. Amelia stumbled and fell while trying to move on her own, showing that the fear gripping her heart had not completely faded. Overwhelmed by fear, Amelia clung to Sirius and admitted that the memories of her past still controlled her heart. Tears filled her eyes as she confessed her doubts and begged for the monster's defeat. His words forced her to confront the weakness she had been hiding from. With firm determination, he reminded Amelia why she had come this far. The challenge before her was not only the monster, but also the fear within herself. Left alone with those thoughts, Amelia fell silent. For the first time, she began to understand what it truly meant to be Sirius's student. After leaving Amelia to make her own choice, Sirius explained that true growth required facing fear without relying on others. Suddenly, another companion rushed in and questioned his harsh approach. Her arrival broke the tension that had filled the cavern. Rather than arguing, Sirius calmly revealed that Amelia needed a stronger push to overcome her trauma. Moments later, attention shifted to an unusual change in the surroundings. Sirius suggested listening carefully to the voices, carried by the spirits. Before long, a warning arrived that numerous magical beasts were approaching. The group quickly realized the Calamity had secretly called nearby monsters for assistance. As more monsters gathered around the cavern, Sirius realized the Calamity had been drawing magical beasts to the area all along, explaining the tragedy that struck Amelia's village. After assigning allies to hold back the incoming creatures, he entrusted Amelia's safety to a trusted companion and focused on the battle ahead. Confidence spread through the group as Sirius reassured everyone that ordinary beasts would not stop their advance. Soon after, his attention returned to the ongoing fight and the need to support his comrades. Unexpectedly, a sudden gesture left Sirius completely stunned, embarrassed but determined. The girl explained her unusual way of encouraging Sirius. Amused by the gesture, Sirius joked that he had received a blessing and felt more confident than ever. After sharing a final farewell, the group separated to carry out their roles. The wolf remained behind, while Sirius moved toward the battlefield. Soon he arrived before the gathering monsters and challenged them without hesitation. A fierce confrontation was about to begin. Above the forest, countless creatures answered the call as Sirius prepared to end the threat quickly. Standing before the approaching enemies, Sirius declared that their advance would end there. Meanwhile, Amelia reflected on her master's harsh words and blamed herself for falling short of his expectations. Rather than depending on him forever, she began wishing to become someone worthy of standing beside him. As those thoughts settled in, Amelia quietly confronted her own weakness. For the first time, she recognized how much she still needed to grow. Not long after, Reese found her alone and revealed that Sirius had already left the cave. Faced with that news, Amelia finally had a reason to move forward. After learning that a massive herd of monsters was approaching, Amelia realized Sirius had gone ahead to intercept them. As Reese explained the situation, Amelia discovered the enemy had deliberately gathered reinforcements. Rather than defending herself, Reese admitted that she had wanted to join the battle as well. Gently taking Amelia's hand, Reese reminded her that true friends support one another. Her faith in Sirius never wavered. Those words forced Amelia to face a difficult choice. While her companions fought outside, she could no longer hide behind her fear. More than the monsters themselves, she feared being separated from Sirius and losing the place she had found beside him. Determined to move forward, she asked Reese to bring her back to reality. With renewed confidence, Amelia finally faced the source of her fear. The monsters that once haunted her no longer seemed impossible to confront. Although still weakened, she gathered her strength and prepared to fight. For the first time, her determination outweighed her doubts. After thanking Reese for her support, Emilia made her decision. Together, they rushed toward the battlefield to help Sirius and the others. Having regained her determination, Emilia told Reese to remain behind where her abilities would be most useful. With fear no longer controlling her, she made a promise to herself. This battle would be the chance to prove how much she had grown. Filled with confidence, Emilia vowed to defeat the monster and finally overcome the painful memories that had haunted her for so long. Emilia stepped forward with confidence, carrying the pride of Sirius's teachings, and preparing herself for the battle ahead. After reuniting with her worried companions, she assured them of her condition and asked to stand beside them in the coming fight. Hearing her determination, Rias looked at his sister with concern, while hoping she could overcome the challenge. A calm smile remained on Emilia's face as her resolve never wavered, despite the danger before her. With trust in her training and her comrades, she readied herself to face the enemy and protect everyone. A warm sense of trust spread among the group as they exchanged determined looks before facing the threat together. Meanwhile, the giant creature was carefully examined while the team discussed the safest way to stop it without causing unnecessary harm. Soon after, Reese stepped forward and requested permission to join the battle, earning support from both her companions and grandfather. Without delay, Emilia and Reese launched a coordinated attack, striking the monster with enough force to halt its advance. At that moment, a dangerous movement caught their attention, prompting Reese to shield her allies and stand firmly against the threat. Reese refused to retreat and immediately tested her magic against the giant creature, searching for a way to stop its advance. Seeing little effect, she quickly adjusted her approach and launched a sharper attack aimed at a weaker point. Meanwhile, the others joined the assault, but their combined efforts only left shallow wounds across the monster's tough hide. Another spell struck the creature as the team continued pressing forward, determined to uncover its weakness. Through careful observation, Reese realized the monster's true core was hidden deep inside its body, revealing the key to defeating it. Emilia analyzed the situation carefully and realized their attacks lacked the power needed to reach the monster's vital point. As the creature continued approaching, the group searched for an opening while preparing for another coordinated strike. Meanwhile, Emilia recalled Sirius's teachings and considered how he would handle such a difficult battle. Those memories reminded her to stay calm, observe the battlefield, and look for solutions instead of relying on strength alone. A new determination filled her heart as she accepted her limits, trusted her companions, and resolved to win without disappointing Sirius. Facing the monster directly, Emilia studied its movements and recalled Sirius's methods, searching for a way to turn the battle around. Rather than attacking blindly, she checked how much strength Ryu's still had and considered the resources available to the group. Next, she gathered information from her grandfather, confirming whether he could still perform one final powerful strike. A confident smile appeared as a strategy finally took shape in her mind. Soon afterward, the team accepted their roles, placed their trust in the plan, and prepared everything for a decisive finishing attack. With the plan decided, Emilia rallied her companions and drew the monster's attention toward the prepared trap. Moments later, Reese unleashed a powerful torrent of water, forcing the creature into a vulnerable position. As the attack continued, the monster struggled under the pressure, while the team carefully waited for the right moment. At Emilia's signal, Reese and his grandfather readied their remaining strength, trusting Reese to create the opening they needed. Seizing that opportunity, Emilia launched a precise strike straight into the exposed target, bringing the final phase of their plan into motion. Reese gathered all his remaining strength and delivered a powerful strike, hoping to destroy the monster's core in a single blow. To everyone's frustration, the attack failed to finish the creature, forcing the group to abandon their original plan. Pain and exhaustion began to show on Reese, yet he refused to back down while the battle continued. Meanwhile, his grandfather became distracted by memories connected to the cursed child, causing concern among the others. Without hesitation, Emilia urged everyone to stay focused, reminding them that defeating the monster mattered more than anything else at that moment. A sharp reminder from Emilia brought the grandfather back to his senses, reigniting the determination he had nearly lost. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his remaining power and pierced deep into the monster's body, exposing the hidden core. Driven by years of regret and anger, he pressed the attack further and struck the vulnerable target without hesitation. As the wound widened, he wondered whether this victory would finally honor the memory of those he had lost. Relief lasted only a moment when the creature continued moving, forcing the group to retreat and prepare for yet another struggle. Just as the others prepared to retreat, Emilia calmly declared that the battle had already been won. Careful observation revealed that the monster was no longer alive, and its movements were merely the remains of its final instinct. Remembering how the creature had taken everything from her family, she faced it without fear and accepted the truth before her. Rather than being controlled by painful memories, Emilia chose to overcome her past and move forward with her own strength. At last, the giant beast collapsed, bringing the long struggle to an end as relief and joy spread through the group. As the battle ended, exhaustion finally caught up with Emilia, and her strength began to fade. A familiar presence appeared before her, offering quiet praise for everything she had accomplished during the fight. Relief filled her heart when she learned that her struggle against the pain of the past had been witnessed and understood. Hearing those words, Emilia regained her confidence and felt proud to remain a disciple of Sirius. Tears of joy followed as she celebrated her victory, surrounded by friends who had shared the battle from beginning to end. A young girl ran through a world covered in darkness, struggling for air as panic filled her heart. The voices of her parents echoed behind her. Suddenly, a magic beast appeared and swallowed her parents before her eyes, leaving her frozen in shock and despair. Unable to save them, she realized she was trapped in a child's body and could not use any magic. Despite her fear, determination rose within her, as she refused to accept her weakness any longer. Years later, Emilia Silverian mastered magic under Sirius's guidance, and became strong enough to face any threat. Emilia stood before the lingering memory of her fear, and realized it no longer controlled her. Soon after, the figures of her parents appeared before her. Their gentle expressions brought back memories she had buried deep inside. Facing them from a distance, she wondered whether they had found peace or continued to suffer after their deaths. Tears streamed down her face as she remembered that they were already gone, and that this reunion could not be real. Nevertheless, the dream gave her one last chance to feel their warmth, allowing her heart to heal before moving forward. A gentle touch on her head brought Emilia comfort. Unlike the memories of the past, this warmth made her feel safe and cherished. Through Sirius's guidance and the friendships she gained, her lonely world gradually became brighter. As the memories continued, she wished the moment would last longer. Every scene reminded her of the happiness she had found after so much loss. Looking back, Emilia realized how deeply she cared for Sirius and how much joy his presence had given her. Finally, she expressed her love for her family and village, then thanked fate for leading her to Sirius. They blamed neither her nor Rias for the tragedy and wished only for their children to live happily. Although tears continued to fall, their words eased the guilt she had carried for years. The burden in her heart slowly began to fade. Meanwhile, her parents spoke proudly of Rius and expressed their trust in Sirius, knowing their children had found reliable companions. Soon after, they reminded Emilia that she should return to the people waiting for her in the real world. Before parting, her mother encouraged her to treasure the happiness she had found with Sirius. With gentle smiles, Emilia's parents gave their final blessing and wished for her to live happily no matter what happened. Unable to hold back her emotions, Emilia thanked them from the bottom of her heart and felt grateful to be their daughter. As the dream began to fade, their love reached her one last time. In return, she expressed the feeling she had carried for so long. Moments later, the warm reunion disappeared and Emilia slowly opened her eyes. Back in reality, she found Sirius beside her and learned she had been brought to her childhood home after losing consciousness. After waking up, Emilia learned that half a day had passed since the battle. Seeing her condition, Sirius brought her a bowl of warm soup and encouraged her to rest while she recovered. The familiar smell reminded Emilia of the day she first met Rias. Comfort slowly replaced the tension that had filled her heart. Meanwhile, Sirius explained that the monster responsible for her fear had been completely destroyed. With her mind finally at ease, Emilia gathered her courage and prepared to share something she had wanted to tell Sirius for a long time. Remembering her parents' final words, Emilia gathered the courage she had been searching for and finally faced her true feelings. With her heart laid bare, she confessed her admiration, loyalty, and love to Sirius, no longer willing to hide them. Rather than showing surprise, Sirius listened calmly and accepted her words without hesitation. Afterward, Emilia shyly tried to soften the moment, asking only for small gestures of affection while remaining by his side. Instead, Sirius answered with an unexpected kiss, leaving Emilia completely stunned as her long-held wish suddenly became reality. Still overwhelmed by the unexpected kiss, Emilia struggled to understand what had just happened while Sirius gently teased her reaction. Soon after, Sirius revealed that he had always found her attractive and had quietly worried whenever she doubted herself. Hearing his confession, Emilia realized that her feelings had never been one-sided. The years she spent beside him suddenly felt even more precious. Meanwhile, Sirius explained that he had deliberately held back his answer in the past for her own growth. Looking back on everything she had overcome, Emilia understood that his patience had helped her become stronger. As their conversation continued, Sirius admitted that Emilia was not the only person important to him. Rather than demanding all of his affection for herself, Emilia showed a surprisingly open heart. Meanwhile, Sirius made it clear that he valued Emilia for who she was, and wanted her to remain by his side as an equal. At last, he accepted her feelings and asked her to become his lover. The answer filled Emilia with overwhelming joy. Unable to contain her happiness, she embraced Sirius tightly and promised her love as their long-awaited relationship finally began. Before the dream faded completely, Emilia promised her parents that she would keep moving forward and find even greater happiness in the future. Sirius woke up to find a delighted beastkin girl clinging to him. Realizing he had been caught in an awkward situation, he remained calm while she enjoyed being close to him. Overwhelmed with joy, the girl felt that her long-held wish had finally come true. Happiness filled her expression as she stayed by his side. Seeing no sign of her stopping, Sirius gently redirected her attention and tried to ease the situation before it became more troublesome. Instead, she moved even closer and showed her affection openly. Accepting her feelings, Sirius shared a brief moment with her. Morning soon arrived, and the pair stepped outside together. With cheerful energy, she greeted the others while Sirius calmly prepared for the day ahead. Outside the house, the group discussed their plans. The beastkin girl expressed her happiness at staying beside Sirius. Before leaving, Sirius entrusted Emilia to Ryus and promised to make her happy. Ryus agreed, though he warned Sirius not to cause unnecessary trouble. Soon after, playful teasing broke out among the companions. Amid the light-hearted atmosphere, the girl proudly celebrated her new place beside Sirius. Following breakfast, the party split into two teams and entered the forest to gather materials needed for their journey. While searching near the river, Sirius focused on fishing. One catch followed another, and he steadily added more fish to the growing collection. As they continued fishing, Ryus reflected on the loss of his son. Though the pain remained, he admitted that his grandchildren had become the reason he kept moving forward. During their search, Sirius discovered evidence proving that Philios had been eaten by a monster. Rather than dwelling on the tragedy, Sirius reminded Ryus that important people were still waiting for him. Their conversation shifted to the subject of cursed children. Ryus recalled a past incident that had filled his village with fear and misunderstanding. He wondered whether Ryus would still have accepted someone branded as cursed, despite the prejudice surrounding them. While discussing cursed children, Sirius asked Ryus what he would do if one of them grew up and committed crimes. After considering it carefully, Sirius explained that he would first try to understand the person's reasons. Rather than giving up immediately, he chose to trust that proper guidance could prevent such a future. Sirius continued by expressing his faith in Ryus. Having raised him personally, he believed Ryus would take responsibility for his actions no matter what happened. Laughter returned to the riverside as the group admired the catch and enjoyed the peaceful moment. While helping prepare a meal, Rhys asked Sirius about his relationship with Emilia. Hearing that response, Rhys reflected on Emilia's growing affection. The possibility of their bond becoming something deeper stayed on her mind. Nearby, the others gave their approval and support. Their reactions showed that Sirius's place within the group had already been accepted. Rather than focusing on herself, Rhys encouraged Sirius to spend the day with Emilia and enjoy the happiness she had long hoped for. Afterward, Rhys quietly accepted her feelings and chose to wait patiently while moving forward at her own pace. Before parting, Rhys gave Sirius a warm smile and asked him to wait a little longer. Later, the group gathered at the memorial site. Rhys prepared to leave a final mark for those who had been lost. As the grave was completed, gratitude filled Ryus's heart. Looking at his grandchildren, he realized Sirius had made this reunion possible. The younger generation offered their final words of thanks and respect. Their feelings carried the memories of those who were gone. Standing together before the grave, the family wished for lasting happiness and peace. As the time to part ways arrived, Ryus stopped the group and admitted there was something he needed to say before leaving. Looking back on their journey, he apologized for the moments when he had acted weak and burdened those around him with his struggles. Soon, the mood lightened as his grandchildren playfully argued over who held a more important place in his heart. Their affection brought a smile to Ryus's face. Though the journey had been difficult, he felt proud to be surrounded by such wonderful family. Before departing, Ryus passed down his skills and belongings to the next generation. As the farewell continued, the group encouraged Nichan to ask for something meaningful. Instead, she chose to express her feelings through a heartfelt embrace. The gesture caught Ryus by surprise, but he accepted it with a gentle smile. For Nichan, simply having her grandfather there was enough. With the departure drawing near, Ryus entrusted his grandchildren to Sirius. Before leaving, Ryus placed a hand on each grandchild's head. The the simple gesture carried all the affection and pride he could not fully put into words. His final wish was for them to stay well. Without looking back, Ryu's walked away, while Sirius and the others began their journey once more. A few days after parting with Ryus, the group continued their journey by carriage. While talking about a major gathering ahead, the others wondered whether Sirius would take part. Even so, the possibility of facing many skilled opponents caught his interest. The challenge sounded like a valuable opportunity for growth. As the conversation continued, the group also considered their future as adventurers. Reaching the next city became another step toward their goals. Suddenly, Emilia sensed that something was not quite right. Her expression changed as an uneasy feeling began to settle over her. Emilia recalled the mysterious elf Sirius had mentioned before. Curious and slightly concerned, she pressed him for a proper explanation about the woman who seemed to be following him. Her reaction quickly drew attention from the others. As they watched her growing interest, Sirius awkwardly tried to avoid making the situation more complicated. The sudden appearance confirmed Emilia's suspicions. What had begun as a simple question was about to become a very unexpected reunion. While resting with his companions, Sirius noticed Hokuto suddenly react to something beyond the house. Moments later, a familiar figure rushed through the air toward the group, drawing everyone's attention. Without hesitation, the elf girl leaped at Sirius and wrapped her arms around him, surprising those nearby. Seeing the unexpected reunion, his companions watched closely and wondered about her connection to him. As the questions grew, the cheerful elf remained close to Sirius, leaving him with no choice but to explain the situation. Nearby, one of his companions quietly wondered whether the elf held a special place in his life. Rather than dwell on the misunderstanding, the group decided to stop for the day and prepare a campsite before continuing their journey. As everyone settled in, Fie approached Hokuto with excitement and learned more about Sirius's trusted companion. During their conversation, Sirius reflected on the years that had passed and remarked on how much he had changed since they last met. Meanwhile, Fie studied Sirius carefully and concluded that, despite becoming more mature, the person at his core remained exactly the same. As the group spent more time together, Fie noticed how naturally everyone supported Sirius and realized their loyalty came from trust rather than obligation. Encouraged by the atmosphere, Sirius explained that his companions were easy to get along with, before carefully asking Fie about her hometown. Instead of giving a detailed answer, Eaa casually revealed that she had left home to travel on her own, leaving the others surprised, wanting to understand more. Sirius asked about her people, and Fie began describing a race known as the Elder Elves. According to her account, the Elders live deep within an ancient forest, hidden from most of the world and rarely seen by outsiders. As Fie continued her story, she explained that a select group of elves was chosen to venture deeper into the forest and serve the sacred tree. When Sirius asked whether she had run away, Fie admitted she had left, despite being entrusted with an important duty. Further details revealed that those who entered the deeper forest were never seen again, rather than regret her choice. Fie happily revealed that her desire to meet Sirius again had motivated her decision. Meanwhile, she explained that her father had supported her freedom, allowing her to follow her own path without fear of consequences. After hearing Fie's explanation, Sirius confirmed that she had chosen her path willingly and was carrying no regrets about leaving home. With her feelings finally understood, he decided it was time for the rest of the group to properly accept her presence. Soon afterward, everyone gathered around the campfire while Hokuto watched over the meeting from behind them. As the atmosphere relaxed, the group prepared to learn more about the elf who had suddenly appeared in their journey. Rather than continue discussing serious matters, Fie introduced herself formally and encouraged everyone to call her by a simpler name. Around the campfire, Ryus, Ferris, and Emilia introduced themselves to Fie and welcomed her into the group. Soon afterward, the discussion returned to Sirius's past, and Ie confirmed that she was the elf he had rescued years ago. While sharing her story, she explained how Sirius had protected her during a dangerous time, leaving a lasting impression on her heart. Hearing this, Emilia focused on Fie's bold embrace and questioned whether it carried a deeper meaning. Before anyone could draw conclusions, Fie quickly stepped in, determined to clear up the misunderstanding herself. Determined to explain herself, Ie revealed that Sirius had healed her injuries completely, leaving a deep impression on her. Because of that encounter, she confessed that her feelings had grown quickly, despite knowing him for only a short time. To everyone's shock, Ie openly admitted that she had once asked Sirius to become her husband. Instantly, the camp erupted with surprise as the unexpected confession left the group speechless. Meanwhile, Fie calmly explained that her feelings were sincere and that she would have gladly stayed by Sirius's side if given the chance. After hearing Fie's confession, Sirius explained that he had accepted her feelings honestly and responded with respect rather than rejection. Although she understood his answer, Fia expressed her wish to travel alongside him and become part of his journey. Before Sirius could respond, Emilia stepped forward and questioned whether such a decision could be accepted so easily. Rather than oppose Fia outright, Emilia admitted she expected this situation eventually, but insisted on hearing Fia's true intentions first. Then, to everyone's surprise, Emilia revealed the one issue she could not overlook, instantly drawing the group's full attention. To everyone's surprise, Emilia quickly accepted the situation, leaving the group stunned by her unexpected response. Meanwhile, Ryu shifted the conversation to a more important matter by announcing that he was hungry. With the matter settled, Fie officially joined Sirius and his companions, and their journey continued toward the next town. Galuf, the capital of adventurers, stood as a famous gathering place for warriors from many lands. Each year, the city hosted a martial arts festival where fighters competed fiercely to prove their strength before the crowd. Sirius and his companions noticed many travelers heading the same way and realized the festival had just begun. During a short break, Sirius learned that Fia possessed the rare ability to perceive spirits, sparking his interest in the subject. Soon after, Fia unexpectedly met a girl eager to study spirits, and a new connection began as their journey continued in Galuf. Watching from a distance, Sirius noticed that Emilia and the spirit-sensitive girl had quickly become close through their shared ability. Rather than joining them, Emilia remained cautious and continued observing the newcomer, despite Sirius accepting her presence. Lingering doubts filled Emilia's mind as she recalled a warning she had heard earlier, preventing her from trusting the girl completely. Meanwhile, the newcomer explained that Sirius's exceptional wisdom and strength could attract dangerous people, making careful judgment necessary. Hearing those concerns, Sirius reflected on his past as a teacher and understood that offering guidance. After hearing Emilia's concerns, Sirius gently reassured her and hoped she could accept EA with an open heart during their journey. A sincere apology followed, and Sirius expressed his gratitude while reaffirming how much he valued Emilia's presence beside him. By the time the carriage neared the city, the atmosphere had become lighter, and the group looked ahead with renewed excitement. Soon afterward, the spirited girl decided to head out on her own to enjoy the festival and explore the bustling streets, meanwhile claiming a seat beside him as the journey continued toward their next adventure. Fia looked around with nostalgia and recalled a visit from long ago when she had guided others through the city. Moments later, the group noticed the streets growing quieter as daylight faded faster than expected. Before anyone could wonder why they had stopped, Reese arrived carrying freshly baked cookies and eagerly shared them with everyone. While enjoying the treats, the discussion shifted to a rare dessert connected to Sirius, whose reputation had made the confection widely admired. After tasting it, Reese was thoroughly impressed and became determined to learn the recipe for herself in the future. Impressed by the cookies, the group began discussing desserts, and Reese confidently claimed she could learn to make treats just as delicious. Sirius encouraged her enthusiasm, but both Reese and Anthea immediately pushed the responsibility back onto him, leaving him caught between their expectations. As laughter spread through the carriage, Sirius shifted the topic and asked about Rias's training progress during the journey. Before an answer could come, Ryu's rushed over with urgent news that a disturbance had broken out near the city gate. Groups searched for lodging, only to discover that every inn was already packed with festival visitors. Sirius suspected that something unusual was causing every inn in the area to be fully occupied. Nearby, a young girl confronted two travelers who appeared ready to leave, convinced they had been treated unfairly by false rumors. Frustration quickly grew as the girl questioned why experienced adventurers would accept such claims without seeking the truth themselves. Reyes stepped forward and tried to calm the situation, reminding everyone that acting on rumors alone could lead to unfair judgments. As the argument intensified, Sirius intervened before the commotion attracted unwanted attention from the crowd gathering around them. Sirius stepped between the arguing parties and offered a drink, hoping to cool their tempers before the situation worsened. With the tension fading, Ryu's accepted responsibility for acting too hastily and apologized to those involved. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, the young girl also admitted her mistake and thanked the group for helping her. After giving a final reminder to think carefully before acting, Ryus urged everyone to continue searching for a place to stay. Just then, the girl introduced herself as Katia and eagerly pointed toward an inn hidden along a nearby street. Following Katia's directions, the group learned that the previous guests had suddenly left the inn and moved elsewhere under unusual circumstances. As they listened further, Katia revealed that many customers had been influenced by strange rumors spreading throughout the area. The truth soon emerged when she explained that a rival innkeeper had been trying to lure guests away and weaken her family's business. Despite the warning, Sirius decided to inspect the inn personally before making any judgment about the situation. Upon entering the building, he found the place comfortable and well-maintained, leaving him with a favorable first impression. Before settling in, Sirius asked whether Hokuto could stay inside the inn as well, leaving the decision to the owner. Soon after, Katia introduced the group to her mother, Cecil, who warmly welcomed the travelers, despite being surprised by the unusual request. With few guests remaining because of the rumors, Cecil agreed to provide rooms, bringing relief and excitement to everyone. As she guided the group upstairs, Cecil confirmed that Sirius and his companions could stay throughout the martial arts festival. Along the way, she explained that many workers had left to help with festival preparations. After leading the group upstairs, Cecil apologized for speaking so openly about the inn's troubles and thanked Sirius for listening. Soon, the travelers were shown to a spacious room, giving them a comfortable place to rest during the festival. Cecil offered one of the larger rooms and assured them they could use it without concern. Meanwhile, the inn's quiet atmosphere revealed that the building had been prepared to handle even the most troublesome guests. As everyone settled in, the mood became lighter, and playful teasing soon filled the room while the group enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Back at the inn, Reese's teasing unexpectedly drew attention to Amelia, leaving her flustered while trying to maintain her composure. Before the situation could become more awkward, the group settled down, and their search for lodging finally came to a successful end. Later, they returned to the city to explore its streets and landmarks while enjoying the lively atmosphere of the festival. Their sightseeing came to a halt when something ahead caught everyone's attention, causing the group to stop and stare. Standing proudly in the plaza was a towering statue of Ryle, the legendary swordsman, whose fame had spread throughout the world. Greatsword Ryle stood before the crowd, his reputation preceding him, known as the world's strongest swordsman and Rius's master. Despite that prestige, many remembered his fierce obsession with battle. Even children were not spared from his relentless training methods. Meanwhile, Rius's younger brother admitted he had never met Ryle, having left the mansion before his birth. Curiosity soon grew as others asked whether he admired the legendary swordsman. Their praise only made him more hesitant. Far away, Ryle continued sharpening his blade. 3 consecutive world tournament titles proved why his name was respected everywhere. Inspired by Ryle's latest victory, Rius's younger brother eagerly decided to join the martial arts festival. Meanwhile, the group joked about how a statue of Sirius could have been built in town, showing how highly he was admired by everyone. Later, as they walked through the streets, a stranger approached and asked for a moment of their time. Rather than making small talk, the men immediately warned the group to avoid staying at a certain inn. After hearing the explanation, Sirius learned that thefts had been linked to the inn and that a previous guest had even won the festival. The strangers continued warning the group, claiming that anyone staying at the suspicious inn would fail the martial arts festival. In response, one man insisted that every guest from that inn had been eliminated during the preliminary rounds of previous tournaments. Sirius pointed out how unlikely such a pattern was and questioned the logic behind it. Unable to convince them, the strangers gave up and left. Even the wolf seemed irritated by the strange encounter. Back at the inn, the others remained concerned, but Sirius showed no sign of worry as preparations for dinner and the festival continued. During dinner preparations, the innkeeper explained that rival merchants had been spreading rumors to damage the inn's reputation and drive customers away. Sirius realized the conflict was not a simple misunderstanding but a dispute affecting local businesses. At once, Rius and the others decided that winning the martial arts festival could help restore trust in the inn and support its owners. Encouraged by their determination, the group placed their hopes on Rius and looked forward to his performance in the competition. Watching from a distance, Sirius felt satisfied as his disciples worked together toward a goal greater than personal victory. As everyone gathered for dinner, Fie politely stopped Sirius and requested a private conversation about an important matter. While the meal continued, the group enjoyed the food and relaxed, unaware of what Fie wanted to discuss. A short time later, Fie formally asked Sirius for a chance to speak with her alone, drawing everyone's attention. Rather than delaying the discussion, Sirius agreed immediately. Rius and Mia stepped away, leaving the two to talk in private. Meanwhile, the others watched with curiosity. Katia and Fia seemed ready for a serious contest of feelings. While waiting for the private discussion to begin, Sirius asked Rius what he thought of EA. His answer surprised the others, and Rius quickly became excited by the possibility of growing even closer to her in the future. Rather than teasing him, Sirius listened as Rius spoke honestly about the people he treasured most. Family, friendship, and loyalty remained at the center of his goals. The cheerful mood spread across the table as everyone prepared drinks and suggested a toast. Soon, the gathering raised their glasses together, celebrating the bonds that had brought them together. As the celebration continued, the conversation shifted toward Fia. Curious about her feelings, the others encouraged her to share what she truly thought. Without embarrassment, Fia openly expressed her deep affection for Sirius. Her sincerity immediately caught everyone's attention, interested in her answer. The group asked how she had met Sirius and what led her to admire him so much. Delighted by the opportunity, Fia eagerly began recounting her experiences, determined to explain everything she knew about him. One story followed another, as she described the moments that earned her respect and trust. Fia continued her story, recalling how Sirius guided her through despair and helped her find a new purpose after losing her parents. Remembering those moments brought out her emotions, and she happily praised the kindness Sirius had shown her. As the tale grew more enthusiastic, the others listened closely, though some began noticing a few details that seemed slightly exaggerated. Soon, the discussion turned into playful teasing as everyone shared their thoughts about Sirius and his relationships with others. By the end of the conversation, the group agreed on one thing. Sirius always treated people with respect. The lively dinner continued as the group spoke so loudly that the staff could barely follow the conversation. As more food and drinks arrived, the gathering became even more cheerful. The relaxed atmosphere allowed everyone to enjoy themselves without worry. Later, the discussion shifted toward Emilia. Fia listened carefully and learned more about Emilia's feelings and the people important to her. Rather than feeling threatened, Fia came to understand Emilia's devotion and sincerity. The realization changed how she viewed her rival. At the same time, she hoped she could someday build a genuine friendship with Emilia. As the conversation became more personal, Reese admitted that she saw Fia as an older sister. Instead of competing, Reese expressed her wish to become friends with both Fia and Emilia. Her honest answer eased the tension and brought smiles to the table. Much later, Sirius returned and found the gathering still going strong. The cheerful atmosphere made it clear that everyone had enjoyed the evening. With the celebration coming to an end, Fia volunteered to escort Emilia to her room, while the others prepared to rest for the night. Before leaving, Reese arranged to stay in Sirius's room, while Rios agreed to spend the night elsewhere. As the night grew quieter, Reese suddenly reached a decision that caught the others by surprise. Encouraged by Katia's advice, she gathered her courage and headed toward Sirius's room, determined to be honest about her feelings. Step by step, Reese approached the door. The closer she came, the harder it became to calm her racing thoughts. Meanwhile, Fia noticed what was happening and felt a mixture of regret and frustration. Even so, she accepted that Reese deserved her chance. Standing before the door, Reese steadied herself. With her feelings finally clear, she resolved not to let the opportunity slip away. Standing alone in the hallway, Reese admitted to herself that her feelings for Sirius had never disappeared. Inspired by Fiora's determination, she finally accepted her own emotions. Instead of turning back, Reese gathered her resolve and prepared to take the next step. Fear remained, but it no longer controlled her. At last, Reese approached Sirius and made her request, ready to face whatever answer awaited her. Morning arrived as Sirius woke up and found Reese sleeping peacefully against him, while Emilia rested nearby. Carefully, he tried to wake Reese, remembering his plan to prepare a cake for Fide later that day. Suddenly, Reese opened her eyes and sat up in surprise, after realizing how close she was to him. A moment later, she regained her composure and greeted Sirius with a calm expression. Soon, Reese spoke about making a cake. While Sirius decided to spend some time at the carriage before the day's work began, Reese gathered her courage and expressed her feelings. Sirius accepted them sincerely and acknowledged the bond that had formed between them. Afterward, he finished preparing a cake while his loyal companion remained at his side. The celebration was ready to begin. Meanwhile, Emilia arrived and admired the decorated cake. Excitement spread as everyone prepared for a reunion with Fia later. The two discussed recent events while sharing the dessert. Sirius reflected on Reese's reaction and felt relieved by her happiness. Suddenly, Emilia's name came up in the conversation, causing an unexpected reaction and leaving Sirius visibly surprised. Fia arrived with excitement and rushed toward the group. Her cheerful reaction caught everyone off guard and brightened the atmosphere. Soon, the gathering settled down. Emilia laughed at Isekai'd's innocent behavior, while Sirius watched the scene with amusement. As the conversation continued, Fia suddenly remembered the topic involving Emilia, and eagerly brought it up. Meanwhile, another companion struggled with a severe hangover and could barely endure the discomfort. Later, Sirius visited her bedside and checked on her condition. Although she apologized for causing concern, she accepted responsibility and focused on recovering her strength. Sirius visited the recovering girl and checked on her condition. Despite her situation, she was grateful for his concern and welcomed his company. Meanwhile, the others explained that Reese had already visited earlier. With everyone reassured, they decided to leave Sirius and the patient alone. During their conversation, the topic shifted to Fie. She calmly acknowledged her place among the people important to Sirius. In response, Sirius expressed his appreciation for her. The gentle exchange eased her worries and strengthened her feelings even further. Later, the group headed into town together. Surrounded by a lively crowd, they enjoyed the bustling atmosphere while looking forward to the day ahead. The group walked through the busy streets together. Emilia enjoyed the lively atmosphere, while Sirius reminded everyone to stay close in the crowd. Instead of keeping her distance, Emilia moved beside Sirius and held on to him, making sure they would not become separated. As they continued exploring, several townspeople noticed the pair. Their close behavior quickly attracted attention from those nearby. Later, everyone gathered to enjoy the celebration meal. Emilia happily praised the cake and dessert, showing how much she enjoyed them. Hearing the compliments, Sirius promised to make the cake again in the future. While walking through the market, Emilia commented on Sirius's improved physique. Their discussion shifted to the results of his constant training and travel. In response, Sirius admitted he was still far from reaching his personal goal. Even so, he remained determined to continue improving himself. Protecting his companions and surpassing his former master continued to drive him forward. Before long, Emilia spotted an interesting item at a nearby stall and eagerly called Sirius over to take a look. After speaking with the merchant, she learned the item was damaged and no longer useful. After receiving the broken collar, Emilia revealed her true intention. Rather than treating it as a tool, she wanted a symbol that showed her devotion to Sirius. With a serious expression, she explained that she wished to stand beside him as a lover. The request caught Sirius completely off guard. Although he rejected the idea of using the collar that way, Emilia quickly reassured him. Her playful suggestion had only been meant as a joke, and she did not want to trouble him. Soon Sirius changed the topic and spoke about a powerful elf mage who could freely alter his appearance. Remembering that story, he connected it to the magic stone they had discussed earlier. The possibility of using it opened a new lead for their search. While discussing the magic stone, Sirius realized that buying it would require far more money than they currently possessed. A new source of income was needed. As they walked through the crowded market, both searched for a practical solution. The answer did not come immediately. Suddenly, Sirius remembered the upcoming martial arts festival. The idea immediately caught Emilia's attention. After considering the prize money, they agreed that winning the tournament could solve their problem. However, Sirius also recognized the risks involved. Seeing him worry, Emilia playfully teased him. Her unexpected gesture broke the tension and left Sirius completely surprised. Emilia's playful action left Sirius flustered in the middle of the crowded street. Even so, she thanked him warmly and seemed pleased by his reaction. After a long separation, a man finally found Shamifia and treated their reunion as fate. Meanwhile, Sirius learned that the noble had fallen in love with her at first sight and had been following her ever since. Despite his enthusiasm, Shamifia felt that his personality did not suit her and rejected his wish to marry her. Without hesitation, she declared that her future belonged to Sirius and firmly denied being the noble's destined partner. Hearing those words, the noble misunderstood the situation and accused Sirius of forcing Shamifia against her will. Suddenly, the noble pointed at a collar and claimed it proved Shamifia was being controlled against her will. In response, he insisted that a truly enslaved woman would never smile happily, exposing the contradiction in his accusation. Stepping forward, Sirius explained that the noble failed to understand the feelings of the person he cared about, while Shamifia confidently stated she could protect herself. Rather than backing down, the noble boasted about hiring numerous adventurers to guard her from any danger. To strengthen his argument, he introduced powerful fighters and believed their strength would guarantee victory and earn Shamifia's trust. When Sirius questioned his abilities, the noble admitted he lacked strength but pointed to his status and resources as his greatest assets. Confidently, he argued that wealth and influence could also be forms of power if they were used to protect someone important. Rather than taking him seriously, Sirius viewed the situation as a misunderstanding and decided to settle it in front of the gathered crowd. He declared that if he defeated the noble's chosen fighters at the martial arts festival, the noble must stop pursuing Fie. Sirius warned that running away would only lead to further embarrassment before preparing for the coming contest. Touched by Sirius's determination, Fia became even more certain of her feelings and openly admired his efforts. Later that day, Sirius returned home only to find Fia clinging to him affectionately. leaving him overwhelmed by her sudden closeness. Afterward, the group discussed the upcoming martial arts festival and agreed on a plan to support one another. Meanwhile, Sirius and his opponent exchanged confident words, each preparing to give everything they had in the coming match. Soon, the first day of the martial arts festival arrived, where 50 participants entered the preliminary battle, and only 2 would advance to the finals. Before the tournament began, the participants reviewed the rules and learned that victory could be achieved by forcing an opponent to surrender or leave the arena. Meanwhile, Sirius met the 2 fighters hired by the noble and realized they were taking the upcoming challenge seriously. One of them introduced himself as Jekyll, an adventurer skilled in both combat and technical work. The other revealed himself as Beorf, a calm swordsman who preferred choosing his own rivals. Although neither showed hostility, both requested a serious match, earning Sirius's respect as the martial arts festival drew closer. As the discussion continued, Sirius learned that Beorf carried a strong desire to surpass his parents and harbored resentment toward greatsword users because of his past. Soon afterward, the next tournament group was announced, and Ryus prepared to enter the arena while his companions watched. Without hesitation, he stepped forward confidently and received encouragement from the others before the match began. Cheers followed as Ryus took his position among the competitors, ready to prove his abilities in the preliminaries. Once the battle started, Sirius observed from the sidelines while Ryus immediately moved into action, eager to demonstrate the results of his training. As the melee battle unfolded, Ryus stayed alert and carefully watched every movement around him, instead of rushing forward recklessly. Moments later, several adventurers suddenly targeted him together, believing they could eliminate him through a surprise attack. From the viewing area, Sirius quickly realized the attackers had likely been encouraged to focus on Ryus from the very beginning rather than being cornered. Ryus countered with overwhelming speed and strength, sending his opponents flying before they understood what happened. Just as the situation settled, Beorf entered the fight and directly challenged Ryus. After blocking the first exchange, Beorf increased the pressure and launched another attack to test Ryus's true ability. In response, Ryus matched his movements without hesitation, forcing both fighters into a fast-paced clash that drew attention from the crowd. As their weapons crossed repeatedly, mutual respect began to form between them. Each recognized the other as a worthy opponent. They agreed that defeating the remaining participants should take priority before settling the match between themselves. Working efficiently, the 2 cleared the field and secured the final positions, earning the right to face each other in the championship round. On the following day, Sirius entered the preliminary round, while his friends cheered from the stands and waited to see his performance. As soon as the match began, several opponents rushed toward him, confident that overwhelming him early would secure an easy victory. Instead of retreating, Sirius calmly slipped through their attacks and positioned himself where they least expected. With precise movements, he struck at openings in their formation and disrupted their assault before it could gain momentum. Frustration quickly spread among the attackers, and one competitor recklessly charged at Sirius, determined to bring him down by force. After defeating one of the attackers, Sirius interrogated him and discovered that a shopkeeper had hired people to target guests staying at the inn. Using the information he gathered, Sirius exposed the scheme and connected it to repeated acts of harassment against travelers. Meanwhile, the battle continued as only 2 participants remained on the field, each waiting for the right moment to strike. From the sidelines, Sirius observed the duel and recognized the skill of the young swordsman despite his disadvantage against Ryus. Soon, the remaining fighters exchanged fierce attacks, both refusing to yield as the match approached its conclusion. As the duel reached its climax, the masked swordsman found an opening and struck decisively, ending the final exchange. With the last opponent defeated, the officials announced Sirius and the masked fighter, Khan, as the winners of the preliminary round. After the match, Khan approached Sirius and offered congratulations while expressing gratitude for the assistance he had received during the battle. In return, Sirius downplayed his contribution and acknowledged Khan's strength, believing the victory had been earned through his own skill. Once their conversation ended, Khan departed quietly, leaving Sirius curious about the talented swordsman who concealed his identity behind a mask. After securing his place in the next stage, Sirius received congratulations from his companions and began preparing for the main tournament. Before heading to the arena, the group noticed a large crowd gathering near the inn and decided to investigate the commotion. There, they learned that evidence of wrongdoing had been delivered to the local lord, exposing a scheme that had caused trouble throughout the town. Sirius remarked that such consequences were inevitable for those who chose to commit harmful acts. With the matter resolved, the group left the incident behind and made their way toward the arena for the next challenge. The Academy announced the martial arts festival and prepared the match draw. Anticipation spread across the grounds as participants gathered for the event. One by one, contestants picked numbered tickets from a wooden box. Soon, the order of the opening matches was decided before the crowd. After the selection ended, the full tournament bracket was revealed. Competitors studied the chart, searching for their future opponents. Meanwhile, Beorf remained quiet while others watched him. Questions arose about his preparations as the first round approached. At last his opponent was announced. Facing the son of the famous sword saint, Beorf stepped forward, ready for the tournament's opening battle. As the first match began, Beorf rushed forward with 2 swords in hand. His opponent immediately charged to seize the initiative. Without hesitation, Beorf met the attack head-on. Steel clashed repeatedly as he overwhelmed his opponent with precise and relentless strikes. Moments later, the duel was decided. Standing over the defeated fighter, Beorf calmly accepted the result after forcing a surrender. From the stands, spectators reacted with surprise at the match's speed. Many recognized that the Sword Saint's son possessed skill beyond the other competitors. After leaving the arena, Beorf spoke confidently about meeting again in the finals. Beorf confidently predicted that he would eliminate his rival before the finals. His bold attitude only strengthened his determination to prove himself. Rather than ignoring the challenge, he openly declared his goal. Determination filled his mind as he vowed to defeat his opponent and erase that confident smile. The announcer revealed that this fighter preferred unusual weapons and could switch them depending on the situation. Facing a much older opponent, the young contestant remained calm. Curiosity spread through the audience as both fighters prepared to test each other's abilities. Without wasting time, the veteran launched the opening attack. As the weapon swept forward at high speed, although Sirius appeared to be retreating, he carefully avoided every strike while moving toward the edge of the arena. Rather than panicking, Sirius analyzed the rhythm of the attacks. As impatience began to affect his opponent, he continued waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, Sirius launched a swift kick. The unexpected move disrupted his opponent's footing and caused him to lose balance. Taking advantage of the opening, Sirius slipped past a desperate counterattack. His precise timing turned the battle completely in his favor. With the crowd watching in amazement, Sirius secured victory and advanced to the next round. After the match, Sirius received praise for his victory. While others admired the result, one observer sensed that Rius was unusually troubled. Soon, Beorf's frustration became clear. Unable to accept the outcome calmly, he reacted strongly when his performance was compared to Sirius's. He reminded Beorf that both of them could have achieved similar results under the same circumstances. Determined to prove himself, Beorf declared that he had no intention of losing in the upcoming semifinals. As attention shifted to the arena, some wondered whether the burden of being the Sword Saint's son was affecting Beorf's judgment. The match ended with a display of skill that impressed the spectators. Watching from the stands, Rius was encouraged to learn from what he had witnessed. Soon, the winner was announced. Although victorious, the fighter remained humble and acknowledged that his abilities still needed improvement. Meanwhile, Rius focused on the upcoming battle. Rather than waiting backstage, he stayed in the arena and watched closely. Attention shifted to his next opponent, a warrior carrying a massive greatsword and trained by a renowned swordsman. As the signal was given, both fighters entered the field. Excitement spread through the crowd as the new match began. Rius launched a powerful strike the moment the match began. The impact sent his opponent flying and ended the battle before any resistance could form. Cheers erupted across the arena as the result was announced. Having crushed through his opponent's defense, Rius secured an overwhelming victory. Encouraged by the compliment, Rius grew even more determined to keep advancing. Watching from nearby, several competitors re-evaluated his strength. Even experienced fighters admitted that Rius had become a dangerous contender. As the day neared its end, the next matchup was revealed. Rius and Khan stepped into the spotlight while the crowd eagerly awaited their clash. The semi-final opened with an explosive clash. Rius charged forward with overwhelming force, but Khan responded instantly and met the attack head-on without giving his opponent time to recover. Khan launched a swift counterattack. Even so, Rius reacted quickly and refused to lose momentum. A fierce exchange followed as both fighters pushed their limits. At the decisive moment, Rius broke through Khan's defense with a powerful strike. After a brief but intense struggle, Khan admitted defeat and Rius claimed victory. Following the match, Rius apologized for the injury he had caused. Rather than holding a grudge, Khan thanked him and accepted the result with a smile. After their victories, Rius and Khan spent time together and quickly became friends. Watching from nearby, Sirius noticed how naturally the two had grown closer. Meanwhile, the announcer praised the festival's excitement and revealed the semifinal matchups. The brackets confirmed 2 major battles, Beorf against Sirius and Jekyll against Rius. With the matches decided, The first day of the tournament came to an end. Later that night, most participants prepared to rest, while others settled down. Ryus remained distracted and unable to sleep. Tomorrow's fight against Jekyll would decide whether he could advance and face stronger opponents. Unable to sleep, Ryus thought about the semi-final. Although he had trained with Sirius many times, facing him before a crowd felt completely different. Across the room, Sirius welcomed the challenge. Confident in Ryus's growth, he looked forward to seeing everything his student could do. Concerned expressions quickly spread as an unexpected matter was brought to his attention. After listening carefully, Sirius realized the coming battle would be far more dangerous than expected. Ryus intended to fight with absolute seriousness. Meanwhile, Ryus strengthened his resolve. Tomorrow, he would enter the arena, prepared to risk everything for victory. Late at night, Sirius revealed his decision to challenge Ryus in a serious duel, leaving the girl surprised by his resolve. Explaining his purpose, he viewed the fight as a necessary trial that would guide Ryus along the path he had chosen. Emilia calmly accepted the decision and trusted both Sirius and Ryus to face the outcome without regret. After hearing their support, Sirius expressed his gratitude while the others promised to watch the match carefully. Soon, the tense discussion faded into a lighter atmosphere as the girls surrounded Sirius and delayed his attempt to leave. Eventually, the girls accepted Sirius's feelings and ended the night in a cheerful mood. Meanwhile, Sirius quietly left the room, relieved to see everyone enjoying themselves, despite the unusual situation. The following day, the tournament resumed as the announcer called the semi-final match before the excited crowd. Soon after, Sirius and Bjork stepped into the arena and greeted each other with calm confidence before the battle. Without hesitation, Bjork launched the first attack, but Sirius reacted instantly and read through his movements from the very beginning. After avoiding several attacks, Sirius calmly analyzed Bjork's fighting style, while provoking him to reveal his hidden techniques. Rather than backing down, Bjork accepted the challenge and prepared to demonstrate the true extent of his abilities. In the next moment, countless sword-like illusions erupted across the arena, surrounding Sirius from every direction. Watching from the stands, the spectators were stunned as the overwhelming attack seemed impossible to escape. However, Sirius reacted instantly, deflecting the incoming strikes with precise movements and turning Bjork's confidence into shock. To everyone's surprise, Sirius blocked every incoming strike and even launched a counterattack, forcing Bjork onto the defensive. Meanwhile, Bjork struggled to understand how his technique had been stopped so easily, despite its reputation. Standing calmly in the arena, Sirius pointed out a weakness in Bjork's style and explained what he had observed. Instead of accepting the criticism, Bjork argued that constant battles had made him stronger than before. Fueled by pride, he rushed forward once again, determined to prove his growth, while Sirius remained completely unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, Sirius struck Bjork and pointed out the openings left behind whenever his techniques failed. Rather than stopping there, Sirius continued analyzing Bjork's habits and exposed the hesitation limiting his true potential. Determined to prove himself, Bjork activated a new technique that created multiple images of himself across the arena. While the spectators struggled to identify the real one, Bjork rushed forward and launched a surprise attack from behind. Even so, Sirius reacted immediately and blocked the strike, showing that he never ignored threats coming from his blind spot. Maintaining control of the fight, Sirius explained the weakness of Bjork's technique and showed why it worked poorly in a direct confrontation. Before Bjork could respond, Sirius closed the distance and struck, disrupting the flow of the attack. Afterward, he demonstrated how combining support techniques with swordsmanship could greatly increase a fighter's effectiveness. Gradually, Bjork began to understand that Sirius had already seen through both the heat haze and illusion-based strategies. With the battle continuing, Sirius guided Bjork toward the answer, encouraging him to identify the sword style hidden behind the techniques. As the duel continued, Bjork realized Sirius was familiar with the sword style taught by the legendary swordsman connected to Ryus. Meanwhile, Sirius explained that his experience against stronger and faster opponents allowed him to predict Bjork's movements. Although Bjork admitted Sirius had surpassed his expectations, he refused to surrender and searched for one final chance to win. Drawing on all his remaining strength, Bjork activated a powerful enhancement and prepared his last attack. Without hesitation, Sirius welcomed the challenge, while Bjork unleashed Illusion Flash once more with everything he had left. Pressing the attack, Sirius reminded Bjork to stay alert at all times, and never assume the battle was already over. From the audience, the spectators watched in amazement as the intense exchange showed no clear advantage for either fighter. Meanwhile, Bjork quickly adapted to Sirius's advice and continued fighting, though the strain on his power was becoming noticeable. Recognizing the pattern, Sirius realized Beork had begun combining multiple techniques to improve his attacks. Even with that improvement, Sirius moved first at the crucial moment, and struck decisively, proving that Beork was still one step behind. At the decisive moment, Sirius used magic to catch Beork off guard and secured victory, bringing the intense match to an end. After the battle, Aniki finally understood the value of the harsh training that had shaped both Sirius and Rius. Meanwhile, the tournament paused while the arena was repaired, giving everyone time to recover from the fierce clashes. During the break, Sirius asked about the Sword Saint and began investigating the reason behind his sudden challenge. Hearing the discussion, Beork revealed that his desire to grow stronger came from wanting answers about his father's past. After listening to Beork's story, Sirius revealed that the Sword Saint had fought the strong sword to a draw, before later dying from illness. However, Sirius believed the truth was more complicated and suggested that the Sword Saint had chosen a path that protected his honor. Confused by the explanation, Beork struggled to understand why his father would leave his family behind for such a battle. He reflected on his mother's strength and her decision to live without resentment despite the loss. In the end, Beork accepted his father's legacy, resolved his doubts, and thanked Sirius for helping him see the swordsman beyond the legend. Later, Aniki admitted that although he loved swords, he would always choose his family over pursuing strength alone. Reflecting on Beork's situation, he realized that understanding another person's choices was not as simple as it first seemed. As they continued talking, Sirius encouraged Aniki to think about his own beliefs and the reason he wanted to become stronger. Without hesitation, Aniki declared that his goal was to protect the people precious to him, no matter what dangers appeared. Meanwhile, Beork quietly accepted the lesson, understanding that everyone carried different convictions and moved forward in their own way. After hearing Aniki's conviction, Sirius felt proud of how much he had matured through his experiences and struggles. Inside the stadium, Ryu stepped onto the arena and prepared for a difficult semifinal battle against Jekyll. As the match began, both fighters rushed forward without hesitation and closed the distance in an instant. A violent clash of greatswords sent powerful shockwaves across the stadium, drawing the crowd's full attention. While exchanging blows, Rias realized Jekyll had become far stronger than expected through intense training. With confidence rising on both sides, the duel grew fiercer as each warrior pushed their strength further to prove superiority. Sliding across the arena, Jekyll praised Rius's gauntlet. In response, Rius revealed it was an heirloom passed down through his family and immediately pressed the attack. Momentum shifted when Rius unleashed a magic-enhanced strike from the gauntlet. The sudden technique caught Jekyll off guard and forced him to rethink his approach. Rather than retreat, Jekyll steadied himself and prepared a hidden ability he had saved for a critical moment. A strange wind burst from his sword, surprising Rius as the duel entered a more dangerous stage. Without hesitation, Jekyll activated his trump card. Powerful gusts swept through the battlefield, knocking Rius off balance and turning the match in a new direction. Observing the strange attacks, Rius finally realized that Jekyll's sword could generate powerful wind when infused with magic. After understanding the weapon's secret, he considered defending carefully until Jekyll exhausted his magical energy. A different thought soon replaced that plan. Determined to prove his strength, Rius chose to confront his opponent directly. Confidence surged through him as he charged forward, ignoring safer tactics and focusing entirely on defeating Jekyll head. On the distance vanished in an instant. Seeing an opening, Jekyll launched a decisive strike, while Rius rushed into the clash without backing down. At the last moment, Rius altered his attack and caught Jekyll by surprise, forcing him to question what had just happened. Instead of retreating, Jekyll quickly recovered and continued the fight, unwilling to let the exchange decide the match. Signs of exhaustion began to appear as the enchanted sword consumed large amounts of magical energy. While watching his opponent weaken, Rius realized the longer the duel lasted, the more favorable the situation became for him. A new idea then formed in his mind. Rather than relying on technique alone, he decided to challenge Jekyll in a direct contest of strength. Remembering his master's teachings, Rius focused all his strength into a single attack and activated the power he needed at the perfect moment. The strike shattered Jekyll's sword and ended the clash instantly. Realizing the battle could no longer continue, Jekyll accepted the outcome. Without resentment, he openly admitted defeat and surrendered the match before the crowd. Cheers erupted throughout the stadium as the result was announced. Rius advanced to the next round, while Jekyll offered his respect. Afterward, Jekyll reflected on his mistake of relying too heavily on his weapon and acknowledged that true strength came from the person wielding it. After the match ended, Sirius approached Rius and praised his victory. However, he also revealed that he wanted to discuss something before their upcoming final battle. Meanwhile, Jekyll entertained the crowd and expressed his excitement for the championship match, eager to see how far the finalists could go. Rather than rushing the event, he suggested giving both competitors time to recover and show their best performance later. The proposal was accepted, and preparations began for the next stage. Rius and Sirius quietly left together while the others supported the decision. As he rested, Sirius checked on him, only to find that his disciple had already fallen asleep. While Rius slept after his exhausting victory, Sirius and Jekyll remained nearby and discussed the events of the tournament. As the room grew quiet, Sirius prepared to ask Jekyll an important favor concerning Rius's future challenge. The next morning arrived quickly. Rius woke to find himself fully rested and learned that someone had been waiting for him. After checking his condition, he discovered that his injuries had healed completely thanks to Riis's powerful healing magic. Relieved by his recovery, Rius thanked her for the help. In return, Riis encouraged him to take care of himself and avoid pushing too hard before the final battle. Even experienced fighters admitted they could do little against him when he became serious. Those warnings only deepened Rius's respect for his master. At the same time, he realized the challenge ahead would be far greater than any battle so far. A brief argument broke out among his friends, bringing a moment of laughter that eased the tension before the finals. Soon, an announcement echoed through the corridor, calling Rius to the stadium for the championship match. After receiving encouragement and good wishes from everyone around him, Rius headed toward the arena, ready to face his strongest opponent yet. When Sirius was called to the arena, Rius confidently stepped forward, eager to begin the final match against his master. The atmosphere changed the instant Sirius appeared. Shock spread through the spectators as an overwhelming pressure filled the stadium. A chill ran through Rius's body. Standing before Sirius felt less like facing a teacher, and more like confronting a terrifying force beyond his understanding. For the first time, Rius realized the enormous gap between them. The opponent he had admired for so long was far stronger than he had imagined. Without holding back, Sirius released his killing intent and demanded complete seriousness. Beneath his brother's piercing stare, Rius froze, quietly admitting that treating this match carelessly, simply because his opponent was serious, would only leave him drowning in regret afterward. Calm and unreadable, Sirius studied Rius and asked whether such faint bloodlust was truly all he intended to bring, silently aware that fighting without killing intent guaranteed certain defeat against him. Gripping his massive sword as the crowd roared, Rius vowed to use everything he had learned and been taught, urging himself to turn his fear into strength for this decisive fight. Once the referee declared the final match of fate had begun, the flustered announcer apologized for losing focus after being captivated by Sirius, while Rius cheered eagerly for his brother to start. A heavy lunge from Rius met instant recognition from Sirius, who deflected him aside effortlessly, sending Rius tumbling across the arena floor, while barely reacting to the sudden pressure himself. Spectators marveled at the grueling training both fighters must have endured, watching Rius swing desperately to keep Sirius from closing the distance again, though the gap between them stayed painfully clear. A blazing flame shot from Rius' collided head, on with Sirius's counter, and the resulting impact tore through the arena grounds, sending shockwaves rippling outward as dust and debris scattered everywhere. Grabbing his arm with overwhelming control, Sirius questioned aloud whether that attack was truly everything Rius had, pinning him down and revealing just how far the gap in skill still stretched. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Rius urged himself to hold on a little longer, refusing to give up. Even as exhaustion and bruises weighed heavily across his trembling, battered body, effortlessly, Sirius caught up to Rius, who had been blown backward only moments earlier, pinning him firmly against the shattered floor, while the crowd gasped at how quickly the tide had turned. From the stands, Emilia murmured nervously that Sirius looked dangerous, noticing his eyes remained as cold and focused as ever, while Rius quietly whispered his brother's name under his breath. No matter how strong Sirius became, Rius reflected, his brother's fighting spirit never seemed to change, and he understood painfully well just how vast the difference in their abilities truly was. Certain his attack would eventually land. Rius told himself that if Sirius ever lowered his guard, or if his own strike surpassed expectations, an opening would finally present itself somewhere. Swinging his sword with sharp determination, Rius wondered how he could ever land a hit on Sirius, while his brother countered swiftly, questioning what approach could possibly break through his defenses. Crumbling onto the floor after another brutal hit, Rius cursed under his breath, admitting silently that Sirius was simply too overwhelming, his strength always exceeding whatever Rius had imagined beforehand. Years later, Rios's daughter asked eagerly whether there was truly a way to defeat someone so powerful, wondering if her own grandfather had ever managed to win against Sirius even once. Thoughtfully, Ryu's answered that if there was one advantage left to exploit, it would have to be growth that Sirius never expected, since certain changes still remained unknown to him. Although trained entirely by Sirius, he explained, he had also learned something unique from his own sword, meaning a surprise attack built from that lesson might finally catch Sirius unaware. Playfully, Rias dared his young opponent to try and beat him if she could, while she declared she first needed to defeat her grandfather before ever facing Sirius herself. Admitting the road ahead would be difficult, Rias watched his daughter turn toward him and ask hopefully whether she could ever truly win if she challenged Sirius again someday. Rias admitted he thought a hint might help, confessing he had no idea how to get around an opponent who could take his special attack head on without flinching. Studying him with narrowed eyes, the old man asked quietly whether Ryus truly wanted to defeat Sirius, weighing the seriousness behind such an enormous, almost impossible ambition. Rather than answering directly, Ryus explained, he simply wanted to stand beside his brother as an equal, prompting a blunt, immediate refusal from the man walking ahead of him. Determined, despite the refusal, Ryus promised he would do anything necessary to help, though becoming strong enough to land a real blow on Sirius still felt impossibly distant. Startled by his hesitation, Emilia snapped that this was the very path Ryus had chosen, insisting it would be disrespectful to Sirius if nothing changed, and everything ended there. Steadying himself despite the exhaustion, Ryus vowed to prove how much stronger he had become, convinced that landing even a single solid hit would finally be enough. Watching from outside the fight, observers noted that nothing about the results had changed yet, predicting the usual training would only grow harsher and more demanding from here. Gripping his sword tighter, Ryus reflected that he still had a chance, silently thanking Sirius for reminding him of forgotten memories from their earliest days of training together. Though his stamina had nearly run dry, Ryus reminded himself that his magic remained intact, refusing to surrender even as wounds covered nearly every inch of his body. Channeling every ounce of power into his strike, Ryus was urged to swing with everything he had. Since the Yahello, Ryu demanded total commitment, regardless of whether it landed. Sirius instructed him calmly to focus all his magic power into a single fist, explaining that a devastating blow required nothing less than complete, undivided concentration. Catching Sirius off guard for once, Ryus shouted as his fist connected, while Sirius merely remarked that his opponent was late in reacting to the sudden opening. Noticing the faint smile on his brother's face, Ryus felt a strange warmth rise inside him, unaware that Sirius quietly admitted he could not afford to collapse just yet. Turning his own body into a weapon, rather than relying solely on his blade, Ryus poured raw magic through his bare hands, refusing to hold anything back. Disbelief spread across his face as Ryus realized his fist had truly landed, sending Sirius flying backward for the first time throughout their entire grueling match. Recognizing the technique instantly, Ryus called it Sirius's own string, realizing bitterly that even after being struck, his brother still found a way to fight back. Lying on the ground afterward, Sirius admitted with quiet surprise that the attack never actually connected, revealing that his fractured arm had barely managed to block it. Smiling proudly down at him, Sirius praised Reyes for his effort, while Reyes answered softly that being his brother's disciple made such growth only natural. As the match ended there, the martial arts festival reaches its climax as the crowd roars, since the winner has finally been decided after a grueling final battle. Emilia rushes to check on her brother Ryus, while Sirius calmly explains his injuries are only cracked bones, nothing more serious than that. Ferris immediately volunteers to heal Ryus with her recovery magic, promising Sirius the wounds are not life-threatening, and she will handle it. Ryus laughs about how embarrassing it feels that he ever believed he could defeat Sirius, while a bearded man offers his sincere congratulations. Curious about the outcome, Ryus asks Sirius how he became so strong, but the announcer interrupts before Sirius can give his answer. The flashy announcer leans in close, teasingly asking to hold Sirius's arm while wondering where such overwhelming strength hides in his slender frame. She formally announces to the crowd that Sirius the Adventurer is this year's champion, earning 1,000 gold coins as his prize. Sirius jokes privately about finally affording a smartphone with the reward, as the announcer declares this year as thrilling as Ryle's appearance. The announcer asks Sirius the traditional winner's question about his strength, adding that he is free to decline if he prefers. Sirius calmly explains the basics are knowing your limits, then pushing past them repeatedly, before adding that proper rest matters just as much. He tells the crowd that moderate training paired with real recovery forms the true foundation of strength, since endless training alone harms the body. Sirius adds that resting properly at the Cape Wind Inn helped him perform at his full potential, quietly clearing rumors about the place. Turning to the stadium, Sirius firmly announces in advance that no one should try recruiting him, since he has no interest in employment. He explains he is currently traveling the world simply to broaden his own horizons, with Ferreris watching him closely as he speaks. His expression turns cold, as he warns that anyone who dares harm his friends or lovers will be crushed without hesitation. An overly excited fan begs to become his lover, declaring she cannot stand it any longer, but Sirius flatly refuses her request. With the festival officially over, a cat-eared girl bursts into tears of joy while congratulating Sirius on his hard-earned victory. Standing beside a large white wolf, another girl thanks the group warmly, remarking the outcome was exactly what she had expected. The girls excitedly propose holding a victory celebration that evening, promising to treat both Ryu's and Sirius for their strong performances. Watching nearby, a man happily reveals with a wide grin that he has already bought something to celebrate, leaving Sirius quietly speechless. Emilia decides to head back to the inn first, while Fie mentions she will prepare a feast with Cecil and the others. Alstro admits that if Sirius is truly that powerful, he cannot deny that Sirius has every right to protect Shemifia going forward. Alstro tearfully declares his love for Shemifia, one very last time, admitting sadly he has no choice now but to let her go. Sirius reassures Alstro that no harm was done at all, while Fia apologizes on his behalf for everything that happened with Ryus. Ryus teasingly tells Sirius and Fia to take their time together, before Fia mentions there is something important she wants to ask him. Fia asks Sirius if he felt her bloodlust during the final match, wondering aloud whether it had actually frightened him at all. Sirius admits that although they are in love, they still cannot hide their own fears from each other, even after everything shared. Fia declares that this is her answer, then leans in and kisses Sirius gently, showing exactly how she truly feels about him. Fia honestly confesses that Sirius's overwhelming power during the finals was truly terrifying since no one could possibly stand as his equal. Sirius explains he released that bloodlust partly to test Ryus's resolve, and partly so Fia could see him in a different light. Fia smiles knowingly, admitting she understood all along that Sirius still truly knows exactly how to control such frightening and immense power. She adds that his willingness to let her witness it proves how deeply he trusts her, especially since he never tried dodging. Sirius agrees that trust between lovers matters more than anything else in the world, calling it only natural for people in love. Fia wraps her arms around him, insisting she can tell how kind he truly is just by watching those closest to him. Emilia jokingly complains she cannot compete with Fia in some areas, but insists she will never lose when it comes to love. Sirius tells both girls he will love them all equally, prompting Emilia to smile and promise she will keep everyone happy together. That evening everyone gathers to celebrate both Ryus and Sirius, raising their cups together as cheerful toasts fill the lively dinner table. Emilia happily offers to feed Sirius by hand, insisting he open his mouth, while Fia scolds her for giving him only vegetables. Reyes jokes that Sirius and Emilia act just like a dog and its master, earning a scolding from Fia about balanced meals. He thanks Sirius sincerely for helping him feel reborn, revealing he now plans to travel and learn his father's story from Ryle himself. Reyes warns Beorf not to carelessly challenge Sirius just because he looks strong, since Sirius could easily cut off an arm or two. Beorf bows respectfully, promising to return after speaking with his father, then asks Sirius directly if he would accept him as a disciple. Sirius warns that becoming his disciple could leave Beorf injured just like Ryus was today, but Beorf insists he is fully prepared. Sirius agrees he does not intend to refuse anyone who shows real motivation, prompting Beorf to thank him with genuine excitement and gratitude. Everyone raises their glasses together, toasting cheerfully to a fresh new beginning for Beorf, as the celebration continues late into the evening. Beorf suddenly collapses from drinking too much, leaving Emilia startled while she scolds Sirius for handling his own drinks so poorly tonight. Fia carefully pours a bit of her magic into the item Sirius finished crafting, watching closely as the process reaches its completion. Fia asks curiously what Sirius means by making her a ring next, since she overheard other girls saying rings often carry romantic meaning. Fia smiles warmly, admitting she is truly looking forward to their continuing journey together, hinting at everything still waiting ahead for them. After winning the martial arts festival, Sirius saw his guild rank rise, and the group said goodbye to the Cape of Win Inn that had cared for them during their stay. They continued traveling toward the next town, and Sirius called everyone together for an early dinner before the sun fully disappeared behind the hills. Everyone pressed their hands together in thanks before eating, and the group decided that udon noodles would make a fine meal that evening. Just as they started eating, Emilia sensed something approaching the camp, and she warned Sirius that whatever it was drew closer with unsettling speed. A girl came running through the field, clearly being chased, while Sirius and the others spotted armored riders pursuing her from a distance. Amelia noted they had to determine if the girl was friend or foe, and Sirius simply told the group to act as they saw fit. Sirius gave silent approval, and Rius, unable to hold back any longer, rushed forward, declaring he could not ignore her desperate situation. Sirius and Amelia watched calmly, agreeing their young companion still had much to learn, though Sirius offered to lend his strength if needed. Reyes asked the frightened girl if she was hurt while she begged him to run, insisting the riders were after her and no one else. Reyes stood firm, gripping his blade against a hail of arrows, as the others trusted him completely, calling him someone truly strong. Knight demanded to know who Reyes was, accusing him of shooting arrows first, though Reyes insisted he was simply a traveler passing through. Reyes argued that anyone who condoned such thieving behavior could not represent a goddess, while the knights claimed to serve Mira herself as her judges. The knights charged forward, shouting that they would judge Reyes alongside the girl, calling him a fool who understood nothing about Mira. Reyes fought them off with practiced skill, leaving Amelia amazed that he could face so many opponents, though she mentioned someone even stronger existed, facing mounting pressure. One knight ordered a retreat, though another still challenged Reyes, offering to end things if he simply dropped his weapon. The girl cried out for her spirit as help, while Reyes refused to let the knights escape after everything they had just done. Amelia healed the girl's wounds with practiced ease, and the girl marveled at magic, unlike anything she had witnessed before in her life. Sirius suggested they return to camp rather than linger in the open field, while the girl thanked them again through nervous, grateful laughter. The girl introduced herself as Ashley, explaining she once served as a saint at the Temple of Mira in the town of Phonia. Miriism was described as a faithful religion built around love, worshipping Mira as a benevolent goddess who watched over people's happiness. Ashley explained the church hierarchy, noting a saint stood 2 levels below the pope, just above nothing else in rank, since only a saint could receive an oracle from goddess Mira. Reyes asked why a saint would be chased by her own people, and Ashley admitted she had disobeyed her teachings after receiving a genuine oracle. Sirius pointed out that another person able to receive oracles must exist, and Ashley confirmed she once believed herself the only one capable of that gift. She explained that Archbishop Dronzer surprised everyone 6 months ago by suddenly hearing an oracle only a true saint should ever perceive. His accurate predictions of fires and disasters earned him deep trust, and support for the original temple believers slowly began to shrink after his rise. A month ago, Dronzer declared before the congregation that Ashley, called the Sacred Maiden, was actually a heretic distorting the goddess's true will. Many faithful believers sacrificed themselves helping Ashley escape, and she eventually fled with the remaining loyal followers toward a nearby port town. Dronzer had been spreading a teaching claiming greater donations and offerings would make Mira's oracles grow clearer and far more precise. Believers who refused these donations often vanished without explanation, though many others sincerely devoted to the old faith still refused to abandon it. Ashley revealed the cardinal had been bedridden for months from an unknown illness, and the pope had left on a long pilgrimage across the continent. With both superiors absent, Dronzer and Ashley effectively became temple leaders, making Dronzer the most suspicious figure behind her sudden persecution. Ashley admitted she could not watch Mira's name be defiled, so she gathered true believers willing to fight, but Dronzer's soldiers captured them instead. Sirius mentioned Amanda, calling her an annoying yet important part of his past, while Ashley prayed the goddess would protect her safely. Unlike Dronzer's growing number of allies, Ashley had very few remaining supporters, making her situation increasingly difficult and dangerous with each passing day. Amelia suspected the entire attack might be a trap meant to lure Ashley out into the open using her own capture as bait. Sirius asked what Ashley truly wanted, offering to escort her toward Phonia or even help her flee to another continent entirely. Ashley hesitated, insisting she could not abandon Amanda after everyone who loved her had already sacrificed so much for her safety. She declared her devotion to Miriism and her love for the goddess, refusing to leave her believers behind despite the obvious danger ahead. Sirius asked what she could realistically do now, noting her lack of resources left her with almost no clear options remaining. Amelia recalled that adventurers earn money through personal requests from the guild, though Ashley admitted she currently had nothing worthwhile to offer in return. Ashley admitted her situation was a grandiose form of meddling, but Amelia pointed out the reverse could just as easily apply to them. Amelia noted goddess Mira seemed to reach toward those in need, suggesting helping Ashley wasn't such a strange path after all. Ashley bowed low, begging Sirius and the others to lend her their strength, while Rigus watched quietly from beside the sleeping traveler. Sirius revealed he had already accepted a certain request before the group left the town of Galof. Surprising everyone with the timing, Amelia asked why Sirius chose to help Ashley, wondering if some deeper motive existed behind his sudden decision to get involved. Sirius explained the guild had asked him to investigate Phonia, since rumors claimed the town had grown suspicious over recent months. Amelia pressed further, certain another reason existed beyond simple guild work, and Sirius admitted it was also a personal request. Confessed feeling drawn to Ashley's straightforward nature and her genuine will to protect goddess Mira despite overwhelming odds. Amelia argued Ashley was still young, full of openings, and not someone particularly dependable in a dangerous situation like this. Sirius agreed but believed the experience was necessary for Ashley right now, prompting Amelia to complain about how bluntly he said it. He wanted Ashley to experience different situations so she could learn to think for herself and make wiser decisions going forward. Amelia admitted trusting people too easily was Ashley's real problem, one that this journey might eventually help her overcome. Reyes declared he couldn't forgive people capable of such terrible acts, promising to do his best despite his uncertain abilities. Sirius apologized for deciding alone without consulting everyone, though Reyes assured him no one objected to following his judgment. The group agreed to start by gathering information, then found and restrained several of Dulgar's knights within the quiet forest. Dawn captured knight mocked them, insisting the saints' foolish jokes about love meant nothing against the holy knight's true strength. Sirius noted their so-called strength meant little now that they had been caught, then offered them a simple deal in exchange for their freedom. Sirius decides to park the carriage inside the forest and walk into town on foot, since the next morning the group sets off together toward Phonia to see its current state. The group splits near the entrance, with Ryus and EA heading off to gather information while Sirius asks the others to take care of Ashley and wishes everyone safety along the way. A knight guarding the gate demands 10 coins from each visitor, explaining that wearing this ring is required for anyone who wants to enter Phonia without trouble. Fia questions why she must buy something she does not even believe in, while Ryus reminds her to keep it on so they avoid drawing unwanted attention from the guards. Sirius tells everyone to report back immediately if something happens and warns them not to act reckless while he leaves alone to check the local guild. Ryus promises to protect Amelia and the others himself, while Fia declares she will investigate everything connected to Miriism before the group finally splits apart. A vendor complains that lately people have started demanding donations just to open a simple store, something nobody ever asked for until recently. Another merchant admits he paid 30 coins in donations, despite disliking it, insisting he had no other choice if he wanted his shop to stay open. A woman selling skewers mentions a friend who got hurt was then asked for donations at the temple, adding that the previous Mira never demanded payment like that. Townspeople whisper about a sacred knight who purified the monsters nearby, praising him as wonderful while warning a stranger to avoid mentioning his name at all. Sirius admits he does not mean to mock the townspeople, yet confesses he still dislikes this town and feels an uneasy tension spreading through it. Fia reminds the group that anyone loyal to Ashley must treat the Holy Knights as enemies and try to stay uninvolved with them as much as possible. A Holy Knight declares that punishing an outsider will serve as an example for traitors, while nervous townspeople watch the confrontation unfold from a safe distance. A woman insists she would never betray goddess Mira, but the knight ignores her plea and dismisses her words before raising his hand to attack. That knight lifts his fist and claims he is following the oracle, insisting goddess Mira herself ordered traitors to be judged through consuming flames. Amelia and the others cry out in shock as the fire roars closer, someone shielding the woman while shouting for the attack to stop. Knight demands whoever blocked his flames reveal themselves, while Amelia urges the group to use the chaos as a chance to escape the town. Ryus and Fia notice the knight accusing a strange blue-haired woman standing nearby, sneering that she cannot even sense his true identity. A massive wolf-like beast looms behind them, its sharp golden eyes and bared fangs freezing Fia and Ryus in place before they can react. Sirius states they are adventurers who just arrived in town, then bluntly asks whether the knight before them truly serves the Mira religion. With a mocking grin, Amelia asks Ashley whether she wants to be burned by the flames, adding that proper knights deserve the honorific Sama. Introducing himself as Vague, the knight confirms he serves Mira-sama and wields fire spirit magic, laughing when Amelia guesses his rank correctly. Busyness, according to Vague, exists only with the blue-haired woman standing among them, a statement that leaves Ashley visibly stunned. Though Ashley admits she would gladly burn him, she hints that his fate might still change depending on how he behaves going forward. An adventurer's ransom means nothing to Vague, who offers instead to negotiate over money before bluntly demanding Ashley come under his command. Rejection does not stop him. Vague laughs off her refusal, calling it an invitation and vowing to take her by force, regardless. Flames spread dangerously close to the crowd, forcing Faya to brace herself and cry out for everyone nearby to move at once. Blocking the attack drains her mana far too quickly, and Fia admits her water magic takes too long, without enough nearby spirits. Handling the surrounding fire becomes Risi's task, since Issei insists she must focus entirely on fighting the Holy Knight without distraction. Summonon orders the wolf held down, and Ryu's admits surprise that this enemy chose to attack rather than cower before him, compared to someone named Hokuto. The wolf sneers that Ryu's barely measures up. Though Ryu's insists fear has no place in this fight, endless regeneration defines Vague as a flame wolf, a power that, paired with his own fire, makes the two of them practically invincible. Such invincibility, Ashley warns, does not extend to her, while Faya adds that this particular firewolf may still prove unbeatable regardless. Everything will burn to ash. Vague roars, commanding his flames forward as Amelia and Ia flinch from the sudden wave of heat, grabbing Ashley by the hair. Vague complains that dragging out such a pointless fight has become nothing but an annoyance to him. Pain shoots through Ashley as Vague threatens to crush her underfoot unless her defiance stops immediately and completely. Guilt consumes Fia, who blames herself for the chaos, warning that the water shielding Amelia and Reese will not last much longer, effortless as burning people may be. Vague admits that putting out the resulting flames afterward has always been his real source of frustration. Desperate for water, Ashley reaches out toward a nearby hand, someone realizing with disbelief that this attacker shares her very own nature. Calm and unshaken, Sirius tells Vague to stop wasting time, declaring flatly that the outcome of this match has already been settled. Panic breaks out as the group realizes they are under attack, with someone cursing the wolf and demanding to know what it thinks it is doing. Sirius uses telepathy to warn Reese silently, urging her to listen without speaking, while outside the flame wolf threatens the girl held captive nearby. Watching from atop the wall, Sirius admits surprise at finding someone with abilities matching Hokuto's level in a town like this, calling any rescue attempt difficult for now. Confusion crosses Reese's face as Sirius reassures her directly, insisting she did nothing wrong despite everything spiraling out of control around them. Sirius instructs her to send a signal the moment danger appears, whether through magic or any other means, reminding her that saving lives is never something naive or foolish. With quiet determination, Sirius promises he will come to help the moment she needs him, telling her simply to wait until then.